feel the pain of those who were sold. Understand? So there's different feeling and there's different pain that we pass through. Like, I will talk about Senegambia, like Jollof Kingdom. Like, I'm a Senegambian, our area. What I will talk about that is like in the stuff. We fought back. If you go to history, you know that like, Senegambians are very stubborn, like even in slave, those who were, were taken from Senegambia area, they fought back. You understand? There must be a people who sold them, but majority of them fought back. If you can do another research about Bara War, you will see Gambians fought Britain, Britain up to the extent that they have to call another European countries to come and help them to fight Gambians.
Nice.
They fought back. So I still cannot believe that, like, individually, like, we will not accept, like, I sold you. No, I didn't. That, like, the topic will go for decades, for centuries. We will never come to the top. We will never finish this topic. But at the end of the day, one thing I think Africans should accept, like, is like your pain and our pains are different, but we are all victims. That's what I think about this. Because if you continue talking about this, I think, the more we talk about it, the more it gets more controversial. Because at the end of the individually, we will defend ourselves. Like, I didn't sold you. If you go back to my history, you can see that my people fought back. The most stubborn, like, in the history of slave trade, the most stubborn part, the only person that most of the people talk about is Kunta Kinte, because he insists. He is our ancestor. He is someone from Senegambia. You will see that like, people sold him. Yes, people collaborate. People, like, surrender earlier to join European, to enslave our other brothers and sisters. But doesn't mean that majority of them were like that. So it's a very bit like controversial, and I think I will let other people to talk. But what I want us to, like, what I believe, me as an individual person, like, I believe that, like, Senegambia area, we fought back.
Okay, so you're saying that Senegambia, you guys truly fought back. And you know what? I know a lot about Senegambia because I've done my research, and you're right. The Senegambians, the Mandinka tribe especially, they were not having it. They fought, and they were one of the only ones that were able to push back the Britain. But not only that, Empire, the Haitian Revolution would not have even happened if it wasn't for Bookman, which was a Senegambian that was sold to Jamaica and then sold to Haiti. He was a Senegambian. His name was Bookman, and he was the one that spearheaded it, the Haitian Revolution, and he was a Senegambian. So facts for that. You Senegambians do fight back. You're a part of the first revolution.
Yeah, yeah.
But
that one is you can let other people talk, because I don't think I will be, I will spend much time here. But what I want us to, to put, like, we cannot forget about this. That's the fact, because our brothers and sisters are victimized, are still under control, are still under pressure because of this slavery. Understand? But at the end of the day, what I want us to believe is, like, not all Africans in the continent sold our fellow Africans, but not all Africans, like, understand, in Africans who, let me just stop, but it's a bit controversial. Let me let other people to talk, because I was sleeping, then I saw you on, like,
Edward as soon as he come back. But I want to ask you one question before I go to Edward when he comes back. Those do okay. Those, and I know that not everybody participated in selling slaves, but those that did, do they speak about it? Do they understand why they participated?
At this moment, there's bigger problem in Africa. Like, Africans are totally forgetting about the slavery. That is the fact. Like, people don't talk about it.
And it's something that affects But it's something that
No, it's because of the disconnection that happened between us. Like
okay.
it's been so long, like we don't even, like how many months back we started to talk about, to talk about this kind of topic. We were totally disconnected. We see each other in different ways. So the
And
history was
that's
totally
a
wiped
problem.
out. Yeah, that's a big problem. Like history was totally wiped out from our face. We don't talk about it. Like we in the continent, we think about other things. You like
That's
in
good to
Europe,
know.
you have different problem. Then at the end of the day, like victims have been victimized, are still are still under pressure, under so many difficulties because of that. But in Africa, one thing I want you to understand before I let other people to talk, like our school system, that's where we should learn all this. But the school was totally like what colonials left in Africa, that's what we are still using. That's why like sometimes I don't I told my parents that I told my wife that I will never take my children to English school, like because like it's like it's crazy. Our problem is is bigger. I believe that youths have to be pan Africanists have to be part of the government, like the decisions where they make decisions to change certain things. If not, we will continue to talk that will come after 10 years the same thing, because the school system to prepare a generation, the school system is totally destroyed. There's no like story about this slavery, the clean one, I mean, the real one, the one that the European made. That's what we are still using. Gambia is very young. Like I will talk about Gambia. Most of the I talk about Gambia because I'm very passionate about Gambia. Like Gambia is 55, 56 years old. 56.
So that
Like
means that but then certain people that are living there now are older than the age of
Gambia is,
Gambia being free. Wow.
some of your aunts and uncles are older than Gambia. My father is older than the Gambia.
Yeah.
Our independence is just like, it's not long ago, 55, 56 years. So we have long way to go. It's not yet a century. I think we have a lot of things to do. It's very good that we are talking about this, but Africans on the continent totally forgot about this because of the education system that was put in Africa. So we don't talk about this. Some even don't know.
I'm happy we're here to talk about it, and I think it's important. I think you're right. Sure. We have not been talking about it, but I think we need to, and we need to talk about it so much that they have to build a curriculum to explain it to children, because it's important that we don't neglect it, because this is what has kept us divided, not only from the enslaved descendants, but within Africa itself. The different countries, I think, are continued divided because of it. But let's introduce Edward to the conversation. Stay on board, Empire, because people might have questions for you. Edward, please tell me what you think about. I know this conversation is something that we talked about last week having. I'm happy we're here to have it. Tell me what you could contribute to this situation or conversation today.
Oh yeah. Thank you all for having me. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you. We can hear you.
All right, brilliant. Hi, everyone. Hope you guys had a lovely week, by the way. For me, I think like we looked at the enslavement and our, and our disenfranchisement from a very short historical background, because once we start moving it backwards, because I was listening to you earlier on when you said you were trying to find a time where we were all united.
Yeah.
And the reality is this. There was a time in the world that the world had 1,000 years with no wars. And it was under the African civilization then. Now, when we are talking about slavery, we have to first come with the first invasion into the Black people, the highly melanated people. When was the first time we were invaded? And that was when the Hyksos invaded Kemet. Once we start from that perspective, then now we'll say, okay, Kemet or Egypt is the youngest civilization on the African continent, but it's the birthplace of civilization to the rest of the world, Europe, and everywhere else. But it's the youngest because you can see from the pyramids in Sudan to the Adam calendar in South Africa. So you could actually see progress by our ancestors to get to the scientific prowess that the Giza pyramids were able to achieve. The crazy part about that is it wasn't just only these people doing it, it was the entire African continent that was building these things. You could see it from even from the pyramids, homages from different parts of Africa to the pharaohs. So once we are looking at that, then we now know, okay, then they invaded us, they spent 1,000 years. Then after then, we actually had people that looked at it and said these people wanted three things. They wanted to become gods because, you know, it was like only if you were highly melanated for you to be a god. They wanted to do LGBT. And then the final one was what? Yeah, they wanted to become gods. They wanted to do LGBT. And then they wanted, I forgot what the final one was. And these three things were taboo to us as Africans, as Black people then. And then that's when the first time it's recorded where Nubia invades Egypt to restore balance to Ma'at. Then it was Ma'at. And so if you don't believe in Ma'at, then you were executed. And then that's how we drove them away. And then afterwards, the Hyksos broke down to Arabs and Ashkenazi Jews and Europeans. And then first the Arabs came, invaded us. That broke us apart. Majority of the ethnic nationality kingdoms.
I don't want to stop you here. So you said what broke us apart was when the Arabs or when the Ashkenazi Jews? Yeah. Which ones?
The Ashkenazi Jews are the only constant in all our enslavement.
Wow.
They were there for the Arab enslavement and they were there for the European enslavement. Like, that's why the Jews have so much money today in the world and control virtually all industries in the world. Like, they were the only constant. Like, they have always been a part of our enslavement.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Facts, because also they were the ones who were building the ships. They were the ones financing the ships as well, and with Europeans and stuff. Now, after that, after that fall, and a lot of people, a lot of ethnic nationality kingdoms started going back to where they came from to build like pyramids and do all these trades with Egypt and stuff, because it was the youngest civilization. That's a very important thing most people need to understand, especially Black people. And so everyone was running back to, you know, where they came from the Congos, from Southern, from Western Africa. And what they did was they started tracing and hunting us down where we were going to. So that's why when I look at DNA, the DNA shows to an extent of like how the different DNA of different parts of Africa in the descendants in the diaspora, and it just confirms that, okay, so that's what was going on, because some people are like, I'm from West Africa, how come I have Bantu and how come I have East African DNA? And then I'm like, well, the thing is, like, we went to all these places to actually help build the pyramids. And most stories of West Africans, you can actually, of their ancestry, they all have something to do with East Africa.
Now, let me take a look at mine as an example. I want to see, because to be honest with you, you're right. We all have that East African 1.9%.
And 19% it says here. And then Southern Africa.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, yeah, you're right. 19%, yeah.
So this is another scenario. So now we now know, okay, we've started becoming a dysfunctional family because we now have Ashkenazi Jews and Arabs. And the Arabs basically are like, practically, we were the ones we had children, right, that did not have melanin, and they had issues with the sun. And we didn't know what to do with them. So we figured out, like our ancestors figured out, like, hey, we need to find someone, because when they're inside the house, they weren't being, their body wasn't reacting that much. So we now said, okay, so that means they need to be in a cooler environment. So our ancestors figured that, hey, we need to take these people somewhere on planet Earth that it's not a sunny climate, because
Yo,
they've already had
are
in the
these
world.
facts? Is that true? I've never
That's
heard that before.
that's facts, because now that's why you can see, like, a black couple can give birth to a Caucasian child that's not an albino with blonde hair and blue eyes, but you could never see it you can never see the reverse, because our DNA is progressive, theirs is regressive. So that's facts. Like, we gave birth to the Caucasians. So now we had done that, and so they were there. And the problem is this. The problem is this, right? We are people of abundance. And because we are people of abundance, what happens is we've been living in abundance, and they, in that climate, had a massive issue. They had very little to survive on because of the climate. So at some point, they started trying to get into Africa, and things like that happened. Now, back to our conversation. I just needed to do that as a side note.
No, I appreciate it. You just said some things that I was not aware of. I'm grateful. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so now back to our conversation. Already there was dysfunction on the continent, because there's this foreign people that were invading the continent. So a lot of these ethnic nationality kingdoms already started dispersing into within Africa, the continent, right? Nubia, Sudan, South Africa, Central Africa, and Western Africa. Then it came all the way, it's halted. The Arab slave trade happened for at least, I think it's 1,200 years. That halted, and then it switched to the European conquest. Now the thing is this: when we were already weakened by this, and because of the foreign interest, you need to understand, once your mind is enslaved, even if you got so much energy, you can't fight that war. So now people have started converting to this foreign religion already, Islam. Now, the issue was, Islam was a jihadist, just like how Christianity was about, what's it called? The Crusades, right? So now Islam wants to expand on the continent. So it's war they were bringing to the table. If you don't convert to Islam, they destroy the entire settlement. So people, ethnic nationality kingdoms were moving around. So by the time 1,200 years ended, that was already on the continent. Now, the West, now having this Mansa Musa and things like that, and then they're now saying, "Wow, these people have abundance." So now they are getting in, and then the Pope gets a papal bull, and that starts that. When that starts that, we were already weakened by fighting with this Islamic people, and then moving around already. And you need to understand that when these ethnic national kingdoms were moving from the eastern part, they were meeting with other ethnic nationality kingdoms, and obviously they were fighting amongst themselves because they needed a place to stay. They were running away from danger. And if these people now would see them and know they're foreign, clearly there are different traditions. Don't forget, like, we are the most diverse people on planet Earth. So that was happening. Now, the enslavement by the West and the Arabs is different from how we, when we fought wars amongst ourselves, how we enslaved ourselves. One, it wasn't a lifetime event. It wasn't like you were born into it and you had to die into it. You could pay yourself for your freedom. There's a certain level of servitude here, and the way we treated even people who we had enslaved due to war was they were able to have their own families and build their own homes and things of such nature. On the contrary, the Arabs are like castrating all the black folk. That's why there's not a lot of black people in the Middle East. And the Westerners, theirs was a different ballgame, as we all know. However, when it comes to our enslavement, a lot of the people that we are thinking are in the diasporas were based on, oh, they got enslaved. Well, also ethnic nationality kingdoms that actually played a massive role in the enslavement of other Africans. That's a fundamental fact, because a very good example would be the Igbo landing. And I'm just using the Igbo landing because, you know, there's also the Yorubas as well, and Benin as well. But let's use the Igbo landing, for instance. Slavery started in the 15th century when it came to the Atlantic slave trade, right? The Igbo landing happened in, I think, 1803, while slavery began in 16 something. So that was already 200 years of the cross-Atlantic slave trade happening. And we're not seeing a lot of Igbo people like enslaved in the diasporas. And then there's the Igbo landing that shows that, oh man, they had a reason to revolt because possibly they were one of the ethnic groups that first had contact with the Europeans and were already in battle with them, and the Europeans won the battle already. So now they were used as missionaries to go into the inner lands, because the coastal majority of the ethnic nationality kingdoms on the coastal regions of the African continent in West Africa, they were the first contact with the Europeans. So they were the first ones that had a battle, and then once they were conquered, most of them were used as missionaries to go and enslave the other Africans.
So what you're saying is that they were used to go deeper into Africa and subjugate and help get them. Is that what you're saying?
Definitely.
Okay. Okay. You gave us a lot to chew on. I don't want you to give it to me all at once. I want to pause right here and give some people an opportunity to come in, and then we're gonna, get deep into it. I want to welcome Rakoya. Rakoya, my sister, welcome. Happy to see you again this week. Well, you've heard what Edward had to say. We all know that, I see some people in the comment disagreeing with you, Edward. So we're going to give some people some opportunity to speak on that. But my sister, tell me what you think. I know you probably went and did like me, did some research, because I don't know nothing about this. I'm an descendant. So tell me,
okay.
You can
greetings to all my fellow panel members and to Peace and Light. I hope I am actually entrusting this conversation into the hands of the ancestors, because it can be it could possibly get very heated. And so I'm asking them to come here and give us some guidance, because I want to
knowledge.
Yes. With understanding. But I'm going to say something to the chat room and to everyone here. I did a lot of extensive history studying the slave trade, because when I came here to the US 30 years ago, I was pretty young, and I was completely overwhelmed by the history of slavery. And I did not understand why me as an African, and I felt like as an African, I just felt like as part of us ourselves had been taken away, and we did not know. How is it that I grew up and never knew extensively about the hurt of my brothers and sisters? So for 30 years, I have been trying to get to the bottom of this. And honestly, I didn't want to get on this panel, but I thought I will, because I have a lot of stuff to share. I have a lot of bibliographies and books, and anyone who has questions and stuff after this, I'm willing to share. I'm not a YouTube type person who's listening to other people's narratives. I actually get books. I actually interviewed people. I try to get stories from older people. How did this happen in Africa? And we in Africans have some kind of amnesia. We're not talking about it. We're not constantly trying to get to the. So I'm going to say that to paraphrase, and I'm going to hit into it. So first and foremost, Brother Edward, you said a lot of great things, and the time span that you looked at was 1,000 years. You know, you try to bring in the history of Egypt and the unification of the Black race, and I don't disagree with that. Although there are certain holes in there that we may probe later. But I want to bring it a little bit down to the 1500s, because I think that's the period we want to look at. Slavery, according to the history, the first Africans, 12 of them, landed in Virginia, Jamestown, Virginia, in 1619. Okay, but we know that the first account of European the first account of Europeans actually reaching the shores of Africa was in the year 1471, when the Portuguese landed on the coast of Ghana and named that place Elmina, the Cape, the little Cape. When they came around the bend, the first geographical outpost that they could land on was in a small town called Edina, which they renamed the Gold Coast, or Elmina. That was in 1471 to 1619, almost a 200-year time span before the first slave traders brought our brothers and sisters the first coast, the first arrival of Black people in it. So what was happening this 200 years? I think that is very important for us as we develop this conversation to understand what was going on in Africa at the time, because I think a lot of that would shed light on slavery. Before the Europeans came, what were the Africans doing? A lot of Africans were emerging in their territories, because we know that in the 1600s, that was the time that the Gans were leaving today Yoruba land and arriving on the shores of Ghana. In fact, they came in canoes, and there are accounts of how they came. The Ashantis and the Kwamus, who live up in the highlands, those are the mountains that, when you're on top of the mountains, you can see all the way down to the coast. They saw these people coming in canoes. And how do we know that how do we know this narrative? Because they said, who are these people? They were coming in boats, and they called them the ants, because from afar, as they were up in their hills and saw these canoes landing on the shores with lots of people, they said, these people look like ants coming along. And so they named them the Inkrans. And so till today, the Gans are called Inkran, which means ants by the Ashanti. And this was around the 1600 period. This was at the time that the Europeans were also making their foray into Africa. So we know that at the time these Africans were coming from other regions, probably fleeing from Arab invasion from the north and all that, it was around the framework of the 1500s, 1600s. So what was happening in Africa then naturally was this territorial grab. The people were beginning to go into new territories. They were meeting people who were there in the territories. There was a little skirmishes going on, trying to establish your rights to the land. And if you came and you saw people there, for example, on the coast, these people were fishing, you were going into their fishing territories, or you were not respecting their fish. So there was a lot of these little skirmishes. But the thing about it is that these things were not large-scale wars that was being fought by the Africans. It was just war of expansions, wars of intrigue, and the Africans themselves will come together and will do what they say, eat fetish, make peace, make ways to live together. So I say all of this to begin to ask for us who are going to make this conversation to try to probe what happened between 200 years of Africans engaging with white people. Because the slave trade happened in Africa, not because Africans were selling slaves from one place to another. There is no account of Africans going to the Europeans and say, look here, we have this cargo of human beings that we want to sell to you. Neither was there any transaction that we know of between Africans themselves who fought and had captives of war going to each other and say, we want to trade these people for something. So I'm saying this to say that even the act of Africans being willing to sell and receive gains was a new paradigm that was being introduced into the African framework. I'm not saying the Africans did not own slaves, but the way they got their slaves was not through buying. It was you go to war, you capture some people, The women are absorbed into the household. The children are absorbed. The men are made to work for the person who owns them. And like the brother said, they worked not for life. They worked for a certain period of time. The African spiritual systems had codes and conduct as to how you treated these people. They were not full citizens of your land. They became second-class citizens, and you use them in war. And I don't want to give away too much because I want to come back and have the conversation. I just wanted to, again, introduce the idea that we are looking at something that happened in Africa that occurred over a 200-year period. To allow this, 200 years is 6 generations. So we also have to understand that the Africans who met the Europeans, it wasn't the same Africans who sold them to them. 200 years, that's grandfathering. So you may have relationships that were established with families. The Europeans came and left, came back and left for 200 years, buying and selling. And at that point, we hadn't gotten into the exchange of human beings because, like I said, between 1471 and 1619, there was no slave trade between no European, no records. The first slave trade happened with the Portuguese, bringing human beings from Angola to Ghana. So I would let this drop here, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you, my brothers and sisters.
Again, like everybody's in the comments saying, you come out with the gloves off. Thank you, sis. And I want to say this, what you just said about the first, after I believe at least 70% of us descendants of enslaved have that Portuguese DNA. Minute, but it definitely expresses that, they ran through us. Thank you, Rakoya. I appreciate it. That being said, I'm going to welcome Talib Adbar. Rahim, I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I apologize, my brother. Please, welcome. Tell me what you think about the conversation. What would you like to share or bring up?
Yes, thank you very much. Peace and blessings. I appreciate you inviting me, and I appreciate the panel of the contribution to history and the likes of this subject matter. And, also the people in the comment section, there's a lot of free minds here. Yeah. Of course, with respects due and without disrespecting anyone and their faith and their different understandings of, what they have as far as the actual happenings of slavery upon our people as African descendants and the likes of our ancestors that were actually taken from the continent. That, for myself, learning my history, also being a child of 2 African people, as far as descendant is concerned, my mother is from Honduras, so she's an African Spanish woman. Well, she's passed, but she was an African Spanish woman. My father was African American. So, of course, I learned from, tradition passed down and how in America, African or black people would teach each other about their history. And we learned from more in a sense of commercialism, dealing with like the movies and the media and what, like you said and mentioned, even in one of your other streams that I watched and was experiencing about how we have been shown by the people of our oppression, the Menzunga. I don't pronounce their names much, so if I'm pronouncing it correctly, forgive me. So we learned in that aspect, and as far as the pop culture, understanding roots, the movie Roots, and he brought Alex Haley brought a good portion of his life and autobiography connected with him being from Gambia and his family and connected with Kuta Kente. So we learned those, and as time went on, things were being awakened. We got to know a little more. But when I got to the point where I went further on my own, and with my mother being Afro, Spanish woman, she brought me more into the likes of Afrocentricity, and I even walked on the lines and the paths of Pan-Africanism and all the different aspects of that. So I learned a lot, but with my faith being, I happen to be Muslim, I learned that part, and all of it has been a puzzle for me. And with Islam, what I learned, and I respect everybody on the panel, But, you know, I did hear from Edward, and, you know, just to say, you know, to be honest, that, you know, there were some things that I didn't agree, of course, because I know my history as a Muslim. And as we come from different faiths, whether it's just spirituality or whatever, we're supposed to know. And most people, you know, spend time to learn about their own beliefs. So I know a lot more than the person who is not of the faith. So I can say much that a lot what was said was not correct as far as the history of Islam coming into the African continent, and also how it's depicted from different areas. This shows proof that you know, slavery is a phenomenon of mankind, period. So it's been practiced so many different ways and from different peoples. And as you mentioned, our own people in our own continent did it to each other, which wasn't really like a very vicious, or as we can say, harmful way of enslaving people. It was done for like servitude because of a time of maybe they did a crime, or there was a payment to a family that needed to be done from taking over the life of a family member or what have you. It was like a payment. Like you see in jail today in America, in different, they serve time and they work for it as well, you know, while they do it, you know, and it's like a payment. But that's what I've known and learned, even like with Zulu Nation, big, huge kingdoms that were going around the continent, and they were, you know, fighting each other. It wasn't as bad as when you know, of course, the colonializers came, and including the Arabs. But that on that point, with the Arabs, to be, and I'm going all over the place because I don't have that much time. I'm about to enter this plantation, if you know, the workforce, so I got to go to work. But basically, you know, it's so many areas. And with the Arab, again, back to point, and this is just for Edward, you know, the history, we got to understand, and we got to go on. We can't be biased with it. I mean, you might have a different faith, and we might have all different faiths, but let's get a good research like Rokaya had mentioned, and how she spoke about, and she wasn't like really subjective. She wasn't saying this did it, that did it, and everything else didn't. You know, no, everything did it. Every tradition,
we all played a part.
Religion,
we all played a part.
We all played a part, and we have to take that in consideration so we can know how to get from the bad past things that we've done as a people overall and move ahead and be better. You know what I mean? So basically, the Arabs, before they came in through, like I think he mentioned some ports that were good, through those cracks and crevices, I'm going to call it like that, as African ancestors were allowing them to come in through trade, maybe, because first there's a history that hasn't been put out there. When the first actual Muslims entered into Africa, it was not even over like attack and taking over and conquering. It was done for the likes of being what you call protected by the people when the belief was first coming to be known in Arabia. And it was in Ethiopia that this happened. And the king at this time, there was a ruler and a king that allowed them to come and take what do you call, asylum, as we can say it. And his name was Ajasi. Look into the history books, Ajasi. And he was one of the Ethiopian kings at that time. I can't go by the dates because, you know, it's too much to have to do with, and I don't have books in front of me right now. But pretty much you can find it if you want to, even if you want to Google it, you know. And he allowed these Muslims. It was some of the first companions of the Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, and they entered in peace. They didn't come in there conquering. They was like, we need asylum because our own people do not accept our faith. But you are a king who happens to have a faith that is in line with our faith, which was Christianity at the time. And it was called Coptic Christianity, I think, if I can remember. So basically they entered through that point in that time, and there's timetables to tell. And then after that time, the Arabs was already in there. So there was sometimes there was going to be good and bad, as we know throughout mankind. That would allow the freedoms they had and expansions that they had to go in, and through trade as well, because we leave that out. There was a lot of different beliefs that came in, not just because of conquering, because of also trade. Even what happened with Marco Polo when he went to Asia. He came there with trade, and he came there with art, and he came there with things to give to them. The missionaries that came to Africa first, they came there in a peaceful manner, but they were they were con men. And, you know, we learned this. So we got to bring those little pieces in. We got to get them all. We can't be biased, because if we leave things out, we're not going to have a what you call even balance of dealing with the issues that we have now. So that's just my position.
I agree. I agree 100%. I think we need to take it all out the closet. And you know what? When we do that, we'll realize that we're all to blame.
Yeah.
We're all in it.
Yeah. But that's my position. I mean, I don't have much time to go on too much long, but I'm going to sit and listen while I'm riding and get into work. But I appreciate it. I appreciate you allowing me to come in and keep up the good work. We're getting there. These kind of conversations get us more aware, and knowledge is the key to being able to know what we need to do, the work that we need to do. And that's just pretty much what goes out.
Yes, sir. I agree 100%.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you.
I know you want to respond, Edward. Go ahead. Can it be short so I can let?
Yeah. Basically, I don't know at what point you listened to my how I was stating it. I first used Hyksos. Now, Hyksos is basically Arabs, Ashkenazi Jews, and Europeans, basically, right? And Indo-Asians. Don't forget Indo-Asians as well. So that's like Chinese and Indians, right? So that was the first invasion. So when we pushed them away, they now came back as Arabs. There is no, even up to today, one of the military strategies is you first send spies before you send your army. There is no country that wants to invade another country that wouldn't have people who will tell them about the country, send people to tell them about the country before they bring their forces into that country. The spies are always there first, and then they send the information back to the country, and then the country then invades. So this is one part of strategy that we need to understand when it comes to Abrahamic religions, be it Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. All contact Black people has ever had with any of the Abrahamic religions was one that was an issue of conquering Black people. So it's not even a scenario where, oh, we were trading before. Yeah, you can trade. I can trade with you. Like, yeah. And then I start scoping out your house. Like, oh, yeah, I just came to buy some sneakers from you, you know. Then I start looking at it. He has a bag as well. Oh, my God, he got that bag. That looks expensive. Oh, he got a computer, you know. But I'm trading with you so that when I come back at night to rob you, I know you have a bag. I know you have a computer. I know you have a printer. And then I'll pick those up as well. So if you put this as a contemporary example with ancient back in the times, you can see that the first things that happen is always, hey, we're just here to trade with you because I don't know anything about you. So after the trading, it always was as good as almost immediately, then the wars started becoming. And then now you start seeing Africans in a situation where they had to convert to foreign religions and start speaking foreign languages. And then they were now used to do the same thing to other Africans. And we can see that even all the way into the slave trade, and then how it happened, like in the Americas, with, you know, the house Negroes and the field Negro scenario. So it's kind of like a cycle that continues. And I've been seeing in the comments, people are saying that, oh, West Africa, if you don't say what you have done to us, you sold us, and you'll never be great.
Let's reply to that later.
We're trying to make sure that we understand that everybody was involved. It wasn't a situation where, oh, one group of people sold another group of people out. That's not really what we're looking at, even from the DNA test, as to it happened with there's so many layers to it. And so I just wanted to address that and try and keep it as short as possible.
Thank you, Edward. We're going to come back to you, but I want to welcome everyone that didn't get a chance to speak. I have African Millennial, my sister. Thank you for being so patient. And then we have Truth Matters. Go ahead, African Millennial, and we'll tell me what you think about this conversation. What would you like to contribute towards it in reference to who sold who?
Hi, thank you so much for having this conversation. I really appreciate it. Can't wait to talk about this. I would like to first say that sometimes we just have to be careful about the access of resources that we're using to have some of these debates, because no offense, but if you're basing all your information on Wikipedia, then I don't think you really should be talking, because who wrote that article that you're reading on Wikipedia, right? I'm pretty sure it wasn't one of us who actually studied this and has an unbiased opinion. Last, what I want to say is that for the transatlantic slave trade, who sold who, I don't know specifically. If you're asking me which tribe, I don't know, because again, going back to my first point, some people will say this tribe did it, that tribe did it, this tribe did it. So I'll just say all tribes did it, okay? Just to make it easier, all tribes sold each other. Okay? Just to make it easier. In my case, for instance, I come from a tribe where I know my family were prisoners of war of another tribe. So can I sit here and say that, oh, my tribe didn't do it because it was done to them? I don't know. I don't have the person who could answer that question for me, unfortunately, because it's about 400 to 500 years later. What I'll say is how, if you're asking how did Africans let this happen? Well, I just said that I come from a prisoners of war tribe. So clearly there was probably already dysfunction within certain ethnic groups, certain tribes, and that dysfunction was dysfunction that the colonizers were able to use for their own benefit. So normally when I come to some of these spaces and I hear many continental Africans say things like, oh no, it's the white man that taught us hate, I have to sit there and say, actually, no, it wasn't. There was probably already hate. There was discontent. There was probably already some kind of dislike between certain tribes, and maybe certain tribes not following certain rules that certain kings or other people set out. But the colonizers didn't teach us hate. There was already some discontent with each other within certain things. And I can understand that because that's part of human nature. If somebody is doing better than you, if somebody looks better than you, if somebody is, let's say, one tribe, their men are taller and they're better looking than the other tribe, and then the women from that tribe all of a sudden go to that tribe because they say they want their babies to be cuter or more beautiful or taller, I could kind of see why these kind of things happen. Now, to Rekoya's point, I 100% agree with Rekoya, because some people don't really, they really don't sit there and think. The first colonizers came to Africa, right, around the 1400s. People weren't sold during the 1400s. People were sold during the 1600s. So how did that happen? Well, they had 200 years to integrate into our society. They came to our islands, our continents, nice. They came there. They integrated with us, they married us, they had children with us. So we have a lot of half-breeds or half whatever. We have a lot of half European, half Africans that were born during that time. So they came there and they took a lot of control of our resources, right? So we trusted them. They became part of our families. They melted into our cultures. Our guards were let down a little bit. And then I don't 100% know what happened, but what I think is at some point, this was their plan all along. And then, and then at some point they had access to our resources. And because we let our guards down, they sold us guns that were inferior to theirs. They sold us weapons, cannons, all these things that were inferior to theirs. So when it was time for them to do their work, it was easy for them to do it because we were already we already accepted them. And they had better ammunition, better weapons than us. So then at that point, it was too late. We did fight back. But like I mentioned, if our weapons were inferior to theirs, we weren't really winning. So I believe that's what happened. They integrated into our societies. We married them. We had kids with them. We trusted them. We took some of their religions. We learned their languages, obviously. We learned a lot of stuff from them. And then they were able to use our disorganization, I suppose, against us. So this is not about who sold who. We sold each other. there's many tribes, but just a short answer, that's pretty much what happened.
Boom. Okay, so African millennial thinks like I think. We sold each other. We sold ourselves. We did this to us. Okay, Truth Matters. Welcome. Thank you, sis. I truly appreciate it. Truth Matters, tell me what you think. I saw you shaking your head and your hands.
Yeah, because there's a lot of...
Tell me what your perspective is.
I'm not here to tell people what they said is not right or is wrong. But this is what I want to say. There is a slave trade before 1914. Before 1400, there was a slave trade going on in Africa, which they call Sahara slave trade. It started from Kano in Nigeria to North Africa to Europe. So the slavery already started before then, which even the first black people that were the record that they took as slave is Pope. The Pope asked for black people in Vatican. Slavery already happened in Vatican, that they were working there as a slave. And when the Pope told, what made the Portuguese came to Africa because Pope told them. And the first Portuguese to come to Africa was Vasco da Gama. You can Google it. Because it's not Africa they were going to India. They're looking for India, but the mistake end up in Africa. So when you look at Portugal, Portugal used to be part of Spain. So there was a slavery before 1400 that going on, which they call Sahara slave trade. It starts from, because when you look at Sahara Desert, there used to be a canvas from Kano in Nigeria. They used to take leather from Nigeria to Morocco. So from Morocco to Spain. Because even though when you look at it today, there are some West African states that fall under Spain, which is, when you look at what do they call it? When you look at the Seven Canary Island, is in West Africa. It's in front of Western Sahara, but they are part of Europe. They are part of Spain. So slavery already started before then. Because when you look at it, when the Sahara slave trade was started, when the Sahara slave trade started, they were buying people. Every region in West Africa, there was slave trade. So they were buying people, they were transporting them from North Africa to Europe. And after then, when you look at it, when they said slavery never started in Africa, the Roman Empire stretched from where? It stretched from Europe to where? To the border of Mali. From Europe to the border of Mali, that's where the Roman Empire stretched from. There is slavery going on because the cartilage, they are black people that live in today what they call Algeria. The Libyan people from Senegal, they had the one that live in Libya. That's where the name Libya come from. And after the Roman Empire, what come? The Ottoman Empire. During the Ottoman Empire, that's why the whole North Africa get mixed. The Ottoman Empire happened. So where is the Ottoman Empire? The whole North Africa to the border of Mali, to Niger, to Chad. That's Ottoman Empire. So the slavery is going on. The problem is we focus on Atlantic slave trade, but there is Sahara slave trade that stretch from Africa to Europe. Because when you look at Europe, it's not, Africans never step on that's not the first time. It's not 14 something or 16 something. The Europeans going to see Africa in their life. They've seen Africa like 10th century before then. Because you know why? When you look at the island Dublin, go and look at the history of Ireland or Scotland. Who are the people, inhabitants of that place? They are black Africans. They see habit on their money. Go and see Highland, they will tell you. They are black Africans. So that's why all the Queen of England, they have a lot of stuff even though they cover, because they have a black in their DNA, but they don't want people to know. Because when you look at Portugal, there was one time in Portugal, there was Morocco that ruled Portugal and Spain. And who are these people? They are mix of Berber and Senegalese and Yoruba, what do they call it? Fulani and Hausa from Nigeria. They are the one that went to Spain. When you hear Gibraltar was a colonel. When you hear the Highland, they call Gibraltar was a colonel of Senegalese mother, Barbara father. Is the one that went there, they conquered it. They were the one that ruled Spain for 800 years. So when people said slavery never or it started in what did they call it? No, slavery was started before then. There was Sahara slavery that they have the canvas, they transport people inside the desert. Because let me tell you something, a lot of Africans don't even know this. They think like Islam and Christianity are the first religion after African religion. Guess what? Today, people can research it. Or if you research it and you don't find me, call me a liar. Jewish was the first religion. The whole West Africa was Jewish. Before even the old West Africa, nobody knows this. If the old West Africa was Jewish wanted before the Islamic came, before the Christianity came, the old West Africa. How did the Jewish get to West Africa? Because the Sephardic Jew from Spain, they used to come to Morocco. Even Timbuktu, there is Jewish temple in Timbuktu before the Islamic came there. They have a rabbi in Timbuktu. Go if I'm researching. So when people say slavery already happened in every part of Africa, even in South Africa. Today, when you look at all the highland, the Indonesia already invaded all those islands, mixed with the Africans there. But we don't know, we don't see all this. When you look at Madagascar, when you look at the way people in Madagascar look like. But slavery been happening for a long time. And when you look at it, in 16, the first slave trade, what they record is what Europeans tell us, but the slavery already happened before then, because they call it Sahara slavery. They call it Sahara slavery because during the Sahara, there are canvas that goes from the whole West Africa. Trade with they trade with merchandise, they trade with people, they trade camel, they come from Morocco to come and buy stuff. They trade people, they move them all over Africa to Europe. And when you look at it again, in 16, the slavery wasn't start 200 years after 14 something, because Pope Pius or whatever already have slave black people in 1400 in Vatican City. He told them, he said, when they asked him, the people were walking. So people were jealous. You know how the racism started? There was no racism before. It was religion discrimination in Europe, in Spain that time. The Spanish are the one that introduced racism. It was religion discrimination. So the Vatican are the one that control all those places. Spain, everywhere. That's how they kicked the Moroccan. Because Islam was in Spain for 800 years. And how did Islam get there? From Africa. So when you now look at it, the Spain, when the Vatican, when the Pope asked for black people, when Pope went during the Roman Empire, when he went to Africa, when he was in Africa, in North Africa, they gave him black people as slave. 4 black people as slave. So he took them to Vatican. They started working from day and night. So everybody in Vatican, they were like, oh, where do you get these people they are working from? He said, oh, I got them from Africa. If you are jealous of me, you can go there and get them. You will get your home to work for you for free. You understand what I'm saying? This is before 14. This is in 1400. So when the Portuguese want to go to Africa to start slavery, they want to go and get what do they call it from Pope? It's Pope that hold them there and tell them it's okay, they can go to Africa to go and take slave from Africa. So from there, when you now look at 1600, because before slavery, don't let us focus on United States. Before the slave get to United States, the slave already been going to Caribbean island, right? The slave already been going to South America, to Central America, because the first in 1612 there was a boat that left Lagos, Nigeria, the Lagos, Nigeria, modern day Lagos, Nigeria now. There was a boat that left there with 150 black people, which is a Swedish boat. Went to today where we call Barbados, because a lot of people don't know this. All this country, even the British come overnight. The British are not the first one. The British are the last player in slavery. That's what people don't know. Because Sweden was in slavery before Britain. In 1612, they took the first 150 people, black people that took out of Africa, is from Lagos, Nigeria today. They took them to Barbados. In 1612, Barbados used to be colony of Sweden. Trinidad used to be under Sweden. Denmark used to, or what did they call it? People they took. Denmark is the first country to take slave from Ghana, not the Portuguese. Denmark. And where the Denmark took them to? St. Croix, American Virgin Island, St. John. Those who you see there, they are descendants of people from Ghana. That place used to be under Denmark before United States, before they hand over to United States. That's why when you go to Denmark, you will see in Denmark, they want to cover it up. They don't want to talk about slavery. But when people go against them, like they need to talk it. When you go to Denmark, you will see a statue of a black woman from Ghana that fought the Danish during the slavery. Was there. So slavery was been going on in Africa. So we can point that these people are the one. But the modern day slavery that they put on the record that it started in 1800, 1600, or 1700. No, slavery already started 100 years before then. Maybe they don't put them on the boat, but they walk them through the Sahara Desert and march them to North Africa. And from there, they take them to Europe. Because when you look at London, England, black people were already in London, England before. There was a time black people are more in London, England more than white. And in Portugal, when you look at Portugal, there's so many black people in Portugal, because when you look at all this country, they were not far to Africa. If you Google it, if you research it, you will see there's 7 islands in West Africa. They are under Spain, and it's in front of Western Sahara, the Canary Island, Las Palmas, Lanzarote, all those places. But when the Europeans want to write it, they said they never find nobody on the island. Even when you look at Cape Verde, when they come to Cape Verde, they said they never find anybody. So slavery been going on. It's what people just want to know, like Atlantic slave trade. Nah, slavery been going on before and it's not 1400 the Europeans come to Africa. They know Africans before then, because when you look at most European cities, they were named after Africans. When you look at California, what do you think? California is an African name. Is the name of California come from Pharaoh's daughter. When you look at Antes, Greece, Antes come from African name, from the ancient Egyptian. They are the one that discovered Greece. So how come slavery just started in 16 something? When the African discovered Europe, when discovered Greece, when the name Europe, where do you think Europe come from? Europe come from African name. It come from Queen Europa of Egypt during the ancient Egyptian. Europa, that's an African name. They are the one that named Europe. So Africans been, what did they call it? African. That's not, African never met white men in 14 something. They know white men before, because even in 1444 or 14 something, the Portuguese already came to Benin, doing what do they call it, business with the king of Benin. But when slavery started, it's after Pope authorized them to go to Africa to go and take their own slave. That's where the commercial slave big time started in Africa. Like that, the Europeans now.
Let me say this. I want to address a lot of what's coming up in the comment is that they want to know, like BB Rodriguez says, let's talk about who sold us to the Europeans to make our new home in the Americas. And
okay, you see that one?
Yeah, let's start from there.
Who sold who?
Sorry,
right?
I don't understand.
Yeah.
But like I'm gonna tell you, every ethnicity in Africa is a player in slavery, because you know why? Each ethnicity has a tribe. Like Yoruba people, Yoruba is an ethnicity, is a nation of different tribes. They have Yoruba in Yoruba. They have Gan, Ewe. They have Ondo. They have Oyo. They have different kind of people. So even though these people, they wage war against each other, they sell each other. They have Dahomey. They have a lot of they have Fan. They have Egun in Yoruba. So when you want to say who sells who, we don't know who sells who, because everybody are the victim and everybody are the players.
So everybody's hands are dirty.
Yes, so
everybody's hands are dirty. Yeah.
We can point fingers like this guy, even the guy, those who that help Europeans to raid their own Africans, they end up on the slave ship too. Because you know why? If you raid my village, guess what? We're gonna team up and come for you too. That's what happened. When the Fulani raid Yoruba land, Yoruba attack them back, they catch them and they sell them to slavery too.
You're right, because you're right. A lot of people say Fulani played a big part in the slave trade, but I have Fulani, I have Madinka, I have Mende. So all these people were also being sold.
Everybody being sold, and they are, what do they call it? When you look at it, the Yoruba Empire during the Oyo Empire, Dahomey is in the Oyo Empire. But what made King of Dahomey rebellious? Because he don't want to pay homage to the Oyo Empire. Oyo Empire is like a colonial master, right? Well, Oyo Empire started from Nigeria to Ghana, but because Dahomey don't want to pay, he started raiding all the Yorubas, all the people. Because in Dahomey they speak Egun, they speak Fon, but they are Yoruba, but different dialects. But the Dahomey king started participating in slavery. But guess what? When he participated in slavery, all the other villagers, they team up against him and chase him. Even in Lagos, when you look at the king of Lagos, King Kosoko, he's a slave trader. But the problem is, Europeans only write history that favor them.
Exactly.
To make you feel.
And that's why it's important for us to have these discussions, because then we could start to, sift through the lies and try to figure out the truth and make sure that the truth is what we're all hearing. I have two people that have not spoken. Okay. Let me let them speak, Edward, and then we'll come back to we'll do roundabouts. We have Tunija that joined the conversation. Tunija, welcome, my brother. Tell me what you think about this conversation so far, and what do you want to contribute? Tunija, are you with us?
Can you hear me now?
I can. Welcome.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks for having me. Truth matter. Thank you for triggering me to come in here. I didn't want to. I wanted to just sit by and watch, but okay. So about the actual topic at hand, if it wasn't so serious, it would be a comedy of errors that happen, and it tells you what happens in a house that is divided, where we just did a terrible job against each other. Yeah. So that is what happened. People sold each other, and during wars they capture each other. Instead of taking them as prisoners, they decide to sell them off. And they knew some of them knew what was happening, and others didn't have as much knowledge of what was happening. And in the end, we all paid a dear price for it. And from the description I've heard, you can't believe how efficient it was, because most of the work we did it ourselves. So then about contextualizing the whole debate, slavery, it happens all over the world. Whenever wars happen, that is what they do with the captives. They turn them to slaves. So let's not, sometimes we forget that is how the world functions. So in terms of this Saharan slave trade that was mentioned, it is true. It has been going on for millennia. Even in the olden days, it's been going on. But what he didn't mention was the reverse also happened. The Songhai Empire used to buy slaves from Turkey, and they bring white slaves. Even in Egypt, you see white people actually serving the darker Egyptians. So they take slaves from Europe just as much as slaves went from Africa to Europe. What didn't happen in the last 500 years is that it just happened in only one direction now. So that is a big difference. There was a time, even just around, during the time of Muhammad and all the rest of it, the Songhai Empire, I think they were Muslims, so it was after Muhammad. They were actually buying slaves from the north. And bringing them to this thing. They have even description of how they torture the slaves and all the white slaves that they have. So these things has been going on down the ages. So that is the part I will just add to what Truth Matter said. And the interaction between both sides, Europe and Africa, is been going on down the ages, and is natural. One other correction I would like to add is that the Roman Empire didn't extend to the border of Mali. It was very, very, it stopped somewhere in Tunisia, where Tunisia is now, northern Tunisia. That's where they stopped. They never made it that far. The only thing, the only part the Romans did was they sent scouts up to Niger, or I think Chad, somewhere Chad there, and they went back. They never made it past Coach.
When you say they sent scouts, you mean they sent our own people? Is that what you mean?
Oh, no, their own people. They just sent maybe about a party of about 20 men and to go and investigate, check the hinterland. They never made it past Kush because the Kushite queen fought against the Roman Empire, and they had to sign a peace deal with her. Literally, they gave her everything she wanted from that peace deal. So that is the point I would like to add, so that we are not just the idea behind it is that we are not kind of benign and we're just sitting by and all these things is happening to us. Africa was never benign. The opposite was happening, and we were pushing back. No empire actually made it up to Nigeria throughout history. It's because they made it using the ocean, and they came through and went into the belly of Africa, and that's how they penetrated Africa. When they were coming through the north, there is something about Northern Africans that don't take prisoners. You know, the Senegalese, the Kushites, and I think they call them Galavantes. I've forgotten what they call those ones in the desert. They are very tough. You can't get past them.
Correct.
So that was how Africa remained safe. Yeah, that was how Africa remained safe for such Tuareg. Yeah, they are very, very tough people. And these people, any invaders that want to invade Africa, they always stop them. Most empires in the world always knew Sub-Sahara existed. They knew Kush existed. They knew Kush communicated with other parts of Africa, but they couldn't get there because these empires that were in front of them didn't let them pass. But when the white people came behind the scenes, they went into Benin and got to Gold Coast and all those places, it was easy for them to rip us to pieces. And they were more organized. And since then, that was about 500 years ago till today, the reverse has never happened. So just to add context, what Truth Matter said is correct, but we are also getting white slaves come into Africa. They say it was almost like a two-way street whereby one side is not stronger than the other.
So
you see what I mean?
So basically, they were stronger than us.
It was 500 years ago they became stronger.
Okay.
And it's our fault. It's our fault because the Songhai Empire could have advanced a lot faster than they did because they had the inkling that there was gunpowder, there was cannons out there. They didn't do any research, they didn't do anything, and they just sat there and watched their empire get destroyed by cannons. They just sat there because they didn't innovate. They didn't want to learn new technology. They didn't want to learn anything, and they just let their empire get destroyed. And since then, Africa has never recovered again.
That's thank you for bringing that to the table because that's something that I thought about. I was like, just like where is he? FBA Nigel said, so who did Africans enslave and how did they lose to a minority? And I think you answered the questions. Your answer was that they were not innovative. They didn't try to keep up with the times and do what they needed to do to secure themselves, just like now.
Sorry, were you asking me?
Yeah.
So what was the question? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was reading.
No. You made a statement, and I think you've already answered the question, but I just wanted confirmed. FBA Nigel says, so who did Africans enslave, and how did they lose to a minority?
Okay, we didn't actually go and enslave Europeans, except you want to count the way what the Moors did in Europe. You can count some of them as some form of enslavement. Yeah. The Moors actually did a lot of damage in Europe. They literally decapitated the entire elite in Portugal in one night. In one day, they destroyed the whole Portuguese monarchy and aristocrats because they were so confident. They came into Morocco and they thought they were going to invade Morocco and defeat them, but they lost woefully. So, and then later on, before you know it, they went into Europe and conquered Spain, and that's a history now. So, if you are saying we enslaved them, I didn't go into detail to know whether there was slavery going on there, but they were conquered once. And in terms of how the slaves came into Africa, I wouldn't say that they were kind of enslaved. They were bought as slaves. That's their own people volunteered them, just like our people volunteered us. So their own people volunteered them, sold them to Africans.
The only thing I disagree with, is the fact that you said it was a natural thing. It was never a natural thing. It was very not natural to sell humans, but for whatever reason, we justify it because other people did it. People were eating people.
Oh, no,
people were killing people. Those things are not natural.
At that time, to them, it was normal. When you win a war, what do? Instead of killing them, you use them for labor. That is what they did then. So when our people went to like Turkey and somewhere in Europe, they see white people are Arab, they buy them and they bring them to Africa.
Right.
And they use them for all kinds of things, for labor, for military, for maids, and all kinds of different things. So it happens both ways. But there was not a nationalistic drive to enslave any non-African country. I've not had that before.
Thank you tonight.
Like that.
I appreciate it, my brother. And please stick around just in case someone have any questions for you. Twalib, I believe Twalib Abdur.
Raheem.
Raheem, thank you, my brother. Welcome back. Tell me what you wanted to share. I see you returned.
Yes, I just wanted to mention again, the point of the subject matter, which is very clear as far as what you put as, who sold who. And I think it was Millennium,
African Millennial,
who spoke. Yeah, she made a good point. She was mentioning about that we all partook in it. There, even the timetables, they therefore passed to understand what happened and to know what actually where the mistakes were made. Just like when you go into a case in a court, in a court case, the lawyer has to go and trace back the history of the crime that was made, so that therefore they can know, with that being evidence, of course, clear evidence, and then that's what I'm saying in relation to this talk. Some of the things that are coming out, I asked the question in the comment section about evidence in various areas, even especially because of my faith being mentioned, and I know from the history of my faith, I studied my faith, so some of the things were not clear, but we have to be careful where we're going and make sure that we're not like being subjective about who did, and this group did, and that group of beliefs or people did all alone. Let's make it clear that there was plenty of mistakes made on various levels, that various people did make various mistakes, from the non-monotheistic faith people to the monotheistic faith people, to the dark black Africans, to the light-skinned black Africans, to the Africans that was of Sahara, to the Africans that was in the north, the Africans that was in the south, to the Europeans that conquered the world and did the worst of it all. But, everyone is to blame. This is a human thing, human phenomena, like I mentioned earlier. So we have to, for us as African people of the human race, have to rise up above it. We have to utilize the mistakes that we made to go further. And that's what I think that the sister, you yourself, brought to this platform, to try to bring out the crimes that were done like a lawyer and deal with it, and then see what the solution should be into the future, inshallah.
Yes,
and that's my point. I appreciate you.
So much. I appreciate it. You got it exactly. That's my point for this conversation. It's important that you see, the thing about it is, it's like we weren't there, guys. We were not there. I was not the person that was put on the ships and drug across the oceans, and, and you guys were not the people that were grabbing up your brothers and sisters and putting them, putting them in chains and selling them. But we are the descendants, and if we are still not able to sit back and have an honest conversation and say, hey, I did this, my people played a part in this. And when I say my people, I mean our people, meaning that me being a descendant of the enslaved, I feel like my people played a part in selling, and you should feel like that too on the continent. We need to take responsibility for the mistakes we've made in history and understand that it wasn't a natural thing. It wasn't a good thing. They were doing it, but we shouldn't have been doing it, because this is where it brought us. And I think we're all starting to wake up to that reality that it didn't get us anywhere. And the sad part about it is, there's a lot of places in this world, like I said earlier, I'm from Haiti, and they still people still use human beings to do things as servants. They don't call them slaves anymore, but they treat them like slaves, and they do all the things that slaves do. And that happens in Africa, it happens in Haiti, it happens in the Caribbean. And if they could get away with it, it would be happening here as well. Because I was in New Jersey when it happened to me. But one more person before I let you go on, okay? I know you want to respond, Edward, but we have Angela. I have to let Angela speak. They've been very patient waiting. You can't see, but I can see them being patient. So, Angela, tell me what you think about what you've heard so far, sis. What would you like to contribute? You're on mute, sis.
Hi, sisters and brothers.
Welcome, Angela. Oh, looks like you connect your devices. You're still there, but your device is not connected. But okay, so that being okay, are you back? Can you hear us, Angela? Hey, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, now we can hear you. Welcome to the conversation. Tell me what you think.
Welcome, everybody. How are you guys? Well, I've been listening to everyone speaking, and I'm just a simple woman, offspring from my forefathers who was born in Jamaica. I've always, at the beginning you said how angry you were, and all my life I've been angry about slavery. And the reason for my anger was, it's only when I was, I think, 16 years old that I knew anything about slavery. I started to learn that my forefathers are from Africa. I started to learn that we weren't really originally from Jamaica. I came to England when I was about 10 years old. I knew nothing at all. We weren't taught in school. No one mentioned it. I remember the first time I met an Ethiopian in England. I think I was about 17 years old, and he was talking about where he came from, and I was really interested. I went and I asked somebody, well, where is this Ethiopia? I mean, I asked him, he was telling me, but I said to my mom, where is this place? She knew nothing. I said, Mom, but we're African, we're all African, he's saying. He said to me, we have nothing to do with Africa. At that stage, I was really shocked that my own mother, who was quite educated, could say something like that. And from then on, I just started to read anything that I could get hold of. I even started to meet Africans. I had more African friends than I had West Indian friends, because I got so intrigued by Africa. Even when I started college, and they asked us to write an essay where we would like to go when we finish studying, my essay was, I would love to go to Africa. Even then, I knew nothing about Africa still, not the little bit that I knew. And then it happened that after having my children, married, divorced, and everything happened, I met some Ghanaian friends who we got close, and I went to Africa in Ghana with them for the first time. And I remember when I got off that plane and I stepped on the ground, something happened to me. I felt this feeling inside, and I remember I touched the ground and I started thinking, oh my goodness, this is Africa, the smell, everything. I felt like I was home. I felt I was home. And then I met somebody in Africa, and I actually married him because I wanted to be so connected to Africa that I felt if I had the name, if I could change my name and be called, and I married someone who called Nasa Owusu Bempa. And from that day, I felt so proud because I'm now Mrs. Nasa Owusu Bempa. Anyway, that's another story. But brothers and sisters, I'm telling you this because what I'm trying to say, a lot of us may not know the history, but we can feel it in our soul when we meet each other. I remember a Muslim lady in Africa when I met her in Ghana, she said to me, "Where are you from?" And I told her. She said, "Oh, I didn't know that there were people that came from my country that was in other countries." And I tried to explain to her. She knew nothing. That was when I realized I wasn't the only naive one. Mm-hmm. Even Africans, when you spoke to them, they knew nothing about us.
Yeah.
Any chance I got, I would try to speak to any African just to find out what Africa was like, what the food was like. But you know something? Even then, I would get locked down by some of my African brothers and sisters. I was in love with this place, but they weren't in love with me. Because when I spoke to some of them, it was like, "But you're Jamaican." I said, "Yes, but from what I've been reading, my forefathers are from Africa. So therefore, I'm African, I'm from Africa." They would say to me, "No, you're not African." I've got 2 sons, and I taught them in the home that you're African prince. You're African princess. I've got 3 daughters, so 5 children in all. And I've always taught them that you're African, your blood is African. But when they say to an African that I'm African, the first thing they're told, "You're not African." Not because they're trying to be nasty, I don't think. It's because the knowledge of us is so vague to some Africans.
They're disconnected from us.
That they still don't some of them, I'm not saying all our brothers and sisters around, they still don't accept because they have no knowledge. So the basic, what I'm saying, we need to learn more about each other. I spoke about the anger that I had at the beginning. My anger was, I wanted so much to be African, to be accepted, but no one would accept me. All we want is acceptance. It's no point everybody's getting on here and saying, "Oh, it's that one that was responsible." We just want someone to say, "We are responsible. We are all responsible." Stop trying to blame this and blame that and put it on everybody else. You know, it sounds like Adam and Eve when Eve plucked the apple and ate it in the garden. And
it was the woman you gave me.
They passed the buck.
Yeah.
We've been doing that for centuries and centuries. Why can't we stop that now? And the only way we can heal is by every African accept the fact that we are all, as you said before, Gina, it's not me, it's not you. It was our forefathers.
This thing happened to all of us. It happened to us.
But if we don't start by saying, yes, it happened, and stop feeling that, "Oh, not my country did not have anything to do with this. My country," we all the countries, African countries, you know, Africans usually say, "Oh, but there was always slaves." Yes, in Egypt they had slaves. In every country, I think they had slaves. Before Christ, they had slaves. In the Bible, it spoke about slaves. But do you know they weren't treated the way we were treated? It wasn't that type of slavery. I was also told by an African from Nigeria that when they used to fight wars in Africa and they capture people, they were used as slaves in the other cultures. I don't know how true that was, you know. But, you know, guys, we need to just accept that our forefathers were all guilty. And even now we can see sometimes the greed, that our people are very greedy when it comes to money, when it comes to having. And I think that's what drove this thing to carry on as it had. It's the greed.
And I think I'm happy you said that, because you see, I truly believe that it's the same thing that's dividing us today, off continent, on continent, especially on continent, is greed.
Exactly. And also, even now in England, you see the separation. You go to a party I go to quite a lot of African parties. As I said, I've got a lot of African friends. And within that party, it's mainly African. Sometimes I'm just the only Jamaican that is there. And as soon as I'm in a crowd and I'm speaking, and some may realize I'm Jamaican, they don't really want to talk to me anymore. I go to a Jamaican party, if there's Africans there, you see the difference. We are all so afraid of each other. I love the fact that I can say I'm African. I need no one to tell me I'm African because I feel it within my soul, within every vein in my body. I'm African. I don't have to be born there because my blood comes from my forefathers. I am African. And sometimes I feel that I'm more African than the African that was born there. I am African, my brothers and sisters. My sons are African. My daughters are African. And I've been to Ghana and I love it. It's wonderful. So let us all just talk and change this thing that is going on between us. I can see a lot of African brothers around here. Brothers, we just need to accept that we are all one and stop blaming each other. That's all we need to. And until we stop blaming, there will never be a change. It's just, okay, we are all now diasporan and we are going back to Africa. I want to go to Gambia. I'm a teacher and I would love to teach there, and I'm planning. I'm supposed to be retiring soon, and my plan was to go to Jamaica. I told Sister Gina this, but I've been having this calling, this push to go to Gambia and do what I can do. Not because, and I want to learn from them. I'm not just going to be giving. I want to learn the African culture. I want to learn the language. You know, I tried to learn Tree when I went to Ghana, but I'm no good at language. But I have to be there. When I was there, it was much better. Once you're in the country and you're speaking and people are speaking to you, you learn it easier. So I want to be there. But whether I'm accepted or not, I don't care. I am African. I am African, sisters and brothers. Back to you, Gina. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my sister, and I appreciate you so much. I agree with you 100%. So we're going to get back on the panel now. I know you had some questions or you wanted to make a comment, my brother. Edward, tell me, what's on your mind? I know that you wanted to respond to a couple of folks.
Yeah, I love what the sister that just finished speaking was talking about. A healing process is what we need. I think that's very important with this conversation because a lot of the comments I'm seeing probably from Bebe Rodriguez is saying things like, on the African continent, they know what happened, but they're just hiding it from us. It's kind of like a secret thing. Not necessarily correct. And as a matter of fact, that's not true. We don't really keep anything from anyone. The reality is this, right? As much as we would want to say every ethnic nationality kingdom participated in the slave trade, it's a broad sense of it all because some ethnic groups did not participate. Some ethnic groups were removed from that world, to be honest, and were able to fortify themselves. They did not have massive attacks from Europeans. The Europeans ended at certain places. They weren't able to get to it. I know Truth Matters is saying everybody participated, but that's not entirely true. Like for me, my ethnic nationality kingdom did not participate in slavery. I have never met any of my uncles or my grandparents or anyone who would tell me, hey, you know, like there was a slave trade, the Atlantic slave trade in specific. The Atlantic slave trade in specific.
Mr. Edward,
yeah,
you are from northern part of Nigeria. So the northern part of Nigeria, you are from the middle. The northern part of Nigeria are part of the slavery. They raid everywhere. So everybody raid everybody. Don't let us what they call it. Everybody. It happened.
So
maybe technically or not.
Can I finish my statement, right?
One person at a time.
Right? Can I, Truth Matters, I am from the middle, and the north was from the middle all the way into Niger, Chad, right? When our civilization was peak, right? At that time, we were never Muslims or Christians. And and me being a custodian for my ancestry, we never sold slaves to Europeans. As a matter of fact, we fought against the British. We fought against the English because our civilization went all through Benue. We actually ambushed the British, killed the British, and then they went to reinforce. We stuck their heads on spears, and then they went to reinforce and came and conquered us. By the time they conquered us, when they went to the Muslim northerners, what happened was they said, "Oh, you have conquered our enemies, so we are not going to fight against you." That's where indirect rule came to be born. There are two things that the English learned from Nigeria. The two things was one, camouflage. Camouflage was how my ancestors fought against them. They disguised themselves with the forest and everything. When they came in the middle, ambush. Three things, also ambush. We allowed them come in, they wear their red jackets. And when they came to the middle, we massacred them. So when they went to reinforce, then they were able to conquer us. When they went to the Muslim Northern Caliphates, they were already fighting wars, Islamic, and what do they call? What's this Islamic wars that they fight? I've forgotten the name now. Jihad. They were already doing jihad against us, right?
Okay, so let me.
Now,
I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying, because you sometimes go. I'm sorry. Are you saying that you feel like your people were not involved, could not have been involved in the slave trade?
Is that what people were not? Were not involved in
what people are these exactly? What's the name of the people?
My people is Nok. Like, okay, basically.
But
what's the tribe name?
But the Nok and the Nupe, the Nok and the Nupe are cousins. The Nok and the Nupe, they are cousins. And Nupe read Yoruba land. So the Nok and the Nupes are cousins.
Nupe, Kanuri, Jukuns. Those are the ones that were involved with the slave trade, not the Nok. Now, the Nok, if you see the Nok, right? Nok is one village, right? But they found the oldest artifacts in Nigeria in that village, right? But all the ethnic nationality kingdoms around it makes the entire civilization, because virtually every land has the same artifacts, right? And the people are still on this land. Now, for a fact, a fundamental fact is this. We fought against the British conquered us. They went to meet the Muslim northerners who were younger, because there's no civilization in Nigeria right now that is older than the Nok, right? They met those guys, and guess what those guys said? Hey, you fought, they've been doing this jihad war against my people, and they never conquered us in any war. So now the English conquered us, and what happened was when they got there, they said, hey, you fought against our enemies. So guess what we'll do, right? We'll do indirect rule. We don't want any English person on our land. Go down to the south. That's where the Yoruba people are, and the Igbo peoples are, the South people are. And then whatever you need, you let us know, and we'll send it to you. This is where it gets very interesting, because the English were making sure the Islamic Caliphate in the north was stable. And each time my people were trying an uprising against them, the English would come and smash it. And each time they were smashing it, guess what was happening? They were sending raids to enslave my people and take them away. And this is from my actual, elders talking to me about this stuff. So then, once you look at that situation of that story, these guys fought against the English. They got conquered. They went to the Muslim Northerners, and then the Muslim Northerners did an indirect rule. And then the English, when they were leaving Nigeria its independence in 1960, this is where it gets very interesting. They gave 3 ethnic nationality kingdoms out of 250 different ethnic nationality kingdoms power. The Muslim Northerners, they gave them political power, which is the born to rule, because they told them indirect rule. They told them, well, anything you want, we'll send to you. You want slaves, we'll send that to you. You want and gold, you want anything with send to you, right? The Igbos were traders. They're good with trading. And then the Yorubas were like, oh, you guys like to read intellectual stuff. Well, make sure we put a port. That's where the Apapa port comes.
So Edward,
something.
You're just not sure. It's okay if you're not sure. I'm not sure either. Like I'm not sure. Let me say this. I'm not sure.
This one is
If I am a descendant of enslaved, I'm not sure if my people that were sent across the oceans had anything to do with selling people before they were taken and sold themselves. So we're not.
This here is me saying not every ethnic nationality kingdom on the African continent participated in the Atlantic slave trade.
Okay, so your position
we're talking about West Africa.
Kind of obvious.
Yeah, even in West Africa.
But Mr. Edward, I have a question for you.
Can I say something?
I have asked this question. You're not just saying something. You're reading a whole, like
Mr. Edward.
It's long, let me respond, and then it could be a dialogue. Yeah.
I have a question for you. Do you know the knock?
I'd like to say something after this.
Okay, after Truth Matters is going to be Rokoya, and then I'll give you an opportunity. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Edward, this is what I want to tell you. You know, the Yoruba territory, technically, when you go back to history, even before the British came, Yoruba territory stretched to Niger, this Niger state, Bida. So the knock in between that place and the knock and what do they call it? The knock and what do they call it? Nupe. They were in that area. So, and when you look at technically, knock related to Yoruba. Nupe are related to Yoruba. If you look at it technically, they're related. So they were fighting among each other and capture each other. There was internal slavery. We're not talking about there was internal slavery that they sell each other.
You're talking about, you're asking me a question, right? Now,
yes,
the oldest civilization is the Nok. It's not the Yoruba. Yorubas, Benin, like when you look at the iron smelting in Nok, they're already doing sculpting, they were doing iron smelting, I think like 1,000 years before Benin or Yoruba. So it went downwards to the coastal regions. Because we're already fighting.
Yes, but the Nok are related. What I'm saying.
Let's make something clear, right? Is when you look at Islamization and jihadism, right, you will actually be able to see that some of our descendants said, you know what, we can't be fighting this war all the time because that's why there is a middle belt in Nigeria. That's why Islam, if you look at Islam, how Islam hit, it stops. We practically stopped it in the north, right? And then it jumps over us, jumps over all the middle belt, and then it lands in the south.
Okay, so
it lands in the south. So that's why you'll see from Kogi, you start seeing Muslims, and then in the south. Anyways, there was something I wanted to address about Europe. What you mentioned about Europe, right? I'm coming back to this, and what I wanted to address is when we Africans were in Europe, it wasn't slaves. We actually went to Europe to colonize Europe and teach them things. We taught them how to bath. We built their schools for them.
But we're not talking about Europe. I don't want to get sidetracked.
No, because you said that earlier, so I just wanted to put that as a side note. And that's why we're monarchs, and that's why you see Blackie boys. And
that was probably part of the problem. Those of us that went to Europe forgot who we were and came back and was doing all kinds of stuff we shouldn't have been doing in Africa, thinking that we were Europeans, just like today.
Yeah, and in Europe, we used to ask for 1,000 blonde. That is our Africans who were in Europe would ask for checks 1,000 white girls, blonde hair, blue eyes. And they had to be virgins. So we were intermarrying.
Okay. I have to stay on this topic because it's so important.
This is just a side note for him, right? So now,
Edward, are you serious right now? I know you're here. I'm not doing the big
stop, and then let us absorb what you're saying, and then we'll come back. Please, I think
he's right anyway.
Yeah, you're going to just take it on another tangent and give us a chance to talk, okay?
I have a question.
Okay, thank you, my sister.
I love Edward. Edward is something. He's good.
Yeah, he has a lot of information. Give us a minute to take it in, and then we'll come back with some questions. So I really just wanted to jump in, and I want us to come back to the topic because it's very important that we all leave this conversation with maybe a more nuanced understanding of what happened. I think at this point, it's a moot point for any West African kingdom to say with a clear conscience that I don't think my tribe was involved. I don't think that is honest, because at the time of the slave trade, there was such a flow of people back and forth, and tribes were not homogenic. The tribes had different subgroups within the tribe. So, for example, if you talk about the Yoruba, which Western thinking thinks it's one big tribe. No, within the Yoruba, there are different language practices, there are dialects, the territory is vast. And the way the kingdoms maintained their territory was through sub-chiefs who were either people that they had conquered and absorbed into their territory, or different people who paid tributaries to the kingdom's central government. So the Yoruba kingdom was very vast. And so what you will find is that there are within the Yoruba identity, there are kingdoms that were slave raiders, rabid slave trade, and then there were people who were victims, same Yorubas who were victims. And that is the honest truth. Now, when we talk about the various tribes, I want this to be very clearly understood. In the hierarchy of slaving, there were tribes who raided. They brought their raided people to be exchanged with other tribes who were middlemen. Then there were other tribes who were middlemen to the Europeans. So every tribe's hand touched the slave trade at some point. So even in the hinterlands where we say that, our people didn't have any engagement with the Europeans because we were so remote from the coast. Hey, it was the people who were actually in the hinterlands who were raiding their own enemies and bringing them down to be sold to middlemen who gathered territory. Before you moved the slaves from the north to the coast, you paid tributary to tribes who knew what was going on. They saw you move captives into their land, and these captives were then exchanged at the same. So again, when I'm saying that every tribe has a hand to play, so no tribe can say they were not. I want to give an example, and that may make it even more understandable. I'll use Ghana and Togo and Nigeria because that's where much of my research comes from. I'll tell you something. In the 200 years that the Europeans were on Africa, they were doing a lot of trading, but they were also doing a lot of intelligence gathering. In that period, they understood who the power brokers were in Africa. They knew that in the Ghana territory, the Ashantis were a force to deal with. On the coast, there were the Ewes, people we call the Anglos. The Anglos are a subset of the Ewe tribe. These were people who were on the phalanges, the eastern coast of the Yoruba Empire. These were also emerging, the Fon. So guess what? Yeah. For 200 years, the Europeans worked at minimizing the power of these tribes. These were the tribes that could have been the hegemonies that could have maintained a military basis which could fight the Europeans, but they weakened these tribes. And there's so much historical information out there. The various tribes that fought, the Europeans fought the Ashantis, aligned with the Ashantis' enemies, fought the Ashantis. Alliance here fought the Anglares.
I don't want to let this slip by. But somebody please turn off your echoing. Whoever that is, I hope I turned it off. Okay. So what you're saying is that they went, it's like they played chess. They went and looked for the strongest tribes to get out first.
Exactly. Because, Sister Gina, the Europeans, when they came to America, in the 1400s, they were actually developing the blueprint for colonization. They used the same divide and rule tactics that they used to clear the North American Indians of the land. They used the same tactics in Africa. That is why I started the conversation by saying that actually, brother, truth matters. You took, I think you took some issue with my dating, but this is based on historical.
No, Sister Okoye, I'm not. No. I
want to correct the point because I really just want to make sure we understand this. See, we tend to caricaturize Africa when we do not input humanity into what was going on, and this is what I'm trying to do, to give us a human face. We're trying to understand what happened. And what happened is what I'm trying to express, that there were some powerful kingdoms already. These kingdoms had their own structure. They had their own tributaries. They had people that they controlled centrally. And this was prosperous. It involved servitude, because at that point, like I was saying to my brother, there was no slave markets where they're selling people. I dare anybody to tell me before the 1500s, the slave markets in West Africa, that where people were bringing slaves and saying, sell. What was happening? You went to war, you conquered people, you enslaved them, they became servants to you. Either you maintained them in their territories, but the hierarchy was established because they paid tribute to you. They would, at the end of a year, they would take 10 people from their tribe, the woman, they'll bring 10 virgins, firewood, gold. And then what they did, the overlords would marry into the family so that they weaken any opposition to them. When they brought those 10 girls that we would call slaves, these people were not enslaved to work. They would marry them off to the sons and some court people in the court, so that what the overlords were doing was to make sure that there was no chance that the people they conquered would come back and fight them, because now they had children born to the enslaved and then the property. This is stuff that is actually researchable about every African tribe. You can take the tribes and go back. So what I was saying, in the 200 years that happened, the Europeans got a good understanding of how the socioeconomic structure of West Africa. They knew the tribes that were controlling the whole trade. And like I said, the Ashantis were one part of it. Then when you moved eastwards, you would find the Fon Kingdom. The Fon Kingdom had not been formed yet. They were formed in the 1700s to fight the Yorubas. But why did they fight the Yorubas? Because the Yorubas were humiliating them and fighting them and conquering them. And so the Europeans weakened the stronghold. And if you read any history, I have so much bibliography that I'm willing to share. You would understand that the major powers that could have been major opposition to the Europeans were weakened. Now, when they were weakened through all kinds of devious strategic, and I mean, I'm not ashamed to say the Africans were over-strategized, because that is what happened. Then came the power of the gun. And I tell you this, that some of the tribes did this with greed, and I'm going to say they did. But some tribes had no choice, because it was a situation in which a gun provided power to somebody who did not have power before. So if you needed to maintain your power, you have to have a gun. And I found this out. One of the reasons the Africans were forced into this, a lot of Africans were in debt. Because when the Europeans came and they said, we have credit. This is what I want to, it was credit. They would say, we're giving you your gun package in credit. If you can't buy it with your goods, here, take 500 guns. When we come back, you pay us. When they come back and you don't have the money, your thing was, our payment is slaves. Our payment, you will pay for this with human cargo. And so if you understand, and again, I'm trying not to make it seem like Africans had clean hands. No, that's not what I'm saying. They are as human beings as any. But with the research that I did, trying to understand, like I said, why this thing happened, you begin to understand that some of these kingdoms had no choice. For example, the Fon Kingdom, when they actually sent slaves out, the war general would speak to the slaves. If the slaves came from their language speaking group, they would go and say, you are being made as sacrifices to save our nation. This is documented. So anyone who knows anything about the Dahomey kingdom, and like somebody talked about Afonja and Beazen, the last king, they would actually go and say, without guns, our nation is nothing. So you people are going to sacrifices to ensure the continuity of our nation. This is also documented. That's one aspect of it. Now, I'm going to close off by giving you an example, because this is important. There's a war that was fought between the Danes and the Anglo-Ewes. This particular tribe that I said were one of the most powerful ones that the Europeans actually decimated. And in the year 1784, there was a war between the Danes and the Anglos. And in this war, this was because the Ewes did not want the Danes on their land. Every time the Danes tried to build a fort, they would go and destroy the fort. If you read any literature in which Europeans describe this tribe, they call them savages, they call them ruthless, they call them rebellious, because they were one of the African tribes that fought Europeans to the end.
Which tribe was that again, Rokoya? I'm sorry.
They are called Anglo, A-N-L-O, but they're a subset of the Ewe tribe. So they move all the way from the Volta region of Ghana all the way to the borders of Dahomey. These people were powerful. So in 1784, they fought this war, and I'm going to tell you what the war was about. They beat up a Danish guy called Eilbert. This Danish guy, they all called the Swallow because he looked like a swallow. They did not respect him because he tried to use his power of being the white over the Anglos, and they beat him up and took all his goods. So the Danes attacked the Ewes. When they could not win, they went to other tribes and bribed them with guns to come and fight the Ewes. And in this war, the Ewes, they actually lost. But they did not lose because they were powerless. They lost because other tribes helped the Europeans to fight them. And this is what happened. I want you, Gina, and my friends to hear. When they lost the war, the Danes forced them to sign a treaty. In the treaty, the Danes took all the sons of the royal family and the daughters, kept them as hostage in their fort, and said to them, if you ever attack us, your children will be sold into slavery. Secondly, these people were fishermen. They were a coastal tribe that could not, they were fishermen. The Danes said, you will never go onto the sea to fish for your livelihood until you got permission from us. So the people were humiliated. So this is history. The Danes also told them, you cannot bear guns and fight any of your enemies, or we will attack you. And furthermore, after they were so humiliated that the first brick that the Danes used to build their fort, which today is on the territory that many of my diasporan brothers go and see, they find that this was the first time that the Danes, after they had humiliated these Anglo people for 200 years, fighting them, they took over their lands. And guess what? They still got to sell their children into slavery. So this is a story that is documented in the colonial history of Ghana. And anybody wants the details, I'll give you more. I wanted to read this to show you that Africans did not go down with their hands down. There were tribes that were fighting. There were tribes that were being weakened, because this is what the Europeans discovered. If you go into a place, you look for the weakest link, you destroy their weak link, weaken them, and then you can have your say. So I want to, at this point, give others a chance to talk. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, I agree, Rokoya, 100%. A lot of our ancestors did fight. But of course, we're not going to see that in history, where they would not record that in history.
Exactly.
Trust me, a lot of our forefathers, a lot of our ancestors on continent, off continent, did fight and fight hard. Mm-hmm. So just like today, they trash the Haitians. They say a lot of awful things. They say, they call us the shithole country. Yeah, the same thing goes with the the history of our ancestors, you know, fighting back. I know they did in Senegambia. I know they did in the Congo. That's why they went so hard at them, because they were not just humbling to what was happening to them. We fought. It's just not recorded. But,
thank you.
Thank you, Rakoya. I appreciate that. Okay, so Re-Empire, you've been kind of quiet. Do you want to say anything, or are you just listening right now?
Thank you, Jenna. I even thought you forgot about me. Anyway, okay, I'm just enjoying the conversation. Like, you know, I think Africa, like our history is, we have long way to go. Like listening to my two brothers and the sister who was talking, like there is always conflict story. There is always story that will like, I don't know where to believe. You understand? I don't want to against someone's, you know, story, or I don't want to support someone's story, but you know, it's all confusion. Like this shows how, you know, how destroyed, you understand, how you know, how we are deep into problems. Like African ourselves, African on the continent, Africa in the diaspora, like our real story is not yet known. Like we don't know.
Yes.
Everybody come up with something that you think.
We know a little bit. Yes.
We all know a little thing about ourselves. So we have a long way to go. But you know, the fact of the matter is like we lost the battles. You understand? We controlled me. That's what I believe. I don't read this from any book. I cannot even read that much. I can read Arabic and English, but I don't like to continue reading because I don't know what to believe and what not to believe.
It's hard. It's hard because they've lied to us, and there's so many lies out there. But the truth is out there. We just have to figure it out.
Yes, especially African. Like, you know, I was born on the continent. Like, I went to Arabic school. You understand? And then after graduating from Arabic school, then I later went to English school. So I learned different things from different, like, it's really confusing. But the last thing I would say before going, like, we must take the responsibility. We must know, like, it happens. Yes, we are all warriors. That's what, you know, when we are still like this, I just imagine the image of our ancestors. That's what I give to each and every one of us here. We lost battles. We controlled this world. We were powerful. We were people who, like, whole world, the Western world was afraid of, but we later lost our power. So let no one come here trying to defend your region or your tribe or whatsoever. Whatever happens, happen. We have victims. We are all victims. At the end of the day, you cannot come here telling me this or that. We are all victims. But the scary part is that, like, in Africa, like, it's so sad, you know. We don't know, like, you know, the pain of Africans in the diaspora. Particularly, you know, let's say America at this moment. Like, people don't know, like, we have our own, you know, our own personal problem as African born in the continent because of colonialism. Like, the same thing happening there, but we don't know our power, Africans in the continent.
Yeah.
Until Africa is free, I mean Africa, the continent. Until Africa, the continent is free, there's no black man in this world who will be respected.
Say that again, Re-Empire. Until Africa is free, what did you say?
Until Africa is free, the continent Africa, until it's free, there will be no matter where you are, no matter, you know, what position you hold, you are rich, you are poor, wherever you are in this world, you will not be respected and you will not be protected. Nobody. So the powerhouse is in Africa. But we have problem long time ago. Africans in the diaspora is just these few days are coming back home. We have very few people who are even accepting to to be an African.
Mm.
People are struggling to accept that fact because we see it as something, you know, it's shameful to be an African. Especially if you are born outside Africa. Majority of people never want to accept that fact. But I'm happy that we are waking up and we are understanding from different angles and we are ready to come back to settle in our homes. There is our base. Everything we should do is inside Africa. Yes. No matter where you know what, you can have whatever, you can have billions, you can have companies, you can have whatever outside Africa. It's not beneficiary to black race. It will not, like, it's useless to black race. It's useless to the struggle of black people, no matter where you are. So calling you coming home, like, it's very, like, I take this personally, you know, I feel it. It's sad, you know. So I think I will stop here. You know, the last thing I wanted to say is, like, you know, African in the continent, we have a problem. It's not like we allow things to happen and we don't want to rescue our people who are suffering in the hands of West. But we are also in a problem because they took generation. I believe that generation should prepare after generation, like this generation should prepare the generation after
the next generation. Yes.
Mm-hmm. The generation that should prepare for us has been stolen. Then that gap is still there. That wound is still in Africa. They stole those who can build, those who, let me say, you know, constructor, how to say, like, let's just use occupation. Like, you know, they stole people who can build. They stole people who are powerful, who are strong. Because if you take young people, strong people who should build their nation away, that nation is in big, deep problem. Africa is still in that problem.
Wow. I don't know if you guys just heard what my brother said, but by going to Africa, and it goes along with what Rakoya said, they maneuvered like chess. They went in there and they hit the strongest of us. They took away the most skillful. They attacked us like they were playing chess, y'all. We were all affected, all of us, even those of us that didn't get taken away with the ships. Go ahead, Re-Empire. I know you want to close out. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's, you know, it's sad. So if you know, African descendant, or let me say African diasporans, have very, like, significant role to play in the black story. You know, in this struggle, in this fight. It's a logical fight. Like, you don't necessarily need to go out to physical fight or other. You know, it's a logical fight, but your role is very significant. You coming back is very significant. It's very important because you are the one that they took from us. So your gap is still there. So the moment they took that group, like, the generation after, like, Africa have adopted this culture that you have to work today and eat today. Nobody is there to build for the future. Like, nobody is struggling to build something for the future because, like, the generation that they took, the harm, the problem that it brings in, like, on the continent, it pushes us to do things right now and eat it right now. To build house right now, enter there right now. Nobody is thinking about future. Nobody. So your part is very important. Like, come home. The only thing you will do, like, and, you know, I don't know whether it's my auntie or, you know, one sister said here, like, whether African accept her or not, she's an African. This is what I love to hear.
Angela, yes.
They don't want to accept me. Come on. Claim your responsibility. Feel like here is my home. I love her word. That's what she said. No matter, let me be very clear to you. Like, there are people who will not be happy to see you there. That is fact. That's the truth. But you have many people who are ready to welcome you, because the people that don't want to welcome you, like, some don't know who you are. They don't know your mission, because the story, the history have been totally wiped out from our faces. We don't know anything about you. So we have few of Africans who are ready to welcome you because they know what you are going through. They know how important you are to that continent. Then don't come there to cry this, that we need. No, you are not going to have everything in Africa. I was in Africa. I came, not even 1 week ago. I came on Sunday, if I remember. Yeah. No, I came here on Tuesday. So I know I can still see the problems everywhere. But you are not going to cry. And the second one, I will tell you, if you go to Africa, don't allow Muzungus to steal your feeling, your joy. Don't be afraid to see white people in Africa. Come on. People have this anger in them, like most of African diasporans. If you go to Africa, you see a white lady or a white man, it totally destroys your day. Don't allow that. Be happy. You are the majority. There is no way you go to, like, there's no continent, there's no country in Africa you'll go without finding white people there. But don't allow them to steal your joy. Don't allow this anger to destroy everything in you. You see white people, oh, they have white people here, they have good house, they have. No, you focus on your mission. You are there for mission. It makes
the mission is to reconnect with your family. The mission is to reconnect with the earth that was taken from underneath you. That's the mission. Everything else will find its way. Everything else will be cleared up.
So, but it will be gradually for Africans to understand, because at this moment, this superiority complex, complex is still in Africa. So you cannot just come and, like, settle things like the way you want. It will take time. Your children are the one who is going to benefit from this. Not you. You will be greedy. You will be greedy if you want to benefit from this. No.
It's not going to happen tomorrow. It's going to happen for our children. Yes.
If I tell you that we'll just be kidding here, like laughing at each other. It's not possible. You build your children, I will build my children, other generation. We have to prepare them to come up. We have to adopt, they have to adopt this mindset at the beginning stage. But last one, don't allow seeing white people in Africa to steal your joy, or to see Africans in another way. Like, oh, they like Muslim. Come on. Don't allow that, man. So peace, man. I'm out. I will just be listening out.
Free Empire, I love you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Please make it a habit. Come on. Yeah. Share your wisdom with us in the future. Okay. I appreciate you. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have two people that just joined the conversation, guys. Since they just joined, let them have a say, and then we'll do the roundabout. Darth, welcome back. How are you today? And let me know what you think about what we're talking about. Who sold who? That's the title.
Oh, I'm about to be controversial as ever.
Okay, get yourself in trouble.
I'm probably I'm probably going to be divisive in this situation. I agree with Tunaija's assessment as well. The lack of innovating weapons. I mean, we had access to that technology, but we didn't. So they conquered us. That's what it is. They conquered us. It's like the issue if aliens came down to Earth as well. If we have aliens that came to Earth and they needed to use human beings for a certain purpose, who do you think will get sold as well? And who will the aliens say? Who will the aliens say? You human species, you sold each other into slavery. You understand? Now we're all human, but we're all different. You understand what I mean? So that is precisely the situation. Kind of what happened with the issue with slavery. Like I say, most of the time with Africa, if you look at why this happened, it's because of geography and environment that didn't let for that much intermixing and communication for us to understand each other very well. So those differences were not dealt with before Europeans arrived. So that's an issue. Another thing I'm gonna say is what I want to lead into is the psychological and moral normalization or naturalization of slavery, because I think we all accept that slavery began with the trans-Saharan slave trade, and then that every other African tribe took part in it. But what made that normal and what made that right, and what it didn't make it right, for instance, but what naturalized that, what normalized that, what psychology normalized that, and what the moral teachings normalized that. You understand? I look at it this way. First, tonight, Truth Matters pointed one thing. He said the Pope, the Catholic Church, the Pope legalizing slavery and telling them it's right to go and enslave black people. There's that one. And then from the Muslim side, there's this thing in the Muslims, they usually like to quote how Bilal was a servant of Muhammad. Bilal was a black person who served Muhammad. So most Muslim people, especially those who are not black Arab, they like to look at Africans as if they could own black people like Muhammad owned Bilal. You understand what I mean? So they always like to quote Bilal whenever they say, "Oh, we are not racist." Like Bilal was a servant of Muhammad, and he sang the greatest song for Juma and all that stuff. So I tell them, listen, I understand that, but you're always using that as a defense against your racism as well. But what you're actually showing, and then after that, they will go with the notion of possession. Bilal was a servant of Muhammad. So this gave the impetus in many Arab Muslims people's mentality that African people were supposed to represent slaves. You understand what I mean? So when Islam came in Africa, the capturing of Africans was happening. They also captured a bunch of Europeans for sex slavery and as well in from all the way to Ireland and Iceland as well. So they captured that. But for the Africans that were Muslim, it was a case of if you are not Muslim, then you are fit to be captured for slaves. For the black people that were not Muslim, other Muslim tribes went around West Africa trying to dominate and capture. So those Muslim tribes actually went out and captured them. So people had to convert to Islam in order to not be captured. Do you understand what I mean? And then Europeans came the other way, and then it just became, when Europeans came, they just took advantage of that mix. They just took advantage of that division and just made it even more created market as well. But really and truly, right, the psychological and moral justification of it and normalization came from the Pope legalizing it, which made the Europeans feel like it's normal, and the Muslims' view of Bilal. You understand what I mean? So many people may not agree with me there, but I can tell you for sure, those fucking Muslims sometimes, those Muslims sometimes, when they speak, I can hear say, "Oh, you're gonna be my servant." I say, "Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?" or something like that. Sorry. There's that mentality. That's why you see today in Northern Africa, they still have this mentality. In Egypt, in Arabs, they still have this psychological problem where they think black people are synonymous with slavery. You understand what I mean? You can see the capturing of Nigerian Chibok girls. The capturing was done by Northern Nigerian Muslims, and those girls got sold into slavery. That was just around 2014. You understand what I mean? Slavery still happening in Libya. Slavery still happening in Libya. So the mentality or the psychology of slavery is still there within those. For Europeans, they have come out of it, but they still have to wrestle with it. They have reasoned it through the age of enlightenment. But the Arabs is still steeped in that book. It's still steeped in that book.
But what about us? What about I know that the Arabs are still steeped in it, but what about us?
For us, we have to realize that what we did, our participation was definitely wrong. We were not nations. We were not really nations. We were many nations, many tribes. You understand what I mean? So for our part, definitely there's a blame to do to our part. That's why I'm not disregarding that. You understand what I mean? But I'm just saying, in order to help it, we have accepted that it's a wrong thing. We have accepted that it's a wrong thing. And in order to help move this forward and all that ideology that some people could be slaves, I don't think we have that in us. But one thing that's a problem with us is greed and corruption. That's a problem with us. You understand? That's a greed and corruption that's going on with the politics within us,
And
within
that's
our
where it
country.
began. That's how
Yeah.
slavery began, and that's why it continues.
Yes, but I'm addressing the justification for it, the psychological and moral justification for it. Where does it steep from? Like, cause I can hear you can say, why would Africans think it was normal to sell each other into slavery? Why would an other African took like it's like this? What impression did Europeans have on us for us to choose to work with them to capture our other fellow brother? What impression did Europeans have on the other African tribe to go and fight against the other Ewe tribe? What impressions
It
do
was
Europeans make on us for
it
that?
was the Arabs that brought that jihad into the African continent. So practically, the Europeans just built on what the enslavement of Arabs had done to us, because that had already psychologically demoralized us, because we're fighting wars. Like I spoke earlier about my ethnic nationality kingdom, we were already fighting with Northerners, and they were a mix at the time of Arabs and Black people who had Islamized to Islam. By the time the English came from the south, so now we're fighting the Northerners, and then from the south, the English were coming as well. By the time the English came, they conquered us, and then went to the Northerners. The Northerners said they weren't going to fight because they had conquered their enemies, but they want one thing, is to dip their Bible in, or to dip their Quran into the Atlantic Ocean. And anything the English wanted, they would send. They just need to send it to them, and they'll send it to the English, right? So when you look at certain things like that, you start realizing that you cannot talk about the Atlantic slave trade without talking about the Arab slave trade in the eastern part of the African continent, because that's where the Ashkenazi Jews were already involved with the Arab slave trade, and then they practically just hopped from East Africa to West Africa and got involved in the Atlantic slave trade as well. So these are people who already knew what that was. I just need to mention that.
That mentality of jihad, that those ideologies are the reasons that really normalize slavery.
It destroyed the African concept of nationhood, because a lot of the ethnic nationality kingdoms were already moving based on this jihadism and fight by Islam, Arabs and Blacks who converted to Islam.
I'm sure you all heard of the story of the Fulani man that captured some Mandinkas and was going to sell a Mandinka into slavery, and then in turn the Mandinkas captured him, and then they shaved him and then sold him into slavery. I'm sure we all heard of that story. I can't remember the name. So it's
go ahead.
It's a case of it's just a mix. As for my tribe, I can't really say much, but I don't really know as much, because I can just guess by looking at geography. I can just guess by looking at where we were positioned. I know definitely we definitely would have had some interaction with all that. As to how much we participated, I do not know entirely, because I'm not reading a book. I can just look from geography and say, if these people were to arrive in this region, where will they have landed? From the looks of it, I know what it is.
So you said from your tribe. What tribe are you from, Darth?
You wouldn't know. It's a much smaller tribe. I'm sure you were probably.
Is it a secret? Is it a secret, Darth?
I will leave it. I will leave that. Otherwise, I'll just be conjecture. It's just something that I'm personally scientifically looking at myself.
Okay.
So there's no book. Probably books written in Portuguese, but never mind. I'm looking at it myself. I'm analyzing it.
Okay. Let us know if you find anything. We want to learn. Pa, I want to welcome Pa to the conversation. Edward, and then you can definitely expound. Welcome, Pa. As you know, we're having this discussion. It looks like it's going well. We haven't had any craziness. We're handling it like family, which I'm very happy. Please tell me what you think about the "Who sold you who" conversation.
Yes, I'm going to say greetings, Sister Gina.
Welcome.
Greetings to everybody on the panel, and as well as the people on the chat room. What I'm going to say, first of all, is nobody of African or African descendant sold. Nobody of Africa.
Whoa, what are you talking about? I shot you because that's not true. That's not true at all.
I mean, is what I'm about to say is real facts. You know, the
Okay.
first of all, Africa history based off of books and everything else. I'm sorry to say, for those who 100% believed in it, it's 95% wrong. The history of Africa, read across the globe by us or by other people, is 90% wrong.
Okay.
And these are real facts. You know, if this is the thing. In any country you go to in Africa and talk about slavery and ask about things that happened long before they was born, long before their fathers was born, long before their great-grandfathers was born. We are talking about thousands of years ago. We are talking about over 400, 500, 600, 700 years ago. And we rely on books that are being built by people who was not existing at the time, but based off of the collections of knowledge to who they thought has the right source is what we believe in right now, today. But in reality, that is not 100% what happened.
Okay.
This is the confusion we have as a Black people in general. That is why it's not going nowhere.
Tell us what happened, Poppy, because you know what? I have to tell you, the history I've learned and all that I've researched shows that we played a part.
We do not play a part. This is what happened. Black people were looked down upon across the globe, in Africa, in the Middle East, you know, because Black people was the first people to exploit the world, you know, move around in boats, in canoes, or walk around, you know, on this planet Earth. So Jesus, I'm gonna stay from that all the way down to Prophet Muhammad. There was Black people. These are Black people. God always wanted to liberate the people of color to really know who they are, to get away from the devil, from evil, to practice good within themselves, because God knows best. That's why he always sent in somebody within us that will liberate us, teaches us, and bring our knowledges back to the reality of who we are. And the white people and the Arabs as well capitalize in this situation. The white people extract Christianity from us and make it a white Jesus in order for them to be dominant over us. That's what the Arabs as well did with Prophet Muhammad. They make it look like Prophet Muhammad was an Arab instead of a Black man. And let me say this before I go forward. The brother that was just saying, in Islam, Bilal is not a servant to the Prophet. Bilal was a slave before the existence of Islam. And he was freed by Prophet Muhammad to join Islam. That is how it is read. Now, this is the thing with Islam, especially. The division that comes into Islam into play. If you look at the Shiites, the Sunnis, there is a quite different thing. What we believe as Black people in the way of Islam is, and what the Arab people, especially other side, believes is quite different. That's why you have some people that do not, they are Muslims, they call themselves Muslims, but they do not believe in Prophet Muhammad to be the messenger of God. They believe in Prophet Abu Bakr over Muhammad. You also have another sect of Muslim, which is the Ahmadiyya. They believe that Prophet Ahmad is the prophecy, not Muhammad. Because they said in the Old Testament of the Bible, it was predicted by Jesus that there is going to be somebody that's going to come after him. But is his name Ahmed instead of Muhammad? This is the problem we have as Black folks. The white people are using terror and war against Islam based off of the ideology of the Middle East people, which is those who believe in the Sunni and the Ahmadiyya. If you come to Africa, let's say beginning from Nigeria all the way down to West Africa or Africa in general, they have a different concept and understanding and interpretation of what Islam is about, different from other side of the world. It's different from the Shiites, different from the Ahmadiyas. Do you see this division that the Arab people create in order to own Islam? It's the same way the white people did in order to own Christianity off of us as black people. And now what happened is they let us into limbo. Now we don't know who we are. We don't know which way to go. Some fall on this side, others fall on that side. Now we fight against each other. That's how they divide us. That is how they also change the narrative of what has happened during slavery and make us all think that we, as black people, sold our own people. They have created pictures, made drawings, they have bribed, they have even made a lot of African leaders in the past to accept reality or to accept the fact that they have to say that they was part of this. Because white people, they was thinking about today. They was thinking about today and tomorrow. That there will come a day when these race of people will want to know what has happened or transpired during the past, and they will revolt against us. But we will build a structure and a system that will always make them believe whatever happens, they was part of the problem, when there was not even at all. And that is reality. Everybody talking about slavery is reading according to what somebody wrote. And that somebody is reading from what somebody said. That somebody is reading from what somebody else said. Why can we one time sit and think like, okay, what is all this? The reality is we are all black people. We do not sell ourselves. We do not sell none of ourselves.
But aren't we still doing it in some cases even now?
Okay, this is what I'm, okay. If you talk about today, Gina, I will totally agree with you. I believe slavery, we did not participate in it when it happens. But what is happening right now, this is a form of slavery that we are indirectly and directly participating in, and not acknowledging the fact that we are selling ourselves to other people today. Instead, we are blaming what has transpired in years that even our great-grand people was not in existence. But we just go by what somebody say or somebody write. When is it going to be a time for us to sit back and say, hey, listen, enough of all these stories and histories and stuff like, okay, slavery has happened. But we are not going by what this one say, that one say, that say. Because we have had enough of you white people manipulating stuff. We have seen white people coming to Africa, making documentaries, investing monies into communities.
How do you think building
boreholes?
How do you think that happened, Bob? Because if you're thinking we didn't have a part in it, then that means that they just came and we stood in a line and got in the ships and went.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Gina, everybody can believe whatever they want to believe. This is what it is. But there is nobody that would tell me that they have the right information from the right source, or they was right there at the time to say that yes,
this is how it happened.
I have seen it, and our people sold our people. There is nobody on planet Earth existing right now that can put a bet on that. Everybody is playing smart, being a PhD holder, reading all type of books in this world. You know, this is what happened in Senegal. When the Senegalese people decided to rewrite their history, based different from what the French or other people write, they come together. This is, I think it's just about last year or something like that, or year before last. I don't even remember, but it's not that long. They have brought all the intellectuals they believe in Senegal, including the natives and all that, to sit around the table and talk about their history and put it into a book. When they did, it becomes a big fight, because what they have came up with, some said is a lie, some said it's true. Some said no, part of it is true, some said no, not everything. It would never be 100% right, regardless of what you are reading. We do not volunteer to get on those ships. Matter of fact, what happened is we was strong, healthy, good looking, with so much energy, so much force. White people came to Africa with something we do not know about. They came with books, with clothes. They came with guns, with ships built with machines. They want us to do a labor into other places that they think is an area there where they will probably own or claim to own today, and they wanted help. They forcefully took us. It was a force.
They went inside the forest, bro. I have a question
Of
to
course
ask
they
you.
did. Listen,
They do.
listen, bro.
But
Listen, let me finish
Bro,
this.
the
Of
king
course
of
they did.
Lagos, King Kosoko sold his people. Madam
Tell the
Sodeke,
truth.
Okay,
Madam
let me
Sodeke was a
okay,
slave
bro.
trader. I'm a Yoruba man, and I will say it. My people sold it, they sold themselves.
Okay, let me.
Don't let us sugarcoat, bro. They sold it. Europeans
can I
never went
finish?
inside it. They
Yeah,
never went
can I-
inside the
can I-
thick forest to go and take Africans. Africans never
finish
go on the
this?
ship. It's not a cruise ship.
Okay,
They're not
okay,
going on a cruise ship.
I
They
understand.
took them and they chained them. They matched
understand,
them.
but let me finish this. First of, bro, I understand what you're saying, but can I finish this, please, if you don't mind? What I want to say about what I want to say about what you just said right now. You're talking about Lagos, Nigeria. You're bringing names into something that exists long before the existence of these names that you are calling in. Just as I told my African brothers
it
and
happened.
sisters in the
We
West.
can erase the history. It happens. These are the people participating in it.
Older than Nigeria.
Mister,
there was no Nigeria, but there is this different places.
The name Lagos. The name Lagos did not exist during the time.
Yeah, but Lagos exists when the Portuguese came.
Location exists. Do you understand?
When the Portuguese came,
nationality kingdom was already there. Yoruba is an ethnic nationality kingdom that is 1,000 years older than Nigeria. Nigeria is just 60 years old. My own father is older than Nigeria.
But what I'm saying is, everybody talking.
Edward, you're static. Like I can't really hear you well. So you want to work? It sounds really staticky. But
bro,
go ahead, Pa. Say what.
Yeah. But what I was saying.
Finish what you have to. Let him finish what you have to say, and I'll let you guys respond. So that way we could hear your response. Go ahead.
I cannot understand why African people or Black people bring names of countries, boundaries that exist long after slavery was abolished. You know what I'm saying? They talk about Nigeria, Ghana, in Nigeria, in Igbo, in da. These things were not in existence during the slavery.
Igbo exists before slavery. Igbo is a tribe. They are Igbo people.
Listen,
it happened. What happened?
Nigeria.
Igbo, it happened in Nigeria. Do you think slavery? Where do you think slavery ended? Slavery ended in 1900. Nigeria was established in 1914. The last slave they took to America from Benin Republic was took in 1918. Come on,
what I'm asking is, let me ask you this question, please. I want you to just tell me yes or no. Igbo, let's say for example, the name Igbo, it is well said today across the world. Does this name exist when slavery was in the beginning of slavery time? Was there a name called Igbo at that time?
There is Igbo. There are Igbo people.
In order
they
to
call them
identify
Igbo.
a certain group of people.
Yes.
Igbo exists. Yoruba exists. But every ethnicity exists. Everywhere exists. Ashanti exists. So we can't say these people.
I'm shocked you did not know that. That is quite obvious that they all existed before now.
See, sir,
you are supposed to know that.
What we're trying to say, sir, is that you're making this speech, but everybody that is a well-read on history knows that these things exist, and your end goal is to tell us don't pay attention to any history.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying don't pay attention to history. I said it's good to read, to understand, and to know. But 90% of all that is all wrong. I'm not saying everything is wrong. But what I'm saying is the people that are being categorized as Igbo people, those people were in existence long before slavery. but the name Igbo was not in existence. This is what
Igbo exists, bro. They are Igbo.
Listen,
they call them Igbo. IBO. That's where they spell them. So it's not a change to IGBO.
The name Nigeria, IGBO. That's English. English came.
Igbo exists. Yoruba exists. They are all your empire.
Did the people call themselves those names? Is what I think he's trying to ask. Did the people call themselves?
Yes, they did. Yes,
they did. They exist.
Thank you,
Yoruba did not. It was the Europeans who collectively called those people as Yoruba.
Thank you.
They used to call themselves Anago. That's what I'm saying. So what the gentleman is saying, I'm listening, I'm following. He's saying those names did not exist. It was the Europeans who called the Akans Akans. The people themselves called themselves different names.
Exactly.
That's what he's saying. That's all he's saying. Listen.
Thank you for clarifying that. People.
Thank you, brother. I'm just listening to you.
It's the same. It's the same way when they said when they divided Africa during the Berlin Conference. Now we as Black people, we are so proud to call ourselves Gambian, Senegalese, Nigerian. I'm a Ghanaian. This is why in Gambia it's like a little war between Gambia and Senegal. In Ghana, Nigeria, they pretty much hate itself. Ghana be like talking so much trash against Nigerians. Not the Africans still believe in the mentality of what the European people sell to us. There was no division like this when our people was existing in Africa. There was no place called Ghana. There was no place called Nigeria. There was no place called Gambia or anything else. This is the reality. This is what I want people to see beyond.
I think you are missing the point. Hold on. I think you are missing the point. When someone says the Igbo people did this, the Yoruba people did this, they are referring to the people in that area. It's not necessarily about the name.
Yeah, not
it's about the people in that region doing that stuff.
What I believe.
So let's not go into semantics here and saying this word is not right. It will be here all night.
My thing is, what I believe is, these are all accusations that was made by people that did not like each other in the long run in Africa in order to make other people look bad. But what I believe as an African and a Black person is every other Black person on this planet Earth is innocent of slavery. Completely innocent.
That's
We're
not
all
true.
victims.
That's not true.
What I think I'm getting from Pi is he's saying that we are all victims.
You can blame whoever you want to blame and call yourself the good guy.
I can take you to Nigeria. I'm a Yoruba man, and my people participate in slavery. It's not. Let us forget about. Don't let us cover that. I'm a descendant of slave. You want me to take me to my hometown?
Let him speak.
We are the largest group that lost people. What are you talking about? I'm from Ogun State. I'm from Abeokuta, Owu man. Majority of African Americans are from Owu. What are you talking? South Carolina. We are the majority of people. I will show you a stone, a rock in my hometown, in Egba land. Abeoluma, when people run to during the slavery. Bro, don't let us sugarcoat this. Mother Tinubu was a slave trader. But when she realized that the people she was selling to Europeans, they were taking them to West Indies, and they padlocked their mouth not to hit the sugar cane. She turned to what do they call it? She turned to what do they call it? She turned rebellious against Europeans that we're not selling slaves to them. King Kosoko of Lagos sells slaves. So why are we going to cover others? Today in Lagos, no Kosoko family can be a king in Lagos. How they punish them? Where do you think a lot of names in Lagos come? Obalende, where do you think Obalende come from? Obalende means this is where we chase the king to. They change the king out of town. Bro, don't let us, what do they call it? During your empire, everybody do dirty. They do that. So everybody hand was in the cookie jar. So don't let us feel like, Africans, what are they? So how do people get on the ship? It's not a cruise ship. Is that a cruise ship that they're going on a boat cruise? Nah, it happened. It happened. They got there. Don't let us cover it. We do something. How can we move on?
Here's what I don't understand. Here's what I don't understand about your long speech. It goes to what Mr. Truth just said. You're not truly providing evidence that it didn't happen. You're just taking a long way to tell us to ignore it. You're just telling us these other things happen, and you're making statements of fact. What they say in college, a statement of fact, which is actually a red herring. You're saying Miss Noir is purple. And what is this crazy stuff about her being Haitian? She's purple. You're making these statements, but you're not supporting it with any names, kings, princes. You're not supporting it with anything. You're just making an 8-minute speech about don't believe what's written because you wasn't standing there at the time. You don't know if Miss Noir is purple or if she's really Haitian. But if you don't have no evidence to denounce what she's saying as a Haitian, then why take 8-9 minutes to say that don't believe what she said?
Okay.
Bro, do you know my last name? You didn't really know my last name. Let me take you to my hometown. Everybody there has a Portuguese name. Are they where did they come from? They have a Portuguese name, Coca, Vibro. You know my real last name? Before my grandfather changed it, that you don't want to be a slave name. Da Costa. Go and see everybody, Rose, Martins, in my hometown. Ask anybody that know Abeokuta. You will see a Nigerian with an African name the first. The last name will be Portuguese name. Bros, it happened. And it's our people that do the shit. So let us not cover it. But by the time they will realize that what they're doing is not good, it's too late.
Too late.
Yeah.
Miss Moore, who is the gentleman speaking? Pod, Truth? Who's that?
That was
gentleman?
Truth Matters. That just
Truth
spoke
Matters.
now.
Truth Matters. I will pay you dinner. I need your email. I will buy you dinner. We need to chop it up.
You got to take me to Nigeria to eat the dinner.
Really. You have changed my life. Check this out, though. Truth has changed my life. Truth has seriously changed my life because I'm so proud that an African person can refer to history, quote history, and isn't afraid to speak to history. What I've been getting in a lot of these African spaces is shut up. You're ignorant. Don't say nothing unless I tell you. If you wasn't there, and we can't do that if we're trying to move forward. We really can't because Africa doesn't have any swords, even though they've made all these deals. Africa doesn't have any armor, even though they've made all these deals. And all we keep getting is 10-minute speeches of shut up, you ignorant, you need to do more research. So here's my question, because I'm about to jump off. Here's my question.
No, but y'all will not let me.
I know you don't want me to speak. I know. Does anybody?
You'll get a chance. Hold on.
Does anybody other than Truth know what the Nok Empire was? NOK. Anybody?
Mr. Edwards will tell you.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, I am actually from the Nok. I'm a descendant of the Nok.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, sir. So you know, Nigeria, all that other stuff was never so. Africans are from the Nok because we know because of the date and timeline in history. Am I correct?
Yes. Yes, because all African countries, their names and countries, even except for possibly Ethiopia, those are countries that were colonial constructs, and that's the fact about it. So the ethnic nationality kingdoms within the countries, those are what was there prior to any European or Arab invasion, really. So the old artifacts, like Nok is the oldest artifacts in the called Nigeria, for instance, right?
Exactly.
But there are also many subgroups that came out of Nok. Like there's a lot of scholarly work done about how the Yorubas learned how to do iron smelting, and the Benin Kingdom as well. And there's this whole scholar movement that said, probably there were migrants from the Nok people. They had left the Nok region because of the jihad wars, and they had gone and settled around the coast. And that type of conversation goes on that way.
Here's where I think it gets you guys in trouble. When you guys start saying probably and maybe. Because that's when I think things get polluted. Because according to white people, they give you guys more credit than many Africans give themselves.
sorry about my wordings, but like I just use that because there's something about ethnic nationality kingdoms on the continent. First things first, my people fought against the English, right? They got defeated. A lot of our stuff was destroyed, like the walls, the kingdoms, everything about palaces in the way, because we used to run like a parliamentary type of a system already. So from me sitting with my elders, I get to learn a lot about those type of things and things that were happening before any Arab or European invasion. But why I use the word probable or maybe is because ethnic nationality kingdoms, we're talking about groups of very proud people. Like now the Benin would probably be looking at it and be like, oh no, we developed it on our own, or the Yorubas that we developed by ourselves and things of such nature. And you just have to give them their space and say, okay, cool, that's all right with that, it's just diplomacy, really.
I understand. In conclusion, I'm about to jump off. In conclusion, Miss Noir, I just believe that.
Well, what did you want to say, brother?
Well, here's my point, sir, about the Nok Empire. When I read white people's accounts of being so scared to come into the Nok Empire before all the colonization and slavery began, when I read the bishops talk about how afraid they were to interact and all this type of stuff, I know that they were in power before the white folks came over, and you had to have somebody chaperone them in. You had to have somebody give them a guest pass to come in, because remember,
and that somebody was us, huh?
Right. And every time England did something, they would send the friars, the bishops, and the priests. They wouldn't go themselves. They want to see if they can survive first. So
they wanted to know what tool they had to use, manipulation or force.
So now in 2021, what I'm hearing from some of our African brothers, and mind you, I have conversations on my channel. I'm hearing a lot of Africans say, you know what? Forget all that. Forget what you read. If you wasn't there, let it go. And I'm like, but you give up power by doing that. And you help white people defeat you more when you don't know the history and what white people are afraid of. You're actually speaking for the white people at this point. And that's what's so scary when I hear these conversations. Thank you, Miss Noir.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for coming through, CA. I appreciate it. Stay close just in case somebody have a question for you.
Yeah, Gina, can I come in, please?
Go ahead, Pa, and then I'm going to go ahead and let Angela speak because she came in and Go ahead, real quick.
I have seen a lot of these my brothers over here going against me based off of their own beliefs, But what I said is so simple. 90% of what is people are being read about history of Africa is not reality in reality. That doesn't mean everything is trash. So if you want to believe that I said you have to forget about all you read, it doesn't make no sense. That's on you. That's simple English I have said. Take it however you want it. But the reality is each and every group and sect of people are looking for people to hold accountable for what they think is right against their own fellow black people. And this is why we black people have it hard and will always have it hard to go along, because we do not want to understand the fact that there was something that happened. Nobody doubts slavery. Nobody said it did not happen. Slavery did happen, and it happened so bad. We cannot forget about it.
Definitely.
But do we really need to hold ourselves accountable when we need to focus on what they have done to destroy us and separate us this bad?
Well, how do we know it's they? How do we know it's they? According to you, how do we know it's they?
It's so simple. You don't have to know who the white man is yesterday, because what he is. Listen to me.
Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out, and and then we'll go to Angela. Go ahead.
Yesterday, they dealt with our great grand people. Today, they are dealing with us the way they dealt with them yesterday. If we read and have a knowledge of what they are doing to us today, we will exactly know what they have done yesterday.
They have it written as well.
And that is what has happened. The way they are destroying us today, and everybody is seeing it, the world is watching, and we cannot do nothing about it, and still go against ourselves. It's the same way they did our great people. And we
but let
still
me
over
ask you
here
something. Maybe what Pi is saying is not far-fetched. They did burn a lot of our books. When you think about the Mali Empire, I'm just going to leave that there, but I just want to welcome Angela in the conversation.
People are brainwashed.
Please tell me what you think about this conversation. You had something you wanted to share.
Yes, what he was saying about whether we should be held accountable. Was that what you said, brother? Because do we hold the white men accountable now, the ones that are now existing? Was that what he was saying? I didn't understand.
No, I think he's trying to say that we have to look at what they're doing now and then therefore kind of extrapolate that they must have been doing it solely back in those times as well. That's his.
The question on the table from me is, do Africans deserve more blame than Europeans for the Atlantic slave trade? Okay. Let's hear it.
I think that
no, we don't deserve more blame.
The one question I've been thinking, the thing I've been thinking about, why did it take so long? 400 years?
Over, yeah.
I mean, it was such a long time. And yes, I'm told that yes, Africans have acknowledged that it happened, like what your brothers are saying, that it happened. But why have they not taken responsibility to say yes, it happened, let's do something about it? Why has it taken so long?
Like, why are we having discussions in 2020 and 21 about having citizenship or the right to have citizenship on the continent and things like that?
Can I say this as well? Can I just finish, please? And the question I want to ask as well, the fact that we are all willing to go back to Africa to learn from our brothers, to gain back what we've lost, I'm going to ask my African brothers this. Do you really think that our forefathers that were taken in slavery, do you not think that they left land behind and they left things, they were pulled away? They didn't go freely. And now that we are going back, a lot of us want to go back. Do you think that the African government should actually
make provision for us?
Buy land?
That's a tough question.
Do you think that we should actually go back and buy land? Yes, I do expect that we have to go back and actually.
There's no provision being made for us coming home. I get it.
There are so many people that I know right now who want to go back, but they don't have the money to buy land. They don't have the money to build houses. So what I'm saying is, seeing as our forefathers were pulled away when they did, they left family, they left their names, they left everything behind. Now their children, we are their children. Should there not be some concession given to us? Is it too much that we're asking for if we were to ask for that?
That's a good question, guys. Let's
end this political state.
I want to take a stab at it so that my brothers can come in.
Finish, please. We are asking for them to give the white man to give us concession, to give us reparation. Do you not think that the children that are going back should also get some reparation from the government in Africa? What do you think?
Sister, let me say something to you. On principle, I do agree that we must have some kind of truth coming, some level of reparation. But let me tell you where the problems are, okay? Because it's one thing saying that it must happen, but then we must look at how can it be done feasibly. For example, a lot of us have talked about the non-existence of nation states in Africa at the time of slavery. So what we had was kingdoms. We had the Shanti Kingdom, we had the Anglo Kingdom, we had the Ghana. So these were all territories that, they basically controlled their own lands and their own customs and access. Okay, that's number one. When nation states were created, depending on which format, whether you were Francophone, whether you were an Anglophone country, plus if you were also Pan-African. I always talk about the countries that I know of. I know lots about Ghana, Togo, Benin, and Nigeria. In Ghana, because we were very, very Pan-African and we understood what colonialism had done to our country, the first thing that the government did was to return the lands that the Europeans had appropriated back to the people. So the territories own their own lands. The governments do not own land in Ghana. So by default, Ghana government cannot do anything unless it appropriates land from the chiefs to which the lands were returned. But check this out. Because some countries are a little bit more aware and have done the self-reflection, in Ghana last year, and this was not the first time, it's been done 3 times that I know of. In the 70s, a king of the Akwamus who knew that his kingdom had been involved in slave trade, he gave up for free 200 acres of land to the diasporans. He gave it for free, not a penny. He gave it back to the so-called representatives well, I'll just call it African Americans, but we know it's not only African Americans who should benefit, but the people who represented themselves were African Americans. Now, I don't want to go into detail. There's so much information about this particular land transaction online, so anybody can go and look at it, Fiancra. What happened was, I'm sorry to say this is not to be divisive, I'm just being honest. When this land was given for free, when it was given to African Americans with their understanding of capitalism decided to turn around and become land speculators and sell the land to the people.
I heard about that.
Okay, what this happened was it caused a lot of friction because the king's family said, we gave you this for free, you're turning around and you're making a lot of money on this land from your own people. And so that thing was a disaster. But let's fast forward. Last year, another king has given 5,000 acres. He did this in support of the year of return. It's called Asebu land, ASEBU. It has been documented. There are several YouTubers who have made YouTube videos about it. The king has come to America and had a conference in Philadelphia where lots of different Pan-African groups were there. He says, look, it's 5,000 acres of virgin land and it's given to African Americans. They have come around and they have said, it's going to cost us to basically plan this land, execute this land, open up the land because it's virgin. They have to cut roads. They said, now we're going to charge people not the value of the land, but for registering the land in your name is going to be, I believe, 500. Maybe the number is up to 700, but I've read about it. So
$700.
What is it? 700, right?
$700. So yeah.
You can go to this land, and I know over 27 people who have gotten their land denture papers in hand. All you have to do is go there, register yourself, you will get that land. What they have learned from the past experience of Fiancra is they don't want land speculation. In Africa, land has some sort of sanctity. So when the king gives you land, it is for your use. It means you're going to build on it or something. But if you hold on and you say, I'm going to turn around and sell this land 5 years to take the value of from 1,000 to 5,000 and collect the capital. Okay. That is not an African ethic. So like I said, this is one of the things I know of that you can benefit from.
Yeah, but can I just say something? The name of an American, because we're saying America did XYZ. Give me one name of one American.
One American who's done what?
Can I continue, please, just for a minute? That what the sister just said. What's her name again, sister?
My name is Rokoya.
Pardon? Sorry?
Rokoya.
Oh, Sister Rokoya, I understand what you're saying. But when you look at the amount of people that are now going back, do you really, for you to say that, I've heard about that, but I don't think all of us would be doing that. I don't think all of us would be selling the land. I think there are a lot of genuine people like myself who are very genuine, who actually wants to go back, especially now. A lot of people are going back, and I don't think they can use that as an excuse not to give land.
No, I never said that, sister. All I said was that happened. I'm not saying that.
I know that happened. I've heard about it.
And I trust that there are lots of good people. In fact, I know good people. I said I know 27 people who have gotten the land. So I'm very. But what I'm saying is, there's millions of us. If one country does it in Africa and other countries can copy, I think it's going to be great. So Ghana does it, Sierra Leone does it, Togo does it.
Even Nigeria do it. Nigeria do the same thing.
She agrees that it should be done. It has been done to a certain. It has been done to a certain capacity in certain places, but
we just need more.
It would be great if it was done throughout.
Gina,
Gina, I agree, Rokoya, and thank you, Angela. Go ahead.
Sister Gina, Nigeria done it, but the problem is, you see, the English-speaking diaspora, we have a European concept, like we already believe in Western media, and they discourage us. That's why we don't get our own shares. The Brazilian went back to Nigeria in 18-something. They own lands in Lagos. They own Igbo land. They own land in Benin Republic. The Brazilian went back to Ghana, but how many North American went back? How many British went back? How many Caribbean went back? But they will say, oh, I heard there is Boko Haram, there is this. But if you don't be on the ground and tell the government what you want, nobody's just going to say, okay, we're giving free land. Even in Nigeria right now, they're giving the Indian and the Chinese land to farm. But African American never showed up.
But don't you think our people are more willing? Don't you, from what I can see, brother? Our people, we as a people, we are willing to kind of trade with the white man more than we are with ourselves. So I think it's easy for them. They're giving this more freely than they would if I just walk up and say to them, okay.
Well, we have to be on the ground.
We are not as kind because some of the time to our own.
Yeah, I know, but we're kind. If you don't ask,
not
you
to
see,
our own. If you,
let me tell you one thing. The problem is, we choose where we're not going to get anything. There is place we're going to get something, we don't like it because of the news we hear, but we never experience it ourselves. I live in North America. I've been living here for 21 years. I'm a Nigerian. I'm a part of the lost one before. It took me after I went back to Nigeria after 16 years because I make a vow. Let me tell you, my own mother called me to come and buy land. That land was 75,000 per acre. I said I would never buy it. Now the land is 4 million over there. That time, I thought when my mom frustrated me, I just paid. I said, okay, I'm going to buy 2 plots. I bought 2 plots of land. One of my cousins, he bought acres of land. Right now, this guy is selling all this land, making money. The place, because I said I would never go back to Nigeria because it's a shithole. It's this. But when I went back to Nigeria, after 16 years, I see that, you know what, I lost. But the problem is, a lot of us in diaspora.
Can I say something? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Can I just say something, right? This brings us back to last week, the conversation I had with you guys last week. However, you mentioned something, sister, about why has it taken this long for Africans to actually try to embrace the diaspora? And it's very important that we actually speak about that as we go through our healing journey together.
Yes, brother.
The African continent was also enslaved at the same time. So there wasn't any reaching out happening because we were all enslaved together. That is why last week, when people were saying, "Oh, they tried to differentiate colonization and slavery last week," I made it clear that they never left. Even till today, there's nowhere the white man puts his foot down that he wants to leave voluntarily. So as soon as they got on the continent, they never left.
I understand.
But then they had this whole Berlin conference. It was just them, they had too much bad blood between themselves, and they just wanted to talk about, oh, we need to stop having this bad blood, and then they carved out the continent the way they did it. You know, that's why you have Portuguese, French, and all of that. But they never left the continent, so we were all enslaved. I have a picture. I posted it on the Black West Africa Wall Street Nigeria Limited page on Facebook, where it shows the granite pyramid in northern Nigeria. Now, that was during colonization, right? But that was happening for centuries. You guys were being enslaved in the Americas, in the Caribbeans, in Afro-Latinos, and, you know, in all these other places. We were being enslaved on the continent likewise. It wasn't like they had left or anything, and we had this maneuvering room. So that addresses your first question. Now, your second question was about reparations from African governments, and a lot of people said, well, the countries did not exist. The African countries did not exist at the time. It was ethnic nationality kingdoms, which is correct. However, like last week, I was more interested in a 21st century global group economic institution being established. The reason why we are still having this conversation in the 21st century about and trying to get to know each other and trying to heal with each other is because all 20th century institutions have failed us in that regard of our own integration into each other. We're integrated into the Western ideology, we're integrated into the Eastern ideology, we're integrated into right-wing, left-wing centralists, but we are not integrated into ourselves. We're not knowing about each other. So that's why we need a 21st century global institution, kind of like the British Council, where wherever any descendant of Africa that is Black specifically, and Black countries were able to have a building there that actually talks about relations. There should also be a pilgrimage to the motherland for anybody till 18 years old at least. You should be able to travel for free. There should be an airline, and because we are from Nigeria, Iron Truth Matters, and I can guarantee you that there is pilgrimage right now in Nigeria. If you're a Muslim, there are 3 chartered planes and giving you at least, was it $300 to spend to go and pray in Mecca for Nigeria. The same thing is happening for Christians. If they want to, they have 3 chartered planes every year. This happens in both Muslims and Christians. So Saudi Arabia, they charter 3 planes, go there, hotels paid for, food paid for. Like basically, it's a full paid vacation, right? They don't pay a penny. They even actually give you stipend money, $300 to spend for 2 weeks. And the same thing happens if you go to Israel. You do the same thing in Israel. But there is no conversation of, hey, the Caribbeans, Haitians, and Jamaicans, African Americans coming to Nigeria, coming to Ghana on pilgrimage with 3 chartered planes and actually giving stipends so they can be amongst the people and learn more about their people and their culture.
I've been to Ghana 3 times, brother, and when I went there the first time, I wanted to buy land. I was trying to find out how to buy land, and it's like they took it as a joke.
What I'm trying to say is, because we don't have a 21st century global institution with its foundations in group economics, we can't put these type of specific programs and then also about land. You shouldn't be trying to figure out how to buy land on the African continent. It's not your job. It's an institution that's supposed to invite you and say, hey, look, these are these lands. Yo, you have done this here. You know this technical part. This is this company. This is that. And then now build this place like this and design it. And then if you want to say, okay, I am going to just be putting money into this institution so it can continue the sustainability of the institution, then we're talking. You shouldn't even need to know about, oh my God, how do I start getting my land?
We're not in disagreement.
The diaspora is they like individualism so much because of the capitalist system. So it's kind of like a competition amongst each other. While what should be happening is
who's in
everybody coming
competition?
together
You
as
mean
a
the diaspora or Africans in general?
party.
The government is saying competition.
Competition is it?
Competition thing, capitalism. You know,
That's,
I want
that's
to be
what
the
they,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, but what is needed is for it to be a power investment community. Pick power investment community. That means
Okay, somebody's trying to say something. Who's speaking now?
You can't get there because first you have to do you have to go against your leaders for their.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not. It's not necessary.
You have to change the politics.
Researchers, we don't even need to go against our leaders at this point because
How do you do
right
it?
about now, the leaders actually are interested in it. For instance, Nigeria, for instance, let's just look at the Nigerian diaspora, right? The Nigerian diaspora in 2018 sent 25 billion US dollars to the Nigerian economy. They only needed $10 billion extra for them to fund the budget of the
Okay, here's what you don't understand, though. Here's what you don't understand. I've been hearing this since I was 7 years old, seriously. And what ends up happening politically here in America, for example, we've had so many people try to give African Americans money, and it gets blocked by our government. So you may be willing.
Mr. Researcher, right? That's that individualism I'm talking about. We don't need that. We need a global institution, community-wise, all structured. Like I have actually designed an ecosystem that would be like that, where people are actually coming together. We know the companies' names. We get them into the continent by diversifying their portfolio into the continent. Their brands don't even exist on the continent. And now there's the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that has come online on the 1st of January this year. And you can't give contracts of building airports and seaports to a ghost company that does not exist on the continent. So now we're seeing another issue with the sister speaking about even the reparations. Our own diasporans don't even know what the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is. They haven't even heard of it. Why? Because it's a project, a program by a 20th century institution that it was established solely for only countries on the continent without addressing the place of our healing processes with our sisters and brothers in the diaspora, in the Caribbean.
So, brother, what would you say to the ones that can't, who want to come to Africa? What would you say to them? What advice would you say if this is how it is?
This right now is an implementation stage. Build the global black 21st century institution. First network the big black-owned companies and diversify their portfolios. And you need to diversify your portfolios into the African continent. The black-owned banks, the HSBCUs, the organizations. That's the first course. But our people want an overnight miracle. But right now, if we start like today, and we say, oh, there's going to be an economic forum that will be held from September 27th to like the 4th of October, 2021. We've put that as a date. This economic forum is going to happen. We're going to be diversifying all these companies, organizations, HSBUs into West Africa. We choose the first country. Okay, we have to do a pre-economic forum in Haiti because that's very, very deep. That's the symbolism of Haiti, Jamaica, is so much entrenched in anything we're going to be doing about any global black economic 21st century institution that we will have to first pay homage there, and then we move from that to the continent where the resources are, and then we can now say, hey, we've brought all of this in. It has to be strategic. And then they see, oh, they have brought value to the table, and then they can open up all the other issues. And then, everybody can start getting that, okay, so this is where they're going to build your house, for instance. This is going to be your land. This is the type of this company you guys brought will build a house for. It then becomes easier. But what's happening is individual Africans in diaspora that want to connect with the continent are wanting to do it like a solo thing so they can brag online about, oh, look, I'm now retired. I just got my house. I got my land now. Look at my land deeds. And then, and things like that. And it's not helping us because the next generation is going to do exactly the same thing. They're going to be linked to the continent.
Okay.
And all of that.
Thank you.
All right, so let's get back on track. Give some other people an opportunity to speak on this question. But you guys, I really appreciate this contribution. I really want to give other folks an opportunity to answer this question. Do you have to? Go ahead. Who was that? I'm sorry.
Me, Pa. I wanted to ask the brother over there because he said. When in the beginning of his speech, he said that we have to remember the same time that slavery was going on, the continental Africa was also enslaved. If I hear him right, did you just say that, brother?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, my question is, how is it possible to say that continental Africans sold their own people for slavery when they was enslaved as well?
Yeah, Pa, it's something that I mentioned to you last week as well. Was the thing about the cross-Atlantic slave trade? It was more of, and you still see it till today. There was guns on people's heads and said, "Hey, if you don't sell people, we'll kill you." So they kept shooting until they found the people that were willing to join them and enslaved other people.
I really don't agree. That's a very good, Mr. Edward. I think that may be just a little aspect of it. I really don't think that is the main reason. Human beings on the coast some were very greedy. It was an ego trip. Remember again, and I'm focusing on the transatlantic at this point, sir. I just want to address it because you do tend to be a little long-winded, so I slip in when I can. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, I just want to be very honest. Me personally, I have no qualms about it that Africans were participating. Now, what they were doing, what I think this conversation is happening about is we're trying to understand what happened, because we can't say that Africans didn't do it, because they did. But what really happened? And not all Africans had their guns to their head. I'm telling you, there were some African tribes that for them, it was an ego. It was a power. We are the ones in charge here, and we are going to do it because we have these new friends who have come from abroad. They are in ships. We want the ships. We want some of these things for ourselves.
That sounds like us. Yeah. That sounds like us. That sounds like us.
Because
that sounds like us. Yes.
In my bloodline, as I say here, I believe I'm a combination, just like everybody else, of slave traders and slaves. My great-grandmother, her family was deported from Brazil. That's my mother's mother's mother. She was a mulatto who came from Brazil with her family because they were Muslims and they rebelled. They were always rebelling. So the Portuguese said, we don't want these learned Africans who can read and write. And so all of them were deported back. That's my mother's line. But in my father's line, they are slave people who were caught into slavery. My father's grandmother was Yoruba speaking. This lady, like I said the last time, she and her sister were the only ones left of their entire family when the family was raided. So she and her sister ran into the bush when they were attacked. Her brother said, run, and she ran. Now, how do I know this story? It's because she raised my father. My father was the son of her son who died at sea. So she told my father everything. She spoke Yoruba, but guess where she found herself? She and her sister were lost in the bush and were found by a hunter who was Ewe speaking, and the hunter brought them from his hunting in the forest. When he returned, he had these 2 girls he found in the bush who were lost, who we don't know how long they had been in the bush. But when he brought them to the elders. They said, we found these children in the bush. Now, everybody knew at that time that there was chaos. There was people were being killed and stolen and all that. So the chieftain, the leader of the village, said, take them in. What are we going to do with them? So they were raised in that family. But because there were 2 of them, they always remembered where they came from. They could always speak their language. They could share. And because they were young girls, as they started puberty, the young men in the family, obviously, we all know what happens in Africa. People started having children with them. Because they were in the home, they were having children in the home. The fathers knew it has to be our sons who are having children with these young refugee girls. So they named the children. But she was so Yoruba that she made sure she would name her children by her brother's name. So if you come to my home, we are Ewe speaking, but I have Sakar, I have Babatunde, I have Jeje. That's the way we name in our family. And these are clear Yoruba names. So I say this to say, it isn't very clear when we talk about Africa. No tribe should say, we had nothing to do with slavery, because within the layering, there were some of your people who may have participated and some of your people who did not. It was just not that simple. You see, so we as Africans in totality must take on this blame. We must take on this responsibility. And we must say that something happened which our people were not very smart. We came out looking bad. We came out with the short end of the stick. Now, how do we turn it around? But we can't be afraid to be honest. Because it's not you, it's not me. It's the problems that our forefathers created behind. Maybe if they knew better, they would have done better. Yes. But they didn't.
Can I add on to what Rokoya is saying?
Wait. I just want to say this. There's a white professor that says near the Gambia River, they started trading slaves in 1300. Does anybody on the panel disagree with that? That's all I want to know.
No,
I can't agree or disagree with that.
Yeah, because I said it. I said it before.
Agree with that.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Can I add on to what Rokoya is saying?
Go ahead, Daft.
Okay, so I think we all understand there's a lot of nuances and a lot of it's very, very complex and a lot of dynamism as to what happened in Africa. We all understand the history. Everybody here has recanted and recited the history of what happened. But I think what will make us evolve and have progress is to have a psychological analysis of what happened, how it happened, a moral analysis of why that was normalized, a psychological reason why that was normalized. That would be a way in which we can evolve out of this instead of going back to, yes, we know it happened in history, but why did it happen? You understand? Because let me tell you, what is to if the international system stopped today, what is to make you think that we couldn't just fall back into that slavery, into that trading each other? Because it's happening in the Sahel region. There is some African tribes, there's some African peoples that still have that mentality that it's normal to sell slavery. If the international
it's going on in Nigeria right now. It's going on in Nigeria right now. In Nigeria right now.
So some of our
Fulani
people
have taken on the land
from that. They have not evolved from that. You understand what I mean? So we really have to look at the psychology of it. Why?
It's strange, you know, we say that we used to do this prior to them coming on the continent. Everybody else has evolved around the world for the most part. I know that there are still some, other races that are still participating in this, but for the most part, everyone else has evolved. What is our problem?
Here's the problem. Everyone outside of Africa don't look at countries. They look at black, period. The reason there was a difference, the reason dark-skinned people got called blackamoors and light brown Arab Moors were called Moors were because they wanted to differentiate the blackamoors. You're a blackamoor. There's a reason for that.
So it's the caste. So what you're saying, and I don't mean to cut you off, I just want to make sure. I had looked at something earlier, example of Senegal caste system from the book of pre-colonial blacks. I want you guys to look at that. I'm reading that right now, but it's called an example of what we're talking about right now is Senegal caste system from the book Pre-Colonial Black Africa. I know it's cut off, but that's the name of the book. Really interesting, and I'm trying to get through it, but it explains a lot about how we see ourselves.
Because when you look at what was happening over with Nimrod, just about Africa, Nimrod, Chad, and all these places were seen as the land of the blacks. Period. You were either Egyptian reddish black or Ethiopian Kush reddish black. There was no in between. And then everybody else was considered black. Even the people who were albino considered black. It was the land of the blacks. This is long before Rome even came to be. So you got to remember, when Africa was in control, China was doing this thing. There was no Rome in 05 before Christ. 05 before Christ, there was no Rome. It was just Africa. The Celts were all the way over near Russia. So the Germanians were all the way on the other side. There was none of that going on. You had the grandfather of Hannibal conquering Iberia because the elephants were being driven through Iberia.
Inside the pineapple.
Why is that relevant?
Okay, it's relevant to what you just said. The cure is, and I understand you don't like that part of it, but the cure is you have to see it the way the anti-black see it. They don't see your country. They don't see you as human. You are black to them. Now, you can continue to tell them, I don't know why they're spitting on me. I'm human just like them. You can continue to beg them. You can continue to do all that. It's not going to work. And
I understand that.
Okay, let me be quiet. Go ahead, Darth.
I understand that, but I'm saying amongst our people, why is that psychology that it's okay to enslave people persisting in some of our societies? That's what I'm saying. I understand how other people
is a power thing. Is a superiority. Is a supremacy stuff. Because when you look at it in what do they call it? In Mauritania, the Mauritanian, they are black, but they don't see themselves as black. They see themselves as Arab. So the people that dark skin like me, the Wolof, they take them as slave till today. When you look, it's what do they call it? It happened in every society. Even when you look at the Yorubas, I'm Yoruba man. Some Yoruba tribe, they don't marry if you're not come from a rich family. They don't want that to
drop in.
You understand what I'm saying?
In support that statement you made. That's why I said earlier on that the Arab slave trade was very key in destabilizing the moral mindset of Africans.
Exactly.
That happened for 2,000 years prior to even the Atlantic slave trade. What then happened was the Ashkenazi Jews took part in the Arab slave trade in East Africa and also took part in the Atlantic slave trade in West Africa. So this is something that I think is very important that we understand, that there was already that aspect of jihadism and Islamization. And it's a school of thought that you can see it specifically for I and Truth. When it comes to northern Nigeria, you can see it still in existence to today, that some of the Muslim blacks feel superior to other blacks because you're not Muslim, and specifically because you are not Muslim, right? And there is something also in contemporary society, in this 21st century, that happened that I saw it in the comments, and I need to come back to that, was about Boko Haram now and the Chibok girls' enslavement. Remember the girls that were snatched during Obama's tenure and by this Boko Haram Islamists? Those are Kanuris. Predominantly, the leader is from an ethnic group called the Kanuris, right? The Kanuris were involved in the slave trade. So when the Boko Haram leader said that, he's going to sell the girls into the slave market through Libya, that was an ancient statement he was making.
Exactly.
That was an ancient statement he was making, but no Western media or scholars ever put it together that way. Like, hey,
yeah,
this specific ethnic group of people were involved in the slave trade, and they know these routes. They were involved in both the Arab and the Atlantic slave trade, so they knew what they were talking about. They knew these routes already.
I have the same question that BB have right now. I'm just wondering, aren't Arabs black?
No, they're not.
Some Arabs are black.
No,
there's different type of Arabs.
Arabs.
Please let me ask my question in totality. Weren't they black back then?
No.
There are some Sudanese Arabs. There are some West African Arabs that they are black, and they have a collier. There's some of them in Nigeria to reg. So it's like when they say black come in different shape. When you go all over Africa, you will see there are some Arabs. They are black.
El Araba, El Arabi. Those are the original owners of the Northeast Africa, and they're dark skinned like you and I, right?
That's what I thought. So back then, would they have been dark?
When we're talking about Arabs, but when we're talking about Arabs now, they're a mix of our people and the Romans and the Hyksos and all of that. So they're like a mix. Arabs are not pure blood, so they're like mixed with us and Hyksos, which is like Ashkenazi Jews and all of that.
That's not the Saudis are not Arab. The Saudis are Semites. They are Jews.
All of those people are all the Hyksos.
Yeah,
right?
they are all Semites. So even Yemen.
And then
Yemen are Semites.
Version of what you're seeing in Egypt, North Africa, and in the so-called Middle East, which is just northeast of the African continent. Since they're on the African plateau, the African continental plateau, and that's what it is, really.
Okay, so they give you their version. Here's my version.
Can I come in? I have something to say on that part right there. This is a part. I have read a lot of books, and this is one thing I have noticed in some of the books that I have read that a lot of them agreed to. Is the participation of Arabs into slavery. Now, our problem is different people.
Arabs have lived in Egypt. They're not dark skinned. That was our ancestors. The Arabs in Egypt right now, they are the mix I'm talking about.
Yeah, but what I'm saying here is
it's not about only books. Sometimes when you explore places,
you gotta let them say it though. You gotta let them say it.
No, you gotta let other people. Okay, you guys, one person at a time. I don't think you guys are paying attention to each other talking, and that's not okay.
Exactly.
Okay, go ahead, please finish.
What I was saying is the books that I have read about history. That's why I said it's not 100%. Everything is wrong. I believe 90% of it is wrong, but there are percentage of it which is right about African history. The Arabs has participated in slavery, black slavery on the continent. Now, the difference is there are people that believe that Arabs are black folks. So black people was involved in slavery. There are other people that doesn't believe that the people that are categorized as Arabs are not really. Oh, just hold on. Let me finish, please, sir. They are not black people. Instead, there is a different race from black people. This is where the confusion came in. The time when Grandmaster J called on a march on Stone Mountain, I was not the first one to be there, but I'm on the first one to be there with my rifle. And I'm not an ADOS. When they do any match, it's what it is like it is today. would hate their own race to sell to white people. Now, if you believe that Arabs are black people, I would agree with you that yes, blacks are they are part of slavery, because the Arabs was selling our people. But I do not see them as black folks until today. I see them as something else, because until today they do not see us as part of us or one of them, and that is the reality. This is my point. This is what I was trying to say. But the thing is, people just want to believe and hold on to something just to have some group of people be responsible of whatever they think in their minds. We are black people. We should do better than what we think.
Can I say this to everyone? Just one moment. I think we need to come to terms with something, and we can't. It's not even about saying we need someone to be responsible. It's saying that we need to talk about it and we need to take responsibility. Period.
It's a healing process, because we need to heal each other, and
we can't heal each other if we're still lying to each other. Now let me just finish talking before you start. Okay. We cannot heal each other unless we get to a place where we could look at each other and honestly said, yes, my father did that. My mother did that. Yeah. It is what it is. I didn't do it. They did it. What can we do to make sure that this is not continuing? Because it is still continuing on the continent. There is still this thing where I see you different than me, and I'm capable of doing certain things to you because I think you're different. And that's what happened back then. It's not that deep.
Yeah, but there is something that's a problem about it being that way, though, Gina and Sister Gina.
It is a problem, but it's true.
No. What I'm saying is it's not that deep, right? But there's a problem for it being that way, Sister Gina, is the Europeans did something as well when they were leaving the continent.
We can talk about the Europeans. Okay. You cut me off to make that statement, but you got to understand. You can't go on and on. You can't cut me off and go on and on.
I'm going to tell you why. The Europeans left.
I just said I don't want to hear your why right now. I'm going to give you what I feel right now. What I feel right now is we need to get at a place where we could say, okay, we're going to put the European right here on the side. We're talking about us today. Yeah. The family, we're talking about our responsibility in this. It's like I left my house. It's like I left my home and my children, and then my children had a friend over. I don't care if I come home and my child said this person did that, their friend did that. I don't want to hear that. I want to ask you, what were you doing when this was happening? And this is the conversation we're having right now. I'm asking you, what were we doing when this was happening? We already know what they did when they took us across the oceans, but what were we doing that allowed this? Okay, so earlier I was looking at I believe the Fan people, the Dahomey tribe. Mm-hmm. And it's a very interesting thing, because one thing that stood out for me was the cruelty. Meaning that they would go and get people. Mm-hmm. They would have so many people that sometimes they couldn't feed them, because you see, this is how they would come with the ships, the white man. They would come with the ships, but they would want to have a whole shipload of people. So you had to give them a whole shipload of people, or they would go buy from someone else. So that being said, the Dahomey tribe used to go around constantly getting people. And then what would happen is, let's say the Europeans didn't come for 3 or 4 months. They would be responsible for feeding and keeping these people alive until the Europeans came. But in some cases, the Europeans didn't come for months and months. So they would kill these people.
Exactly.
Now, I want to say this to you. We could talk about what didn't happen, what did happen, and what I think my people did or what my people didn't do. But we're really not going to, it's not about you in particular. It's about our history and the part that we played. It's about the ugly part that we played. And as a people, and we need to talk about the ugly that was done to you, to me, because It was done. And now we are sitting here trying to dissect who played, who did who, and what groups of people, outsiders, was responsible for what. Nobody could have done anything to us if we had band together, and that we did not do.
So let me ask you.
Our ancestors,
can I add something, please?
Can I finish? Our ancestors that played a part in the slave trade were greedy. They were selfish.
They're evil.
They were weak.
Yeah, from happening again.
That's just my opinion. So that being said, I want to hear somebody that has not spoken. I think Tunaja just spoke up. I want to hear from him. I want to be fair because I have a couple of people that just have not spoken. African Millennial, Tunaja. Let me hear from you guys. Tell me what you think.
Yeah, I think the point you just raised about what the people were doing and why the stuff happened the way it happened. I think they were doing, from what everyone has said, this thing has been going on for quite a long time, slave trade, and it's been going on all over the world too, not only in Africa. So, but what we were doing was we're doing what we always did. But what they didn't know was the dynamics going on around the world. They didn't know what was going on in Europe.
What you're saying, Tunaja, was what they was doing, what they always did was they sold each other, they killed each other, they were acting like savages.
Yes. What they didn't see.
That's what I wanted to get to. Let's talk about the real. This is what we were doing.
Yeah.
It's like, say, you know what they say? I think Jamaicans used to say this: fire they blow, they think it's a coup breeze. They didn't see the danger that was coming. That the danger was a lot greater than what they used to do for millennia. They didn't see what was happening in Europe. They were not present in the Berlin conference. So they were just doing what they were doing. And before you know it, it was too late. And there were so many sad stories that you watch our African leaders, they do these things and they see their power ebbing away and they cannot help it.
And you're right, tonight. I think the ego of our leaders and the people that were in power, the chiefs, the leaders, those people that wanted the guns, that wanted the shiny things, that wanted all these things, I think their ego is what we can't just brush that away, because the ego is still in Africa today. While children are hungry in the streets and people are, there's no infrastructure and there's no schools, we still have these egomaniacs, narcissists living amongst us. And if you deny them then, you're denying them now.
You see, the thing is that we have to be careful. So let me just finish. We have to be careful about condemning the individual, because there is something we think we are in control of everything. Sometimes nature does its own things too. So what tends to happen? Leaders have certain traits. They are greedy. They are egotistical. They want to conquer. They want to become bigger. That is what they do, and that's why we choose them. So, but those things that they do is what led to what we have now. So sometimes we have to be careful when thinking that we control everything. We can't see. We didn't know what's going on in Europe. We didn't know that they were all ganging up against us. So some things are meant to happen. We've lasted thousands of years. We didn't experience these things. When were we going to experience them? We are unfortunate that we have lived to see these things happen to us. Believe you me, most Africans that have ever lived never saw this. They just lived their lives in their own areas, spoke their own languages, and they were gone.
Do you think the white man or the Chinese man or the Asian man say there are some things that are meant to happen, or do you think they play chess? They make sure certain things don't happen to their children 100 years from now. I'm tired of saying there are some things that are meant to happen. Our ancestors didn't play chess. It's time for us to play chess.
So we dropped the ball.
They refuse to let us play. They keep.
Now we know. They didn't know. Now we know. We didn't know then.
They
fucked
up, man.
They didn't know us fully.
Let's talk about that.
Every time we set the chessboard, they stop us from playing. Another African comes over and tell us, "Don't play that." Just
okay. Before we give them too much credit, the first time they came to Africa, they didn't know. No, the Europeans, because sometimes they say that they played us like chess. They don't understand us too much and all the rest. When they first came, they didn't know everything about Africa. They had to find like 200 days.
It was some of us who actually told them about Africa. We showed them our culture. We showed them our life. Did you not listen to me a couple of hours ago? I said we had babies with them.
Thank you.
We let them in.
You guys
We let
keep
them
going around
in.
this fact.
We had babies with them. We wanted to be like them. We saw that they had nice ships, nice mirrors, nice guns. Like, oh, can we have some of that? Not all of us did that, but some of us
what
have to
Tunaja
do
meant
that.
is, I think what Tunaja meant is if we knew their nature, we wouldn't probably have let them in.
Well, but you know what? We understood when I read about the Dahomey tribe and I read about certain things. Their nature became our nature. We were willing to kill each other just to get the little trinkets they were bringing. Come on, let's not play like we have to look at history for what it is.
Exactly.
We were willing to. We were willing to do. Let me finish. I'm tired of y'all cutting me off. What's wrong with y'all?
No, I feel what you're saying.
I don't want to hear it. I want to speak without being cut off, and that's it. I'm sorry.
Guys, be quiet. Sister Gina needs to speak.
I've been sitting here quietly listening and hoping that somebody would say, you know what? We fucked up. Marakoya said it. Maybe Truth Matter said it. Everybody else is dancing around the horse. We don't have time for this because guess what? This discussion tonight is about understanding that our ancestors messed up and we can't afford to mess up. And there are still people on the continent messing up because we don't want to deal with our ego. We don't want to deal with our selfishness and we don't want to deal with the fact that we sell out easily.
Selling out easily, yes.
Easily, too easy. And anytime we try to, that's selling out right there too.
You're right.
What just happened to us, and I say to us because it happened to the people that were taken off the continent and it happened to the people on the continent, was not a small thing. And yes, they were smart. They played us because we were busy sitting there trying to destroy each other. And we're still doing it today.
And Sister Gina, you know the sad part of it? You are very right. And even the enslaved one they sent to the New World, they came back and become a slave trader too. Can you imagine it?
See, truth matter, you say this every time. Every time you point to the Northerners as being divisive.
I'm not divisive. I'm not divisive. Can you be quiet and let me talk? Can you be quiet? Only, please. No, don't twist my word. Don't twist it. Let me finish what I'm saying. Why can't you open your ears? Open your ears. Open your ears. Be quiet, please.
They sell people all the time.
Be quiet, please. Let me talk. When I finish what I'm saying, you can put your 2 cents in it. This is what I'm trying to say. There is what do they call it in Badagry? Go to Badagry. I know the history. I'm not a bastard Nigerian or a bastard Yoruba. I know where I come from, and I know my history. I'm not here to have a 2-minute fame. I don't make money from this. This is what I'm trying to say. There is a lot of slaves they took to the New World. They enslaved them. They trained them as a boy. When they train them, they send them back to Africa. They become a slave trader too. That's what I'm trying to say, and you don't let me speak. Come on now. Go to Badagry, go and see. Go and see Balogun Williams. Balogun Sediki Williams in Badagry. What did he do? They took him from Yoruba land. They took him to Brazil. This guy speaks Dutch. He speak Portuguese. He speak English. They sent him back. They took him when he was a boy to Brazil. They educate him there. They send him back to Nigeria. He become a slave trader too. Started taking slave and ship them back to Brazil to his masters. And you don't let me talk. And you said, what did they call it? What nonsense are you talking about? Is the Fulani not kidnapping people in Nigeria now? Are they your people they're kidnapping? Do you see what happened in Nigeria? Did you see what happened in your state today? When everybody come with guns to go and chase the Fulani. Bro, stop talking. What did they call it? Are you a Nigerian government agent?
I'm trying to make a point. Let's see the point I was making.
Please make your point.
The point I was making. And the point I was making was that Gina said something about how we are divided and they use us against each other, and people are still doing it today. That is why you occurred to me that
it's going on. It's going on.
A lot of time.
The Fulani kidnapping the Fulani in Nigeria. It's going on. Stop covering stuff. Are you a Nigerian agent? Are you a Nigerian government agent? The Fulani, they still kidnap. Listen, they said they asked me to come back. They kill people in my hometown, in my state. They just keep the Fulani just ransack everybody's farm. with their
Okay, guys.
they
Can
kill
you
a lot
hear
of people.
me?
Okay.
Let me talk.
Let me finish. You have not even had my point. You have not even had what I was going to say.
Let him finish, Truth. Let him finish.
You've not let me finish.
Oh God. Okay.
So you see the anger I'm talking about. When somebody's like that,
But you're about to make
he's ripe for being used. He's ripe for being used. That's what I'm talking about. When
Nobody
people are
used
like
me,
that,
bro.
their judgment can be impaired.
I'm a Yoruba man, and we are declaring with Oduduwa Republic will
gotta
happen.
go. I gotta
Nigeria
go.
will break. That's what I want to tell you.
Here's what's frustrating.
Let me tell you something. Today, I'm from your state. People in your state came out today. They came out with their.
Please, I beg. You let's just.
I gotta go, man.
Okay. Listen. No. Do me a favor. You guys, listen to this. I understand the frustration, and I might have incited it, but I'm sorry. I'm just tired of the rolling around. It's true. It's true. We need to talk straight about this. I thought we could talk calmly and straight about it, but I don't want any all of this. Let's one person at a time. And you don't have to yell. We could hear you. Tonight, go ahead. Finish what you were saying. I believe you were.
I'm sorry for yelling. I'm just talking with passion.
I understand. I know. And I appreciate it because you know what? To be honest with you, this right here has been a long day of people just rolling. And we've had few people, and I said their names, that just came out and just was like, yes, this happened. We don't know. We don't know. And that's a real good way of saying it. But to act like that's something weird.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Truth Mother, I'm not saying this in a disparaging way. I'm just saying it as something that I observe. And if you want to call me out on anything that I'm saying that you feel you've seen, I'm all ears on that one. All I'm saying is that if our own people today, where it is relevant from what Gina said, was that they are still using that kind of language that these people do this, these people do this, and these people are useless, and these people can't do anything. You are putting yourself in that mindset already that you are not them.
So we are different people. We can have the same black skin, but I realize now we are different people with different species, with different attitude. Because let me tell you something. What is going on in Nigeria right now, bro? It's going to cause war, big time. The same thing that happened during the slavery is what is going on. People are coming. What I mean. People, let me speak. I'm going to answer your question. People are coming from people that don't speak. They're coming to people's territory, killing them on their land, taking them for ransom, and raping their women. Who's going to stay? Who's not going to talk today in your state? Go and look at what happened in your state today. 10,000 people came out with their gun. They to chase the Fulani out of your state that they don't want them anymore. Even Odo State governor already declared he doesn't want them because this is not about tribalism or anything. But let's speak the truth. They're killing the Igbos, they're killing the Yorubas. So how come I'm a tribalist? Let's speak the truth. That's the same problem that happened during the slavery. That our people doing shit, but we already covered it. We already don't want to say the truth. Nigerian president is Fulani. When the Fulani kill people, this guy never said anything. But when you kill the Fulani, he will send the army there. Come on now. The biggest tribalist is Nigerian president that you see. I'm not a tribalist. But I will tell you the truth. I'm a realistic. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because me, I don't lie. I'm not the kind of African that sugarcoat stuff. I don't need anybody's money. I don't want to make 2 minutes fame. I don't want that. But I will tell you the way it is. But if you want to take it, you take it. If you don't want to take it. But guess what? What happened during the slavery is happening right now in our doorstep. In my hometown, people has farm. People has farm, acres of land. They can't even go there because some people came. They came with AK-47. How can the Fulani in Nigeria have AK-47? But me as a Yoruba man, I can't have AK-47. Come on now.
Take the passion that you've got, brothers, and let's change things. Let's help each other. The passion that you've got, all this passion that my brothers have, my lovely brothers have. Why don't we take this passion and use it for good?
Let me explain why.
Exactly. I've seen Nigerians do this.
Let me address what the lady said. Here's why we can't do good. Here's what I noticed, ma'am. Half of us are here to talk about the topic. There's another half of us that are just derailing every time we get on the topic about something. originally Miss Noir asked something about Arabs. We couldn't even answer that question because we had half of us going on to other topics that have nothing to do with nothing. Truth is getting frustrated. I'm getting frustrated because we're trying to talk about the topic while these other people are talking about you. No, we need to be talking about the topic. I'm going to answer Miss Noir and then I'm jumping off because this is kind of sad for me to have people trying to derail the solutions and the history. And it's like, for what? There is no end goal if we're just derailing other people's actual topic points. So Miss Noir, here's the thing with Arabs and dark-skinned people. It's about groups. I'm going to say the same thing with Russia. Russia has Romanians, Ukrainians, and Serbians. Russia is Slavic. They are the dominant group. Everybody in that region is Celtic. They try to bond with the Slavics any way they can. How do I marry that, Miss Noir? It's because those darker skinned Arabs, the Yemens, all those people, they try to get with whoever is dominant in the region. But when the Arabs get all of their light-skinned Syrian Arabs together and they no longer need the darker Arabs, guess what they do? They shoot them back to the black community. So that's what I was trying to tell you earlier before people start derailing, because respectfully, that's your evidence. I know a dark-skinned dude from Morocco. They spit on dark-skinned Arabs in Morocco. They don't let dark-skinned Arabs talk to lighter-skinned Arab women. So that's what you got to understand, is that the way the enemy looks at it, Miss Noir, black people are servants. They'll do anything for a shiny coin, and they get verified on that decade after decade. I don't want it to be true, Miss Noir, but okay. I'm coming from the standpoint of how the white people see it. I know you want to derail. I get it. Let me finish, and I'm going to jump off. You can have the entire mic. I promise.
CA, I want to thank you. One thing I want to say in reference to what CA just said is that we can't none of us could deny the fact that they use this on us. They've done it throughout the diaspora. They've done it on the continent. What is it about us that want what they have? They put it in front of us and we're ready to sell our own children, literally. I read some stories yesterday, guys. I was looking at some abolitionist stories about white people, and they were saying stories about how some of us were selling our own children. Our own children. We were giving away our own children so we could get rifles. And I don't know if it's because it made sense, because, well, we're going to sacrifice 2 of our boys so we could protect ourselves. I mean, but look at us now. Look at the continent now. We can't even protect ourselves from the outside world.
Yeah.
All these people that we sold, all these people and all these things that we gave, the gems, the jewels, the resources, the people, and it keeps recycling. And we still are getting their broken guns and broken weapons. That means that cannot fight against them. I don't know. It hasn't worked for us. I know this is the way it was, and this is what people were doing, but we've not done it well.
Yeah,
division has been our biggest enemy.
Learned their lesson from this. I was speaking to somebody earlier about this. Someone who's older, they're in their 90s, and I was like, "Why didn't you tell us about this? Why didn't you tell us the truth? You know, why did I have to leave the country to know what happened in my own country 400 years ago?" And they said that it was too painful to talk about.
How dare you?
And I'm like,
keep that from me.
Too painful to talk about. I'm pretty sure it wasn't as more painful as living it. And what's even more painful is the fact that we're forgetting this. What's more painful is that
it's happening to us again.
Yes, you have people denying this because they don't even know that it happened. So when you tell them, "Oh, your ancestors were part of the slave trade," they say no, because they don't want to identify with that.
It's dirty. It's stigma.
Wouldn't it have been better if you just told them the truth? Wouldn't it have been better if we just know that we dropped the ball that bad so that it could protect us to not do it again. Because now we're having issues with trying to connect with the rest of the diaspora because no one was honest with us. And that makes me so disappointed. The fact that I even, for instance, I want to connect with the Afro diaspora, the diaspora that's in the Caribbean as well, because I love African Americans. They're awesome, but there were more people that were sent to the Caribbean. So I feel like I need to be responsible to reach out to them as well. And I just feel such a disconnect because it's like there's just so much lies, you know. It's just really hard at this point. And then you have a couple of Africans who Miss Angela said earlier, they just completely deny it. And I'm like, so how can we make these programs about repatriation? How can we make these programs about trying to move forward if we have some Africans out there who say it never happened? Like, it's just that no apologies. No, not everybody apologized for this. Even if you didn't do it, why can't you just do a national apology? You know, some of these presidents, why can't you just apologize and say, okay, let's start forward. Let's start more on a new leaf. Why does it have to be Dr. Arikana? Why can't it be actual countries that have funds that actually do these things? It's just kind of disappointing. I know it can happen in the future, but I don't see it right now.
I truly believe that. I'm sorry, African Millennium, for cutting you off. I don't want us to lose hope because I do see glimpses of it. I do see that we are talking about it. And I feel like there are some people that are making strides to do so. Let me share something. Let's just bring down the it's a little hype. Let's look at some of the good, because I don't want to come off just unbalanced saying, oh, you know, this happened to us. And let me share something with you guys. And you've probably seen this already, but
brothers and sisters, the Caribbeans.
Yeah, the thing about that is also the country.
Please stop talking right now. I'm sorry. We can't hear it. You see, this is what happens.
First, it removes
oh my
germs and
goodness.
pollutants from the air.
All right, so I'm gonna have to go back here and start all over again. All right.
Among Africa.
All right, guys, that was our brother.
And the diaspora. We are very privileged to be with you, particularly our brothers and sisters from the Caribbean and the diaspora. And the people from all over Africa, our brothers and sisters from all over Africa. I wish at this point to particularly to apologize deeply on behalf of the chiefs and people of Gold Coast and Ghana for the atrocities, the cruelty, the inhuman treatment that were committed 400 years ago by my ancestors during the Atlantic slave trade, where over 400 years ago, millions of our brothers and sisters were captured, sold, and transported under inhumane and cruel circumstances through Elmina Castle across to the Caribbean and to the New World. On behalf of the chiefs and people of Ghana, I do render unqualified apology, deep from the bottom of our hearts. Deep from our bottom of our hearts. But one thing that I want you to be aware of, it was not without resistance. Some of our chiefs did fought and resisted. Some of our people did fought and resisted. But we are fighting a losing battle against a stronger army. People with guns, we had no guns. They deceived us with liquor and all other temptations. Whatever the circumstances that led us to us, we stand here to render apology. And it's my wish and prayer that this apology is accepted. It's accepted by our brothers and sisters from the diaspora. May the blood of Jesus assist us to overcome that evil, that never again should we witness this cruelty, this inhuman cruelty of man to man in this country. I thank you once again on behalf of the chiefs and people of Ghana. We do render this apology, and I ask my colleague to add a few words to what I've said to you, and it's my wish and prayer that in the name of the blood of Jesus, you do accept our apology. Thank you very much.
We stand here once again symbolically at the gate of no return. We stand here as husband and wife. We stand here as the African male and as the African woman, the African family, the African community, the representatives of an African nation in a diaspora. We have come to say that we've heard your words. We have discerned through our experience and through our journey that what the devil meant for evil, God meant for good. Through all our trials, through all our tribulations, God has a plan. That plan involves us standing together, us once again loving, us once again being brothers and sisters, us once again embracing. Put your arms around somebody and let them know and feel the love of God, even as we stand at the door of no.
I'm sorry, guys. These people always throw themselves in.
No return. We are here. We are here by the grace of God. We are here by the grace of God, never to return again to the atrocities that have been experienced in this place. We accept with love. We accept with joy your apology, and we stand with you, rising together. In Jesus' name, amen.
I looked out yesterday and I saw the poverty and I said, surely God, there must be a curse. The slaves would have cursed this place. And there must be a curse from just what happened here. But this is the beginning of liberty and freedom for your town and your area, for what you have done today, that what we have witnessed. Those devils are silenced today. No more. Will never happen again. Because God is the Lord that led us all of us stand here today to receive with humility, to receive your apology. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I thank you.
I know.
And as you can see, that was shared from my brother Wadamaya. Had this and if you guys want to see the full video, you can go check out Wadamaya. He's everything. Go ahead and check it out. Tell me what you think. Somebody has an extra thing on. I don't know who it is. So I don't know who that was, but somebody turn off your extra screen or whatever that was. I want you guys to really take a moment to understand. I think what happened with Ghana, and everybody needs, and all countries in Africa need to pay attention to this. Who is that? Put yourself on mute or something. What happened in Ghana with the year of return was extraordinary. But I don't think it happened just because they said, "Oh, it's the year of return." I think for the most part, a lot of Ghanaians and the leaders and chiefs, a lot of the chiefs, really, in all honesty, really came to terms with what happened to their brothers and sisters that throughout the diaspora, and I think that this has to happen. In many other countries on the continent. And I think when it does, as it does, I said as it does because I think it is in process. And a lot of people say, "Oh, Ghana did it for the money." No, they didn't realize that they were going to get the outcome that they got. The apology came first. The year of return came second. And what came of that was a blessing from the ancestors, from the universe, from God, from whatever you want to call it, because they were actually, they came to terms with what happened to their brothers and sisters outside of the continent. And I don't really care if anyone agrees or disagrees with that. This is just my statement to that fact.
It is a fact.
Yes, I truly believe that. And I truly believe that, like that sister, I don't know if you guys, the most poignant part about that whole conversation to me was when that sister got on her knees thinking. So it was a vision of her forgiving someone and also getting on her knees to thank them. Because you see, it's important to understand that we need to feel like our brothers and sisters are truly understanding what happened to us. And she was on her knees thanking him for opening the door, because you see, when somebody acknowledges that they hurt you, or they may have had a part or played a part in hurting, they open the door and give you the opportunity to
express yourself as well.
Exactly. This is the most important aspect for me. Yes, thank you. It was the most important aspect of what I saw. It was great that he apologized, but it was the receiving of that apology and also her getting on her knees to show that I needed this so much.
Yes. And releasing that burden. But I need you guys, I was saying this earlier on, I need you guys to understand something that happened on the continent. I remember you going out, we're not bringing the white man into this and everything. However, the institutions and the countries that were created on the continent, right, keep those things alive and that division alive. That is real talk. That's why every single African that has been here, be it our brother Ra Empire from the Senegal, Gambia, to me, Nigerian, to the Cameroonian, and that is West and Central Africa, and I hope there's some Eastern Africans and some Southern Africans, right? Nobody in their academic curriculum is knowing about our sisters and brothers' struggles in the diaspora. This is from West to Central to Eastern and Southern Africa, where the Black Africans live on. So because of that because of those structures that were put there, we have to play chess, not checkers. We have to go strategically to the point where we are able to reconcile ourselves and have these emotional connections and bonds, that we lift the burdens off of ourselves. We need to be able to do it. If we're waiting for every single African country to start individually saying they're sorry for the participation in the slave trade or any of that nature, like how Ghana, it was the kingdom. It took a lot for Ghana. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I actually met a nephew of Kofi Annan. I proposed to him the project I was doing at the time, and they broke it down to just the year of return, not the actual global institution. For a fast track, honestly, for instance, Nigeria, Truth Matters is here, and two Niger Life is here. Nigeria, for Nigeria to come up with a statement of apology for the slave trade, like, that is almost as good as impossible at this point. Not because you don't have Nigerians like myself, like Truth Matters, like Two Niger, that are really passionate about healing the process, but the country's structure, its institutions, and the way it's structured is in such a way that they're not thinking about, hey, the diasporans. If they're thinking diasporans, they're thinking Nigerian diasporans. Just like how the African Union, when it's saying diaspora, is thinking of diasporans from African countries, not our sisters and brothers in the diaspora, African Americans that have lost their lineage, or the Caribbeans that have lost their lineage from the cross-Atlantic slave trade. And that's what's important. And that's why I keep on saying, best for us to organize, get involved, get organized, and actually create a global actual institution, 21st century, where its foundation has veto power for everybody. And this is what it is. It starts building that healing process. It'll be way faster than waiting for African countries to individually start asking, telling you, giving apologies. To be honest, quite frankly, I have my brothers here, and unfortunately, I don't have a sister from Nigeria. They can give you their own opinions based on Nigeria being the most populous black nation on planet Earth.
Brother Edward,
the way
some Nigerian lawmaker passed they put a motion for citizenship for diaspora. Some sell out, some descendant of slave seller, they block it. That was like 2 years ago
can I just
in the Nigerian parliament.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
go ahead. Okay. Can y'all let this sister speak? I don't even know which one it is, but I hear a faint sound of a woman.
Can I just say it's Angela?
Okay, go ahead, Angela, so we can
I just want to say, isn't it sad what the brother just said? He's saying that if we are sitting and waiting for all the African countries to say sorry, but isn't it that what we've been asking for the Europeans to do? We're expecting them all.
So you just answered your question, Angela. If we can't even get our own brothers and sisters to acknowledge, what are you going to get from the European?
Thank you.
Exactly.
I think that there's no excuse that the Western African countries haven't apologized, to be honest.
What you say, sis? I didn't hear you. What did you say?
There's no excuse why African countries, some of them, have not apologized. Like, we're not asking, we haven't even got to the reparations conversation. So why can't you just apologize? I don't see.
Can I say something?
That's gonna be a war if you ask them for anything.
Can you hear me? Can I say something?
Sure. Yes, please.
Yes, I came back real quick. I'm at work on my break. I didn't know you guys were still going, but I've been hearing a lot, and there's a lot of good points. Even Edward made a good point, and the lady Angela. But the thing about, or Angie, is it Angie? I'm sorry.
Angela, yes.
Angela. Yeah, the thing is that we know that Egypt wasn't built, as you know, the saying, Egypt wasn't built in one night, and Rome wasn't built in one night. Any of the great empires and rulerships and kingdoms and on was not built in one night, or wasn't built, at a fast pace where people can say, okay, well, yeah, we're happy again. We're happy again. We have a pursuit of happiness. We have a pursuit of wanting to be free and have peace, but it's going to take time, and we have to keep doing it. We have to keep moving. We have to keep working. We have to keep talking. We have to keep educating each other. We got to balance our frustration. I understand the frustrations I've heard, and because I've been there, but I've learned to try to balance myself as who I am as a Muslim, and my anger and my frustration towards those who have done the harm, even including our own people. But we got to, I mean, most of us, as we know, as you mentioned, I can't get you, I forgot your name, the one you facilitating this.
Me, Bijou Noir. Just Gina.
Okay,
or
I'm
just
sorry.
Gina, whatever's comfortable.
Bijou. You mentioned a good point that, you know, we you know, we're not even part of or took part of the slave trade. We either on either side because we weren't there. So
Yes.
we're apologizing. The ones who have apologized, we're apologizing for our ancestors and the ones who made the mistakes and did the wrongs and the evils and the crimes. And we're apologizing for even. Well, we're not going to apologize for the whites who've done the evil because they have to apologize for themselves. Their descendants have to apologize, and besides apologizing, putting things in place that to make you know,
restore what they
right
broke
and atone for their evils. But we're trying to atone, and this is what we have to do first, you know. But it's not going to happen overnight, and we can't like push for other governments or other countries to say, okay, well, it's your turn now.
Exactly.
You just keep educating them. You keep doing. You keep showing an example. You know what I mean? You don't stop. You know, and this is what it is. You know, I think that's better.
It's not going to happen overnight.
You know,
I agree.
You know, going at each other and saying nobody's doing enough. I mean, and we put a lot of history out of what has been done.
Brother.
Now it's time to move on with the solutions.
Brother,
we need solutions. Yes.
Can you give me 60 seconds so I can just say something and then we'll get back? Right now, this is not a time for educating, sharing knowledge. The knowledge is already there. It's about us being practical and strategic. Let's be real.
I agree. I said that. That's what I mean.
We can't wait. We can't wait for an apology. Like, look at me right now. I'm all hyped. I've spent the last 10 years, 15 years on Black West Africa Wall Street Nigeria Limited's page on Facebook, literally just trying to talk about the different demographic groups of Black people around the world. Posting daily. 2019, December 31st, I think it was December 30th, I made a post and said,
brother, your 60 seconds is up. You asked for 60 seconds and you're going way beyond. I heard you.
I said I'm done. Okay, it's now time to implement.
That's my job.
It's now time to implement. I told them I'm done sharing stuff on the page. It's now time to implement. And that's what.
One thing about him, one thing I can tell you about Edward is you're not going to stop him. You ain't going to stop him.
I heard that.
Like, I'm passionate about this. I'm passionate about healing. I'm passionate about us unifying. And I have looked at
I love that about you. I love that about you.
I've looked at every single.
I think you just have to get a balance. You gotta have a balance. I think you
man, I'm not a balance. We don't have any more time. We don't have any more time. There's no balance now. We have to act now. I just don't want the next generation to come into this.
What did you say tonight?
I say it was still even interrupting you when you said he's always going on and it's still going on anyway.
You know what they said though?
I'm passionate about this.
What's the tribe again he from, y'all?
Knock.
Tribe. They don't give up, man.
I've been doing this on Facebook for ages. So this is my
Mr. Edward.
What I need.
Mr. Edward.
You say what? Now.
Mr.
Not
Edward.
waiting for apologies, not waiting. Oh, there is no railway to this country. Nah, we need to start it now.
Mr.
No
Edward.
more waiting.
But it's not there when everybody
is afraid of when they met the Rock tribe. This is what they said.
We are all here to have a word, brother. We are all here to say something, but we are all waiting until everybody finishes. It's not fair when some people are hogging the conversation and not allowing everybody else to really
Amara, you're on here, Amara. I want to hear what you think. So I put the link out for you, Amara. You're late, but you're here, so I'm happy to hear
we all
that.
need to have a say. So
we love you, Edward. You got to give us a little bit of
Mr.
balance.
Edward. Nigeria is not going to apologize. They can't even apologize for their home people. They massacre their own land.
Exactly. I told you. I said that earlier.
So if everybody wants something, we got to be on the ground.
Let me reach myself.
We can't stay in the West and asking for our right. We have
Truth
to be on the
matters.
ground.
I said that already. I'm muting myself, so we have someone that will come on board.
And when we love you,
we got to understand that everybody's at different levels too. You know, we don't know what's in each other's hearts. We only know people's
We
actions.
need to force everybody on the right level.
Look at him. He can't even help himself.
All right, I'm muting myself.
I'm going to mute you.
The thing about apology is that apologies have implications when it comes to nations. When nations apologize, they have to do something for apologies. This is why nations find it difficult to apologize, because the moment they apologize to the diaspora,
Nigeria has some money, but that's not even.
But there's nothing wrong with apologizing.
Everybody stop, because I want to hear what Tonight is saying. What's going to happen the moment they apologize? Tell me, please. I need to hear this.
They have to have a plan in place first, the moment they apologize, because once you apologize, you've taken responsibility for it. And legally speaking, you have to take action. If they demand it, you have to take action. Hence why it's difficult for them to apologize, given that they are all in disarray, they are all struggling to even feed their own people. So imagine if they go and start apologizing and they say they want to fork out money to go and give to the diaspora. People will go crazy. And then you have a counterproductive situation. I think 99% of Africans.
An apology is just an apology. You know, once it's like you're already thinking, if you apologize, then we got to give them something.
Not in Nigeria. Not in Nigeria. The Nigerian government.
Nigerian government is a terrorist.
On CCTV, and they didn't even apologize about that.
I'm gonna put. You know what, Edward? I wish there was like a mute that I could click that you can't unclick, but I know that's not true because you are something.
Can I come in?
So, they apologize, they demand compensation, and once they demand, they have a legal right to demand for it, and suddenly the floodgates will open, and then it will be impossible to stop anything.
But
they will demand it.
True, Nigeria. They don't need. Sometimes you don't. They don't need their money. Just acknowledge what we did. It's wrong.
That's all. It's not about
simple.
If we apologize, they're gonna want something.
No, that's not true. They're not. I mean, you have to look at Ghana's experience.
You might say that, but some other person may not say the same thing.
No. 2 years ago,
some other person will say, no, I want the money.
2 years ago,
I want the land.
Listen, Nigeria, 2 years ago, one lawmaker in Nigeria put a motion that the diaspora Nigeria need to bring them back and give them citizenship, but some people block it. So what? Why did they block it? You understand what I'm saying?
You just made me have a thought. You made me think of something.
Well, look.
Now
example,
you made me think.
I'm sorry, Obeja.
Nigeria, if this is how Nigeria thinks, and I don't think that all Nigerians think the way you think, because you know what? Truth matters, Nigerian. He's not thinking like that. That being said, I want to ask you something too, Niger.
Go ahead.
What happened? I mean, the sister asked something earlier and it's still on the table. How come, with all this, issue about giving the diasporan land, what was the issue when when colonialism was whisked away? Was that the reason why? Could this have been the reason why a lot of the they didn't speak on in terms of getting the diasporan back home because they didn't want to share the land? Because to be honest with you, the only thing that keeps coming up is this land. Let me finish. This land that nobody is doing anything with but the white man.
Mm-hmm.
And a Chinese man.
Correct.
And a Lebanese man.
And an Indian man.
The Indian man.
Everybody else has using it to grow their home food and sell it to their country.
Dina, there is the Sahara Desert, that cross across East Africa to West Africa, That land used to be very fertile in the past. They used to be like forests. So you can still plant trees there and make it still.
Thanks, guys. I gotta go.
It's easy for them to just say, all this diaspora. There you go. This is a land that there's nobody on this land. You can live on that land. Why has
they want savannah?
Why has that not happened?
We don't want desert. We want savannah.
When you go to Ghana and you're driving from Accra to Kumasi, if you see the amount of land that nobody is living on, If you see the amount, Africa has got enough land.
Honestly, it's
that
not
is
definitely we do have the land.
Underdeveloped.
See, I've thought about this problem before. We have a lot of highly qualified diaspora all over the world. Why are they not bringing them back? The reason why they're not bringing them back is because of the ones locally.
Corruption. Nationality kingdoms within the entities that they left behind.
You know what?
Can I just get this word out, because this is quite important?
You know,
because I've thought about this problem.
You guys have to learn how to speak. I mean, it's about being able to speak in public. You're in public. People are going to be looking at this. You don't want to come off as the person always interrupting somebody or always cutting people off. We got to learn decorum, guys. It's a part of decorum. Let's do this. We can do this.
Yeah,
go ahead, Tanija. Finish what you're saying, and then we're going to let Amaris speak. He just came in. Go ahead, Tanija.
Thanks. So this point is quite important, because I've thought about this issue before in Nigeria. I said, why is it that we have so many doctors, engineers all over the world? Why are the Nigerian government not bringing them back? Then, if you think about it, if you game it down, you find that, okay, if they bring them back, give them land, give them good pay, then the ones in Nigeria will be like, why are you not giving that to us? Why are you not buying the equipment for us? Why are you busy treating the ones that have run away from the country? Then translate that to the ones over the African Americans. If they ask them to come in and just hand stuff over to them, then the ones locally will lose it.
You can't compare the diasporan that were taken 500 years ago, 500 years ago, to people that just left 15 years ago that have family and land.
People are shallow. People are very shallow. They will not think like that.
I'm not the smartest person on the shelf, but I think there's a big difference. We were completely stripped to Nigeria of everything. Our forefathers lost everything, and something is owed to them. So all these selfish humans on the continent that don't want to share, they're going to have to come to terms one day, because you're being forced to share with other nations now because of it.
Very important.
Sister Jenna, though, let me just say this real quick. Sister Jenna, the reality and the practicality of it is what I guess this conversation has been going on for a long time about. I think that's where we're hitting the crux of the matter. And the matter is that the Africans on the continent have no connection to this. What happened? That is what we're talking about. The education has not been teaching them. So it took people leaving the continent to actually begin to understand the history of the continent. Now, one would ask the question, how come the slave trade, which is such a significant part of what happened in Africa 400 years ago or so, why is that not taught? And it's simply this, that the education system does not discuss it. Who created the formal education system? It was the colonizers. The colonizers took children. So people, listen to what I'm saying. This is very important.
Coming back to what
the colonizers took children and indoctrinated them. So as the older generations who understood, as the fathers and the mothers who could translate what had happened into language and all that, these parents the children were being moved away from them. They were being given Christianity. They were being told that the belief system of their fathers was devil worship. If you were a child and you were taken into a Christian missionary school, what they taught you first was to turn your back on being an African. And this was systematic. So when the children were being taught about Jesus and Joseph and Mary, so that they looked down on their fathers and mothers, it meant that their parents had no validation with them. The parents could not teach them anything. So as this progressed, less and less was known about the history. I told you the other day that families that maintain their ancestral beliefs are the few families that can still remember the history of slavery in them. And it's tied into the spirituality. If you go into homes that still believe in the old ways, they have ancestral shrines. These shrines have been I would say about 80 to 90% of most Africans who have become Islam or Christians, they have thrown away these ancestral shrines because they told them they are idols. But people did not realize that with Africans, this was our data collection system. These shrines were not only the way you related to the deity of God and worship and pour libation, but also at the shrines were the records of people who had disappeared. Europeans look at it and they see some kind of monument with thread and stuff. Each thread was the name of someone. Now, how do you know how this thing is actually real? It's when you listen and understand the language of prayer. Because when people are praying and invoking the gods, what comes out is they begin to name people. And they would say in the language, so-and-so went out and did not come back. Or so-and-so disappeared at the time of the great stealing of people. And then you would hear that. But many Africans have cut themselves from that already. So coupled with Christianity and European education, we have also rejected this very way we understood our world and was able to reflect. So many Africans have no connection to slavery. Now, let's add upon that this notion of African Americans and Caribbeans and people coming and being given land to a people who have not been informed or updated about history. So first, hand in hand, our people should begin to understand this notion. This is what happened. I think there has to be a re-education campaign. It will again have to start with the young. The old people may not be able to get it, but we need to go back into our existing formal education system and reintroduce history, because many African countries, including Ghana and the WAEC countries, so that would be Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, all the countries that subscribe to the West African Examination Council curriculum removed history. They said history was divisive. So let me tell you, we don't teach African history. It's no wonder that Africans come here and have no understanding to what you're saying. We are not taught, because the curriculum says if you teach African history, you teaching division, you're teaching tribal stuff. So, but the history is reality. So that's what I'm saying.
Let me ask a simple question, though, and I'm a simple person. We weren't taught history, but we have souls. If somebody says, I don't think you have to know much of history to be able to say, this person right here is your family. No. This happened to them. And for this reason, this is going to be given to them. Why the hate? Why the I don't know if this is going to work. You know why? Because it's not even about, I'm thinking about people that have had things happen to them. And I'm thinking, do we even see ourselves like people? Because there's something so inhumane about us in the way we deal with ourselves.
Exactly.
Now, I'm going to put the diaspora aside. Diaspora aside, let's talk about just the way we deal with the poor in Africa. You know why? We can't even say, hey, it's going to be something that we're going to need to do. We're going to need to make sure that our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, the ones that were stripped from us, have the things that they need, have the provisions that they need. We don't even make sure that the poor amongst us in Africa have the provisions that they need. We're like very, very barbaric when it comes to that. And I'm taking the diaspora out the picture to have us look at ourselves on the continent so we can see the reason that we can't even imagine doing that or opening those doors or giving up that space to the people that desperately need it because they were stripped from their home. We are basically on the continent not even willing to share the pieces that we have with the poor. I'm just saying, at this point, I don't want to talk about people not being educated, because you should have a soul. You should have a heart. You should be able to see that this right here, this person is hungry and they need to be fed. You should see that this person, children should be getting educated. These things don't need much education. I've seen many places where they don't even have as much education as we do on the continent, and they're doing so much more.
Yes.
We have to deal with this the problem that we have with our soul.
Institutions that are foreign and parasite on the continent is the reason why you have that cutthroat thinking. That's why Abrahamic religions, remember I always said something, Abrahamic religions has an issue with us. It makes us foreign from the continent. It makes us foreign from ourselves.
We're barbaric, man. We're barbaric in a way.
Do you know what?
And I'm just being honest about that. I just feel like there's a lot of barbarism going on, and
But do you know why that is? Mentally, we're not even ourselves.
I can't understand. You need to let me speak. I have to get my thought out because I've been holding it, and I know I'm probably gonna come under fire in the comment sections when this video posts, but I don't care. It's time that we understand. You know, I was listening and I'm thinking, yeah, you're right. They don't have much education, but then I started putting my mind into other places and looking at them and saying, well, they have just about as less as we do, and they seem like they're more humane towards each other. The fact that people are more concerned about land than they are concerned about people, that humans that were taken from their bosom, is sad to me. The fact they're more concerned about buying big cars and building big houses while poor people are walking throughout the streets in different places. Yes. I mean, there's certain things that are just confusing to me. And I promise you, Africa have more issues just the diaspora trying to come home and getting land.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll tell you something. I want to tell you this because it's very important I say this.
Can we not hear from you right now? Like, we have Amara, we have the lovely Miss Angela, we have other people.
I want to thank Rakoya for contributing. I want to thank Rakoya for contributing. I want to let Angela, go ahead. Say what you have to say real quick. I'm sorry. Edward, I'll come back to you, but I want to let Angela say something, then Amara, then I'll come back to you.
I want to say something, sister, yes. It's like I'm here, but it's like I'm not getting a chance to say what I want to say. I've got to be shouting over people, and it's not fair because we're here to talk, all of us. We should be able to have our time. What I wanted to say was, even in Africa sometimes, if there's a thief, and you just say thief, everybody would be trying to kill that, not trying to find out why that person, is doing what they're doing. You're right. There's something about us that I think it's just not right. I don't know what it is, but there's something about us. Until we are honest with ourselves, there's something about us that is not very empathizing towards each other.
No empathy. And I agree.
No empathy. Even when the brothers are talking, you can see that anger that comes towards each other. No one wants to really listen. Even now, when the sisters are trying to talk, the brothers are over talking. You need to show some respect. We all have to show respect towards each other. That it starts from here, sisters and brothers. It really does.
But
I know that, brother, you've got this energy. We've all got it, but we are still waiting. It's not because we are not heated up as well, but we are being respectful to wait until you finish speaking. So we should show that to each and everyone on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so one thing I want to say is I saw something in the comments and I thought that was interesting. As hard as this is to most people to understand, many Africans on the continent have never visited the dungeons. The native feel no connection to those monuments.
Facts.
You know what
facts.
The thing that is sad about that is that it shows a lot about our priorities. Priority should be we would want to, and I don't know if you guys, anybody that comes to America and there's such a priority put on certain things that happen in the history of America. And it makes you appreciate America, and it makes you want to appreciate certain things. I don't know if it's shame. I don't know if it's shame because we were a part of the enslaved and we were looked like animals, or we were caged like animals, so therefore we don't want to think about that slavery thing. I don't know if we're just so disgusted with our past, humiliated by it, because that is sad. That is a sad thought that some people, and I did see a documentary where some people in Africa don't even know about slavery, and it's sad. They don't even know about, some of them are forgetting about colonialism. And that's the fact.
Facts.
It's sad.
You need to do a bomb on that. You need to put a bomb on that.
Wait, let's talk about this, Amara. Who sold who? And this is the end of the conversation, but I'm going to give you an opportunity to chime in. Tell me what you think. I'm going to continue this tomorrow. Not this particular, but let's talk about Africa. Let's talk about solutions, because to be honest with you, I don't even know. Are we ready for solutions? Because we have to first come to terms with reality.
We are ready.
We can't be ready for solutions if half the room is still thinking that it's because A, B, and C.
We're definitely ready.
We gotta, I don't know. Last week, Rakoya brought up, were we ready for this conversation? I think we did a good job of it. I don't think there was a lot of truth, but I think there were some people that told the truth, and the remnants of those that told the truth and the remnants of those that were able to say, hey, I just don't know. I appreciate that, because I think we're all in that place. We really all just don't know.
Yeah, Sister Gina, I just wanted to go out, but I just want to say something before I can leave, if you don't mind, please.
Sure.
There is a lot of good conversation that a lot of people just said about here. But one thing is very common, and if you listen very well to all the conversations, there is a point where we will all come to terms. This is not, there is, as I'm talking based off of my own self, on myself, not for everybody else. What I think is, I am not denying anything or involvement of Black folks into slavery, But what I will hold Africa accountable, and whoever knows me knows about this, I have so much to say about Africa, and that's what everybody say over here. The system that we have experienced, us as people, and see that is still going on all across Africa, Nigeria, Gambia, Senegal, everywhere else in Africa. It is so bad and so terribly worst. Everybody will agree on that. And then the other thing is, when Africa becomes Republican as a sovereign state of itself in all the 54 states, this is where I will hold Africa and the leaders of Africa responsible for not stepping out or standing up to call back their own people and fight against the oppressors for what has happened in the past. I will, if I want to see Africa apologize, I want to see the whole Africa stood up to apologize to our sisters and brothers that has been taken to the West for not taking the initiative
as well, for not apologize to the continental Africans as well for not giving them the facts that they needed.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, there is a lot of facts in this. You know what I'm saying? Let's call it like this. There was Africans in the continent that has power, but limited powers. That knows the truth. But there was, let's say, for example, with the story of Kunta Kinte, who insisted and resisted that his name was Tubi, until they had to forcefully had him to call another name as his name. Would let's say Alex Haley or George Haley, blame Kunta Kinte for having a different name from their old ancestral name. You know, it's not fair. But what is fair is what Africa has done to the Africans that has been taken off of the continent. When they become a sovereignty, like a republic of their own, they should have went all out and speak against colonialism, speak against slavery, and then stood up for our African brothers that lives in the West. This is what Africa owes the Africans that is living in the diaspora. Regardless.
Africa owes it to itself. I agree with you, but I also want to add that this right here, it owes it to itself. Because when Africa makes a decision to understand that what's happening to the I don't know who that is, but it's so okay. I believe that was you, Edward. You have another something on. But when Africa understands that what happened to the diaspora and happened to it, I mean, when it really understands it, I hear people talk about it, but I don't think people really truly get it. What happened to the diaspora happened to Africa. It wasn't just something that happened to those people that left. It was something that happened to the continent and to the people left on the continent. When the diaspora when the continent understands that and starts uniformly making moves to not only bring the diaspora back home, but the children on the continent, to bring them together. You see, that's the thing. I think one is going to make the other happen. I truly believe that. And I feel like once that happens, you know, that's the best apology right there. It's an action. It's not in word. To me, it's an action that's needed. The action of moving the invisible lines on the continent and making the continent receptive to those that were taken from it.
Very correct. Africa today is what I will hold accountable and responsible for what has happened to the Black race, but not Africa before we become sovereignty, before we even know who is who or what is what. You know, what we're doing right now, or what Africa is doing right now, is very painful. And I'm telling you, across Africa, this the brother over here was talking about the hate that is going on in Nigeria, is as well in Gambia, in other places in Africa. These are things that we will all understand in common that is very wrong, and it's in our presence. We should be held accountable for it. We should apologize to the diasporans for not stepping out for them when we become our own, and not for also making it happen home, but to apologize for what has happened a million years ago when our people don't even know how to wear clothes. I don't know about that. Honestly, it's not like I don't want to take responsibility. I just don't know.
When somebody, you know, the thing about it is, it's been put to us that we're so busy trying to feed ourselves on the continent because, you know, things are so strange for most of us, for most of the people. I know there are people that live comfortably. I don't know who that is that you're echoing again. Edward, it's you, please. Whatever it is, you came back and now you're echoing. So you must have a different thing on, a device on. But that being said, I believe it was strategic to make sure that the Africans on the continent did not recall or feel a need to embrace the thought of their brothers and sisters that was taken off the continent. And I believe the same effort was made with the diasporans. But whatever that is, whatever that was, it's changing now. We're waking up. But let's not wake up holding on to the same things that kept us asleep. The selfishness, the greed. That's the only thing. I see a lot of us waking up, but then I see a lot of us still holding on to those same things that kept us asleep. And I just pray that we can get over this, because to be honest with you, we don't have a lot of time left to play. And it's important that we start making the types of decisions on continent, off continent, that reflect that we are woke, we understand what we need to do, and the only answer is unity.
Yeah, thank you. This is something I just wanted to say, and I completely agree with you. And and I apologize for anybody who misunderstood me. But me as a person, I'm on the side of the African descendants. I am never with Africans. But what I would not do is to hold somebody accountable when I can hold myself accountable. What is happening today is my fault. Why can I not hold myself accountable and try to apologize on behalf of my great, which I don't even know about? I'm doing wrong. Let me put it to myself that I am doing wrong. Then we can go from there. But people just want to hear what they want to hear. The side of the story they want to hear. Oh, I want to hear that Africans, they sell me.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that, but we want to hear the truth, and that's a part of the truth. Then let it rip. That's all. And that being said, I want you to tell me, you never. I just want to give you an opportunity to answer. No hands, Edward. It's gonna be a Mara next. I promise. That being said, I guess what you're saying is that. Do you feel like this that the whose ancestors sold, what's on the board here? Those whose ancestors sold slaves to Europeans, and there were some that did, now struggle to come to terms with painful legacy. And I think you fall under that. I think it's a painful legacy. I think you fall under that line. It is a painful legacy. Remember when I found out what my DNA response was from African ancestry? I had 4 different ones stemming from my mother's side. On my mother's side, the first one that I saw when I opened up that email was Fula. The Fulani.
Oh, yeah.
Mende.
It's very interesting.
Please. Mende, Timne. Crew. I didn't see all those other ones. All I saw was Fulani, because I had done so much research and heard so much and knew so much about what part they played in the in the slave trade.
They're still playing that.
I immediately felt so bad, because even though my Fulani ancestor was sold, just to come from that tribe, it hurt me. But then, the other day I was just sitting here and I was thinking, how could I feel that way? Why would I do that to an ancestor that went through the same, that went through the actual process of having to be enslaved and going through all that? And it proved to me something else. None of us are clean. All of us played a part, and all of us were affected. And even though some people may say their family didn't get it, wasn't a part of it, if you were on a continent, you were affected. Period. And that's what I want us to understand that. And see, now what can we do? We can't go back and re-educate ourselves. And it's gonna take too long to sit there and try to re-educate everyone in the time span that we have left. Let's talk about the things that are here today on ground, on the continent, the things that are not making sense right now. We can't even talk about that, because if I put up a YouTube discussion that's going to say, let's talk about how these rich people feel comfortable living around the poor people in Africa, people are going to feel insulted. They're not going to see that it's not okay for us to sit there and feel comfortable while our brothers are hungry. And that's the truth of it. It goes back to we have no empathy for each other. And I watch these movies, and I know they're just movies. I watch these Nigerian movies because I love them, because I get to see my people. I get to see the land. I get to see their culture. And I fell in love with Africans based on that. The good, the bad, and the ugly, and even the ridiculous at times. But I watched them and I became very disdained because there was always this theme of, you know, the very rich being respected and the very poor not. And it made me realize something. I thought, you know, at first I was like, oh, this is just a movie. This is not how it is. But this is really how it is. Coming from Haiti, I thought this was just happening in Haiti. And my God, this is how it is. All over the continent. And some people like it that way and they want it to stay that way. And these are the people we need to weed out. They should become uncomfortable.
Can I just say something, right?
Go ahead.
The reason why I was talking about the apology wouldn't come, the Europeans did not just leave their institutions behind without safekeeping. The reasons why people are saying, oh, take away the history in West Africa, which is 15 countries in West Africa that use the WIAC, it's not because, oh my God, you know, it's being divisive. Most of the times, the Europeans left those who indulged the most in the slave trade in control of the countries they left behind. So a lot of these countries on the continent, especially Nigeria is a classic example. Who did the English leave Nigeria to?
The Northerners.
The Northern Muslims,
yeah,
Yorubas, and Igbos. A country of 250 different ethnic groups. And then if you're looking for all the scholars and anything great about Nigeria, it's these three ethnic groups. Most of the time, their names pop up. If you're looking for anything illegal about Nigeria, most of the time, it's these three ethnic groups' names pop up. A lot of the movies that you watch that are Nollywood, if you look at those movies, most of the times it's Igbos that actually do that narrative. And it is true. If you look at it, religion has done so much havoc to Africans that they are detached from their Africanness. That's the first thing you need to know. Even the Africans on the continent, they're not even attached to the land. They're not even attached to their Africanness. That has already been detached from the jihads of the Muslims, the Arabs. So now, for them to even find knowledge of self is already a major concern, because now your state, the institutions are against you being African to start with. And the people left in control are people who actually aided and abetted the Europeans to enslave the other ethnic groups. So how do those type of governments, even if they had 100 trillion, billion, zillion British pounds, they're not still going, even if African countries were actually the wealthiest countries, like GDP and actual had the highest living standards, they would not be in a position to give apologies.
Can I say this? You know, the only thing that is holding me, the only thing that is holding me or feeling comfortable about going to Africa is the fact that I know that I could probably go down there and live well or comfortably, but then I have to walk around and look at people that are not and probably can't do anything about it. And that's a hard thing. And that is a hard thing to come to terms with.
Yeah.
Like just watching it on the screen.
So you need
oh God, Edward, you cannot do this. You're driving me crazy.
I thought
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm gonna actually go to someone else. Amara, remember, he's been waiting when I'm done. That was me trying to nonchalantly, buffer to go to Amara.
All right, cool.
That being said, yeah, I don't know how people do it, but I guess if you've been doing it, this is how it's been being done since colonialism, and they learned that from the masters. The colonial masters lived well. Yeah. They had big, beautiful houses, and then we lived in the shacks. And now that some of us are making it up, or with money, now we have our big houses, and we want to see some people in small shacks because it reminds us that we are good.
It's the house Negro, field Negro.
Amara, welcome to the conversation. I'm sorry, Edward. I agree 100%. House Negro and the field Negro. And we do it here in America, do it in Haiti, we do it everywhere, and it's just sad. Amara, welcome. I know that you've been very patient. I apologize. Please tell me what you think about what we're talking about, everything.
Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing?
I'm good. How are you
Can
today,
y'all
sir?
hear me?
Yes, and happy to have you back, my Timney brother. Tell me what do you think about this who sold who and the conversation, just, the end part of it is, it really goes back to, I don't feel like Africans in totality, off continent, on continent, have empathy for ourselves. But go ahead.
Yeah, if you remember a while back, a couple of months back, we made a bunch of videos, right?
Yeah,
me and you.
we did. Yes, we did.
And some of the people chimed in.
You guys
And
need
we
to
went
go back to my history. Tonight just gave us some jewels. It was just basically him, and I might give Edward that opportunity because he has a lot to share. I might have to just give Edward his own podium one. We'll do that for you, Edward. Go ahead, Amara.
Yeah. So just to piggyback off of that, according to, because from oral standpoint, I'm in the position as an oracle,
Yeah.
From an oral standpoint, we have our own oral history.
Yeah.
The rest of the city Africans who depend on the Europeanized school system, if nothing is written on a book, it's not history in their mindset.
In their perspective. Okay.
Anything that's oral, in songs and in stories, is looked down upon. But we in the hierarchy or in the traditional setting, we respect oral history, because I come from a line of oracles. And even though I got a college degree, I'm going to keep up with my oral history and keep up with the tradition of my chiefdom. But just to say, this is the clear-cut problem. Brainwashing on the side of a washed-down, watered-down European version of history.
Yeah.
Most of these people who go through the Europeanized system have one-track mind. One-track mind. If it's not reading in the book, anything outside the box, they don't try to go down the history, fact-finding, because I'm going to give you all some tips. When they were training me coming up, they're selling footpaths. They're selling, when you go to the river banks, they're selling rocks that were inscribed. All those, it all is part of people traversing the land. But people, those never make it into books. And if they don't never make it into books, people don't respect it.
Yeah.
They don't respect it at all. That's the mentality of the African that went through the school system. It doesn't respect that. So as far as who's called who, the slavery came in stages. When it really got bad, that's what the part I'm going to jump on. When it really got really bad, the Europeans will set off Europe and come over, and some of our people were taken as prisoners of war. Particularly the Timnees, we moved from settlement to settlement, and anytime we fought, we lost people. But when any Tom, Dick, and Harry from Europe got together and got a boat and put a crew together and came to the shores of Africa at the height of the slave trade, when it was really profitable, they didn't look at who were the masters on the ground. They just grabbed. They got their guns, they grabbed. Like you have slaves, they didn't care. You have people who were in the business of catching people. They caught them, they take them to the shore.
When you say people, you mean our people.
Their job was that they put a crew together. Yes, there was Africans on the ground that put a crew together that will go and catch people. Then there are people who are gone to slavery by prisoners, being prisoners of war. Then when it was rampant, when it came in, these Europeans did not care who you were. They caught the people that were catching were slave traders, as long as you were black. And even the chiefs, when they lost the wars, they caught the chiefs too. They didn't go by hierarchy or nothing. Chiefs, royals, people in high positions were all taken away too. So
they had guns.
At that stage of slavery, they had guns. They had guns. They equipped. It was intertribal war. They equipped tribes to fight against each other. There were minority small tribes, and then there was these big tribes like the Fulani that were trying to always expand their kingdom. So they were equipped. At the end of the day, Africa was when they went back, it was a British guy that went back and took a head count of African society. They only had people, older people, and very young people. And that's what was the soul of Africa. The bulk of the youth and middle-aged people were some tribes were mostly taken out at that time because it was so rampant that it was so profitable that everybody that could get a boat, any European that could put a crew together, pirates. That's where piracy came aboard big time. Could come down there, catch people, load them on board, and take them to the destination. So if at that stage, anything went. Anything goes. At that stage. So really, amongst the diaspora over here, there are elements of slave traders. There are elements of innocent people that were taken against their will, and there's evidence that the traces of people who were slave catchers. But at the height, nobody, they didn't care. You were part of the count. They took you too.
And that says a lot, because when you think about, you know, your first statement about the Fulani, and a lot of us in the diaspora having the Fulani, look at me, Fula people of Guinea-Bissau, is one of my mother's lines. How could any of us say, well, this particular person or that particular person? There's so many tribes that participated and also were also victims themselves of the same thing. I love the way that Amara came in and he basically talked about how it was done. It's really it's an easy conversation if we could really just say, hey, this is what happened. It truly did happen that way. Our forefathers didn't have the guns, power that they had. And those of them that wanted it, they saw power. And you know, Black people always want power. We're still like that today. We're so egocentric and narcissist, and we want power. It was an opportunity to have power, to be able to be stronger than this tribe. So they was playing us against each other, making sure that they, regardless of what they gave us, they never gave us enough to protect ourselves from them. And today, they're playing the same game. And that's why we keep losing. And we are sitting here, and there's people that's more concerned about what the diaspora is taking than what's being taken from them. It's sad. And the answer is us, y'all. The answer is us uniting and communicating and understanding that this is where we messed up. We let strangers in. And what's that old parable, that African parable, when two brothers fight?
Yeah, strangers will inherit the property or something like that.
You know, all this land that we keep fighting about, and everybody's not going to be doing this, and everybody's not going to do that. Look at South Africa and take a good look at it. You know, imagine South Africa throughout Africa. Or imagine all of Africa looking like what they call Egypt now. Now, we need to think about this, because it's happening in hundreds of years, but that's the goal. The goal is to eventually take it all. I truly believe it. I believe that's the goal, y'all. I believe that they're trying to and they're patient with it. They're playing chess patiently. When I wanted to talk about this because I wanted us to understand what's happening with us now is no different than then. It's just a little less bloody. They're doing less with the, you know, they're getting their hands less dirty. Just like they found better ways to communicate. They don't have to blow horns. Now they use the phone. They don't have to put you in chains. Now they use other means to make you work for nothing. It's really the same thing, y'all.
It's the same game all over the world, to be fair. The game that has been going on is between the rich and the powerful and the non-powerful. And let me just raise one point about, you know, what we have been
It's the same game all over the world for all of us tonight that are dark.
Yeah.
I want you to pay attention to the people that are in misery throughout the world, look like you and me. And that's what we need to come to terms with. Period. All over the world now. And if they were ever in a position before, we can't really talk about our successes in the past. We got to think about the wins in the future. And we're not playing the game right.
That's one of the things I wanted to address, because I think, you know, a lot of people have mentioned the Fulanis and some of the, you tend to hear this stuff from the northern part of Africa, and they tend to do certain things. What I tend to find is that, you know, as a Nigerian, from my experience, is that these people fear the South. Yeah, it's actually out of fear, not out of anything else. They fear the South, one, because the South, they are highly educated. That's when we talk about highly educated. The gap was so significant that by the time the colonial powers left, the South had about 800 and something schools, while the North had about 8 or so. That the whole North. So that gap was so great, and that was the reason why we didn't get our independence in 1957, because the North refused. Because they felt if they're going to the same country with these people that are so well ahead of them, they are going to become slaves. So we have to start, because if we don't understand why they do what they do, we'll miss the point, because they are like us. We have to let them know that we are not a threat to them, that they are black first, before they are Muslims, before they are beholden to their overlords in Europe. If you let them understand that, because if you look at Nigeria, the leaders that they elect tend to be agnostic of this in race. No, when you carry on when I finish. They tend to be agnostic. Obasanjo didn't even want to be president the first time. Somebody died and he became president. Then he handed over to another civilian regime. Then a military regime came again. Then the next thing, they handed the power back to him, because Nigerians like people that see the whole country as a whole country. They don't like people that see countries in section, and that see people in sections like that. And that is what I'm trying to. Our people need to start seeing. We are all black people. These so-called black Arabs, they are black people. They are not Arab. Arab is not a race. It's not a race. It's a way of life that they choose, and a language that they speak. The real Arabic people come from Saudi Arabia, and they are nothing like dark Arabs. Dark Arabs probably have more African genes in them than these Middle Eastern genes. So we have to realize and let them understand that as a matter of fact, they know. That's why they are in the African Union. They all know. They are not in the European Union. They didn't take them on. They know they are not Europeans. If not, the European Union would have taken them on as part of the European Union. So we have to start reminding people that they are black people like us. If you take religion away from them, take all those bookers and all the things that they put on, they are just like us.
Can I speak?
I've seen them. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, because this is going to be my last time. I'm going to be finished for the night, but I appreciate Gina for allowing us to speak on the panel. But it's very important, and I'm not condescending. I'm not going to try to bring you into my faith and accept, but we have to be careful. We really do, because the basic thing is that most of throughout what I've been hearing, and I understand everybody has their own ideology. You have Afrocentric, Pan-African ideology, and you have people who have their religious understanding and their place in that. So I'm one of those. And we all together, like you said, we all black people, so that's understood. But the thing is, we have our beliefs, we have our ways, we have our traditions as we came up in, or what have you, wherever it was in the world. And we have to respect that. And you cannot force people to say, okay, I'm going to give this up in my standards, in my faith, unless you have a clarity that this is not conducive to the people and the growth of the people in the land. And it's harmful, like being vicious and being violent and slavery and all these things that we're talking about. Then we have to, we have to work against that. But as far as what you're saying is that putting that away and then, giving up it's almost like you're giving up your faith. No, we shouldn't be speaking about it.
We're not hearing you, brother. What's that in the background? Okay. Did you guys hear him?
Not at all.
Not at all. Okay, the background was kind of loud. Okay, so I have Lamin that has joined the conversation. He really didn't get an opportunity to say anything. Let's go to him, and then I'll go to you. I know you want to say something, Edward. Okay, go ahead, Lamin.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Lamin, miss you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. You had a good time?
Yes, yes. Welcome to the conversation. So you see who sold who. That's what we're talking about. What do you think about what we're talking
about? I've been following the whole program. It's been really interesting. I've been in the comment section, by the way. Right. I mean, I was talking about who sell who. We were all Africans, aren't we? By then. Right?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
So obviously, African we are selling Africans. There's no question about it. There was just Africans with the tribe like we are today. This is the victim of Black British, Black Americans, Black Caribbeans are the victim of what our grandparents did. We can sugarcoat it. We can go by the book. We can go around it and try to explain however we want to explain it. But I can explain. I can tell you something. Coming from Gambia, coming from the Mandinka tribe, my father is the one who actually told Gambians their story about what we call Natariko. So I kind of have a little idea when it comes to this conversation because I already had this conversation before. I think we had it before as well.
I think it came up in one of our conversations, but we didn't really get to talk to it in depth. But yes.
Yeah. All right. Let me break it down for you a little bit easier. You'll understand better, I think. Let's talk about now. Let's just take it now. What happening in Libya? There's Mandinka, Jola, Fura, Senegalese, Ghanaian, Nigerian, Congolese, Sudanese, Somalians. Who is selling who right now? Because as we speaking, Africans have been sold as a slave, $250 in Libya. Right now.
That just took my breath away.
You go to Libya and around those areas, those North Africa, they have in their bunkers, they have Black Africans, Gambians in their bunkers as a slave, in chain in their legs as we speaking. Who put them in that situation?
Their own people.
Come on. The same people, still now, the same people, you go back to Africa, they're still fighting about who should lead who. We are the most largest tribe. We have not learned from our mistake. Do you think we did? We have not.
We didn't. That's what I was saying.
We still in this. Look at this panel. I was watching this. It's all Africans here, and everybody is trying to show that no, it's not us. It's them. We're trying to take a pride. We were all Africans then. There was no Black British. There was no Black American. We let these people come up. And we opened out everything for them. We told them our secret that we were not the same. We were not one as we do today. When the white man comes to Africa now, we'll tell him exactly what happened in our home or what happened with our next door neighbor. That's how Africans roll. Doesn't matter whether they travel to Europe or America or anything, we're Africans. We have that kind nature where anybody can take advantage of it. This is just my word. I just want you to understand what I'm trying to say is Africans sell Africans, and they're still selling Africans. No matter whether you're from any tribe or whether any African country you come from. When you're in that position in that Sahara Desert right now, those are Nigerians, Ghanaians, Gambians. I even know the Gambian brother who name come up to it last 3 years ago, who was selling his own boys come from the same street. You know how he was selling them? He wait them in the Sahara Desert and tell the Arab, these are from Gambia, and they have a lot of money. They will get them, put them in the places. They call their brothers from Europe and they send them a lot of money. If they don't pay, they kill them.
Wow.
This is the fact that's going on till today. Most of us African diasporas that were born in the continent come to Europe. We're the one who sponsored this journey to our brothers to go and kill themselves in the back way we call it. Even though we know what exactly going to Europe, we only exactly know what exactly happening in Europe with all the racism. We are Africans, we are the problem. No one, anyone else. We still are the problem. Look at Africa. Look at what's happening in any African country. From Rwanda to anywhere you can call. It's all been mess because of leadership. We're not honest people, Africans. Some of us are, maybe, but most of us are not.
There's some, there's a lot of us that are waking up. I believe so.
And we still have a lot of things to do, a lot of work. Just listen to the voice of Africans around you. Look at the hairy tone coming out from them. See how misunderstanding they're coming out from, because most of them are westernized, and they're telling us, oh, the people that in there, they don't know much, they know better because they travel to the white man land. You see the difference? You have laws to learn. We have laws to learn. We have laws to accept as black people before we move forward. As far as we still have these egos around us where we think that we are better, but when we see the other people, we bow down for them. We will always be in this question: who sell who? We sell each other. We're Africans. That's what we did. We sell each other. No one did it. We did it to each other, and we're still doing it. That's it for me, Gina. It's like 6 o'clock in the morning. I've been there all night listening to you lot. I didn't want to get involved, but I have to just say that because we were all Africans. Nobody was from the aliens or Europe or nothing. If when the Arab man come, if we didn't accept whatever he was saying, we would even be there with the white man. Because if we resist to the Arab, we wouldn't be resist to the white man today. We still have not addressed
what are you on about?
We still have not addressed it. We still point there. Yes, the white man did a lot of evil things, like maybe laws, but I bet Arab did as much as the white man did,
and continue to do so.
They still now. They don't respect our nations. They don't respect no Africans. Go to any Arab country. There is no African with any amount of money you have. They don't care about you. They don't even, as far as you have that black skin, they don't respect you. They all know. Look at the way they treat African leaders, like a muppet, because they all depend on aid. If you can't buy the hand that feeds you, can you?
Sure can't. You sure can't.
This is what's going on. But maybe the diasporas with their understanding of being a victim of slavery, it will balance things. Everybody is trying to come out with being a better person. Every tribe will say we're not part of it. Obviously, me and any one of these people were never part of the one who sell you. It was our grandparents. But they come back to even our own families. The people that fathers have 2 wives. Look at how brothers teach each other. Look at the 2 mothers, how they treat each other. They go to Marabu trying to destroy each other. They actually go as far as to kill each other. Till today, this is Africa. It's deep. We're deep people, very deep.
Yep, you're right. We're very this is something. It is something about us.
Yes.
Yeah, and it all comes back to what I earlier on said about Abrahamic religions and how that has played a very vital role in our mental slavery. Honestly, I've seen it in action. For instance, Brother 2 Niger was saying something about, the Northerners are scared of the Southerners because they're educated. And by the time why Nigeria did not get independent in 1957 was because there were 8 institutions in the South, while in the North they were so advanced. I want to make it categorically clear to Brother 2 Niger that Northern Muslims have no concern and don't care about education. They're only about control, power, and power politically, military-wise, and then Islam. And that is the issue. Now, our brother who just spoke now was talking about, even brothers from Gambia moving all the way to Libya to sell other Gambians into slavery. If you look, most times of those brothers would actually be Muslims. For them, they're looking at the Arabs as more of their brothers than their actual ethnic group, same color, same black skin, brothers and sisters as their own family. That's another part. Then you now even come back to Nigeria, you have Edo, you have like the Igbos. When you look at who traffics them into prostitution, for instance, it's actually people from those ethnic groups trafficking the little girls into prostitution. So there are so many layers involved in it that Abrahamic religion has got black people's mind away from themselves. So we don't even have empathy for one another.
You know what? I want to jump
That's
in
the
here
crazy part.
because
We don't have empathy for one another. I've seen this thing. Okay, let me give you another example. This one, it's where Fulani
Brother Edward,
herdsmen
just
attack.
slip in. I know you're gonna get a little bit excited, so let me just say this point, and then you're.
Can I just say this one, and then you'll make your point?
Let me just say this
Please
before
make it
everybody
then. I want to
continues.
say
This
it's
is
going to
the
become
last
a
comment. We're
Nigerian
closing out. I'm gonna open up again if you guys want to join me tomorrow, but I have to close out tonight. We can continue tomorrow because this is an important conversation. Because now we're going to be talking about. It looks like we're going into the empathy thing, and I do want to talk about that. I want to talk about the way we see ourselves, the way we treat ourselves, because I think it has a lot to do with what we were capable of doing to each other and still are in some cases based on what Lamon had to say. And it's true because I've seen certain documentaries. I was hoping that it was over, but it's not.
Nah.
Close out. So last comments. And I'll continue this conversation for those that want to join tomorrow. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna ask you short. So Rakoya can go. Your closeout for tomorrow.
Sure.
Make it happen. Not Rakoya. Edward, because I don't want to come back to Edward again. I want to finish with this.
Oh, I'll let him finish.
I want to finish with Edward tonight and start over again. I gotta sleep for Edward and give him time. Okay, Edward, tell me, what is your closeout in reference to the whole situation with empathy? Because I know that's what you were about to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, so justice is a major word. People throw around justice easily these days. I'll give you an instance. Was Fulani Muslims attacked an ethnic nationality kingdom's village, killed the people there, killed children, cut pregnant women and took out the babies out of there just because they weren't Muslim. And then, they'll take over the land scenario. Now, the governor of the state, imagine the mayor of New York. This happened, say, in the Bronx, right? And then the governor of the state, instead of him to even feel empathy towards this ethnic group, right? He looks at the Fulani Muslims as his own people because he's also a Fulani Muslim. Guess what he does? He actually compensates the Fulani Muslim herdsmen who are the murderers and gives no compensation to the victims. This is in Nigeria. This is basically in the 21st century. And then why does that happen? Because he has an Abrahamic religion that makes him think that because he is a Muslim,
because he's Muslim just like him,
these people don't matter because they're not Muslim. And that is if you look at almost every single conflict on the continent currently right now, it's predominantly, say, 80% is based on Abrahamic foreign religions.
Nigeria, Ghana, Gambia, Christians, and Muslims. I think we all played a part. I don't want to keep hawking on Muslims.
No. I'm saying
because I truly believe everybody played a part.
Abrahamic religions is Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. So now we have removed ourselves from ourselves because you can't worship a foreign god and not think the foreigner is God. That's impossible. So now we are removed from ourselves. We're under mental enslavement, which is harder than actual shackles to get that out of our mind. And so we don't have empathy towards one another, towards each other, because of all these different institutions that have been put in place to keep the division constantly.
And we have not evolved. That's my thing. I understand that there has been
enslaved as we
I understand there's been many. Oh my goodness.
Thank
Brother,
you.
I'm going to jump in now because
I understand that there's been many nations prior.
Right, she's gone. Sister Gina needs to make it quick. So
I don't mean to cut you off, but I wanted you to stop at empathy because that's really what we're going to talk about. We're going to go into that a little bit tomorrow, but I don't want you to pull out everything right now, Edward, but we really need to talk about this sympathy thing, because I'm starting to realize that that's a big factor in what happened to us and what continues to happen. Go ahead, Rokoya. Please chime in.
All right,
Tell me what your goals
brothers.
are.
I kind of jumped in. So first of all, I apologize that I was jumping in, but I was hearing something, and for me, I was hearing the division. The same people who had talked about we Africans need to unite and consciously put this forth were beginning to delve into division. Everyone was beginning to talk, especially from my brothers from Nigeria, were focusing on the reasons why we are divided. And I wanted to stop that, because let me say this, okay? I'm not going to make it sound like Africa didn't have divisions. They absolutely did. But it is how are we amplifying the divisions in our behaviors, in our actions, and all that? Every group on this planet, on every continent, has tribal divisions. The Europeans were not a European, they didn't have a European identity until they went into the Berlin Conference and said, we are one people. Let's stop fighting over these people. If you go to the history of West Africa during the slave trade, the 400 years that we talk about, the Europeans were still fighting on African soil. The Danes will take over, the French will come, they'll kick them out, the Germans. So I don't want us to make the African division such a big part of our reality. I see it as a part of evolution of society and emergence of power. So when we talk about how divided we were, I feel like we talk about Africa out of the context of the world. Yes, we are the people who are at the bottom, but let's not forget that we have not been at the bottom all the time. And there is a time in the cycle of humanity where now we are at the bottom. And so what do we do to get out of the bottom? Okay, slave trade occurred. And who was selling? It was Africans selling, but everybody agrees that it wasn't Africans selling my brother, my sister. We were selling people that we perceived as our enemies.
As enemies, yes.
Number two, the system of colorism in Africa did not exist at the time. Africans were not looking at each other as, you are from Nigeria, I am from Ghana, and so our difference is based on color. It was our difference is based on language. I always tell people who are intellectuals, look at the words we use in our local language for our strangers. In my language, a stranger is called a visitor. And a foreigner is somebody who is non-African, who doesn't share your traditions, who comes from a strange land. But if he's an African and he shares culture elements with you, you use the language a visitor. So we had some balance in that. It didn't mean we were hunky-dory with each other, but we recognized that this is someone who is from the same biosphere, let me just use that, of each other. And we treated each other in that way. How do you treat a guest? I have heard stories from the Sudan and Northern Africa and parts of my world where people literally at the night would leave a pot of water outside for anybody wandering, a stranger wandering in their lands to have water. These are the ethics and the traditions of a people. Now, something happened. The thing was a paradigm shift in the African context. People came who they did not identify as enemies. The Africans did not see the European coming into their territory as enemies. So for 200 years, they had friends. Forget that the French had a different color skin tone. The Africans were trading with people who were bringing them goods that they didn't have. And no European in that 200-year span was saying, we're here to take your people. They were conquering North America and pacifying that land and making sure that that land could be taken over. They enslaved the North American Indians, and that did not work. So then the look was Africa. But now they have friends. So their friends were allies. They came and said, we need this type of people. Let me tell you, if you look at the annals of history, not only written by white people, but by Africans themselves who had documented through their own oral tradition. Initially, some of the kings gave their own. There were kings that gave their sons, their nephews, said, go take these people and go and train them in your ways. Go teach them how to make these things. You come here and bring it. And the Europeans never came with some of the sons. The King Zankli Lawson of Aneho in Togo kept asking, where are my children? Where are my children? Until he died. The Europeans take these sons and get on the ships, and these people are slaves. So what I'm saying is the whole thing is not something that you can put one particular anecdotal story on. But having said so, going forward, we're talking about things like empathy. We're talking about religion. I think those things are things that we need to begin to interrogate, because look at the Africans in their traditional behavior. Look at their proverbs of wisdom. Look at their spiritual practices. That should give you an idea of whether these people were empathetic or not. Sister Gina talks about a behavior in Africa, which I have also grown to see, where people would take children from other homes or poor homes and bring them to their homes and use them as servants. That in our today consciousness, we know that to be wrong. Children are not to be based on burden working. But in the Africa of then, children were brought in and children were labor. So the families that had farms would use children as able as you were to go work the fields. And most children that came from homes came as people who had less. And the Africans' interpretation of that is, I'm taking somebody who is less than me economically, and I'm bringing them into my home to give them an opportunity like my children. Not everybody treated them as servants, but yes, some of them brought them. And I have had conversation where people said, look, I have 9 children. If I don't send one of them, what are we going to eat? So again, I like to throw these nuances into conversations so that we have a sense of understanding and we don't make absolute statements, because not every statement is not every situation is the same. However, in generality, here we are. Our people participated in selling themselves in different forms. So what next? What have we learned out of that? What can we say about the things we'll do in the future so that this is not repeated? And I look forward to having that conversation tomorrow with the panel, because I think let's not get into the division. The division is what got us here. Let's go more into the things that unify. And thank you again.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate it. And yes, I'm looking forward to that too. I really do want us to come to terms with. I think that we have, for the most part, on this conversation. What do you think, Rakoya? I think that I'm
actually quite impressed. I think the ancestors held our hands. This did not
I think we were able, and I think we're ready for more discussions. I think more discussions. It should be a continuation of us breaking into this until everybody on the continent is aware. And that's the part of it. They weren't education. Well, conversations educate people too.
Exactly. I agree.
Let's talk about it as much as we can. Thank you so much. And I want to thank you because like everybody in the comment tells you, you come on here and you shine the light, and we appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate it too.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to African Millennial. My sister, please tell me what you think about everything. You've been so patient. Usually you don't stay on here this long, so I'm very humbled by your presence. And you shot some jewels. This is for you, Rakoya, and this is for you ahead of time. Thank you, sis. Go ahead. Tell me what you think about it overall. And we're gonna be talking tomorrow about our state of empathy and love and self-respect.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say is that it is correct that this was able to happen because we had some sellouts. I'll keep on saying this. The sellouts just made everything easier. And it's kind of sad. I was talking to somebody recently, and in as bad as it is to say the descendants of the sellouts are still alive, there are some tribes in Africa right now that they're really financially well off because of this.
Because of just like the slave, just like the white, some of these people that had these plantations.
Facts.
Yeah, it's really sad. I don't know what to say about that, but I just feel like, in as much as I hate how they're still there, it's still a reminder of it actually happening. And in one way, I am kind of glad that those monuments, such as the slave castle, still exist. Because if those monuments weren't there, how easy would it be to wipe away this from our history? Because we have some people who admitted that we don't talk about this because it's too painful.
Right.
So then if we don't talk about this because it's too painful, and some of us didn't write this history down, how would we be able to remember it? So I am glad and I am happy in a weird way that some of these monuments exist and that some of these people have been able to be alive and basically expose themselves, expose a part of ourselves that, as someone mentioned before, we haven't come to terms with and we haven't really dealt with.
Yeah,
it's
hard. Yep.
Slavery happened, colonization happened, but what did we do after those things? We just moved on.
How do we make it right?
We just moved on. We didn't really take a step back and analyze, do a psychoanalysis of, oh my goodness, all these people are missing. Okay, what happened? And how can we come to terms with this before? Now, you'll have some people say that we were busy, we were colonized. I understand all of that. But what I'm saying is, did we take a chance to actually sit down and actually plan how we're going to move forward? Or did we just continue living our lives for generation to generation and say, well, I'm not going to deal with this. And that's where we are right now. To have this conversation in 2021, I'm very happy and I'm very blessed to hear what everyone is saying. But the second part of me is like, why are we still at this level? Like, why are we still at this step? It feels like we're starting out. It makes me a bit sad, because if I look at the history of my country, for instance, my dad is 67 years old. He's older than my country. So I'm just kind of like, okay, so since that time, what have we done? Nothing.
And that says a lot, because it's sad, because you would think everybody on the continent would be aware of their history, because the fact is that the history is only 70 years or 65 years. So people are still living that lived in that history. So it should not be forgotten already.
Not with the institutions left behind by Europeans. They made sure that would not.
I understand that.
Let her continue. Oh my goodness! You came back. Where are you coming from? I thought you closed out already. Let her finish. Go ahead, African millennial.
I understand about the institutionals and in the institutions, but at the same time, what I don't like is sometimes when we speak about the institutions is they created all these things for us. So what did we create for ourselves?
Woo!
I'm sitting there reading a British history book telling me that Christopher Columbus discovered the world. What does that have to do with me? What does that have to do with me as a person? What does that have to do with what I did? What
the fact that you just mentioned, African millennial, that some of these places, have less age than your own father. We should know something. We should remember something. Something should have been told to us.
Yes, someone dropped the ball somewhere. I'm pretty sure that person who dropped the ball is not living in this world anymore. But still, we have to acknowledge that they dropped the ball, and we are the descendants of people who did that, and we need to stop that. We need to stop that so the next generation doesn't do that. You know what I mean?
I agree.
I agree with you, African millennial. Can I just say something?
No. The answer is no. It's a closeout. You're messing up the whole quote. Look at him.
Allow him.
Oh, go ahead, Edward. But it's got to be short.
every single person who fought for the independence of every single African country, they either got
good grammar and spelling are
killed, they either got killed, jailed, or exiled. Food for thought. Well, carry on, African.
Yeah, well, more people need to be killed, exiled, and whatever because we're still not.
It was because of the institutions that they tried to remove.
I don't care about the institutions. People will say things like, okay, the white man gave us education, the white man gave us churches, the white man gave us this. I don't care what they gave us.
What
anymore.
about the Arab man?
Helped us.
Oh, come on. We can't do this right now, but let her, I appreciate your point, Edward, but let African Millennial close out and then I could go to Niger.
Hey, let me say something.
I can't even finish my statement.
Let her finish, please. Go ahead.
Okay, so I understand people saying, okay, like all these institutions were given to us by them, but at this point, it doesn't matter. We're still seen as slaves.
Yeah.
Because we haven't done anything. That's the whole point.
We're still slaves.
What's so bad about taking accountability?
That's what the institution
debate, and we have to stop that. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? People are saying, oh, people died. Well, people are killing each other anyways, and we're not liberated. So more people are going to die, unfortunately. That's just the way it is.
That's what the institutions were supposed to do.
Right.
That's all I got to say. She said it all. We're tired. I guess the thing about it is I hear the women speaking and the women are like, okay, we're ready. We're done.
Yeah.
We're done. And you know, we're done. Okay, so to Niger, you're on, and I want to thank you, African Millennial. I promise you. You, Rokoya, my sister Angela, you guys came through and you spoke, and I appreciate that because you know a lot of women need to get involved because we're the mothers. We need to teach our children, y'all. I don't care if they're not, the system is not set up.
Educate a woman, you educate the village.
We need to teach our children, and especially our young men. It's something that cannot be. It's not even an option anymore. They need to know, and early. Go ahead, Niger. Tell me what you think about everything and where you are with your closing.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I think the fact that we sold our own people, it's a very, very tragic event. And I hope that all this will be resolved when we get our house in order, because it is sin that has to be redressed. And this is the dream for so many Africans. And I believe that most African leaders share the same belief too, that these things needs to be resolved. And this is why we are all working very hard for these things to come to be. So then when it comes to, you know, sometimes during the discussion, I get a feeling that we are beginning to, you know, make it look like we are actually special in being cruel to our own, or like there's something wrong with us necessarily. I think if anything, if I look at history, we Africans are one of the gentlest people. And we are very, very distant. Yes. See, I can give you reasons why. Even after the Berlin Conference, the white people still went ahead to have 2 world wars. They killed millions amongst themselves. Brutal, unapologetic killing, on and on. So when we start looking at ourselves, we have to keep things in perspective. A lot of horrible things has happened to us, and it's still happening. And even when I go on the ground, that you hear some of all these statements, some things people say, I said, you know, the problem is we just don't know. Our people don't know. They don't have a bigger picture of what is going on. We are busy looking at the tribes when we should be looking at we're all one. We have bigger problems. That's why I said we should put off all these disputes for 20 years or so and focus on the bigger picture.
Do away with the tribes. People would go ham if you took the tribes away from.
Do away with it in the meantime, because if we keep thinking about this, we are going to keep losing, because this is the mistake of our forefathers. We all know it.
Yep.
We all know it and want to repeat the same mistakes. And it's easy. It's so easy to divide people. I've said this before. Just a page can divide human beings by just changing one phrase in that sentence and giving both sides to read different phrases. It can change the way human beings see the world, not to mention having people from different tribes. We should not be surprised. West Africa has 1,000 languages, and this is where most of the slaves came from. It's not by accident.
Yep.
This is one of the densest language locations in the world, from what the reports have indicated. So we have to keep things in perspective that, okay, this tragedy has happened and is going to be fixed. Given the trajectory of travel, like I've always said, it looks like things are bad. Bad things have happened, but let's look at the trajectory right now. The African Free Trade Area just happened. The single passport is coming online, and we are all having these conversations. That is what we should be thankful for.
And we are very thankful for that. Thank you for reminding us of the great things that are happening right now. And you know what? One thing I wanted to bring up, something strange happened to me. And this is off topic, on topic, but I'm going to make it quick. I've had 2 Nigerian people reach out to me on my 23andMe ancestry. I took an ancestry test, and on this thing, people take tests all the time. And for whatever reason, there were 2 Nigerians within the last 2 weeks that took tests, and they kind of reached out and was like, hey, looks like we're related. And I'm like, hey, and one of them, the strange thing is I have Nigerian DNA. I know that 37 point something % of me is Nigerian, but what I found out is one of the guys that reached out to me, he's Yoruba. The other one is Ifek. How can I have Nigerian and have 2 different tribes? Can somebody explain that to me?
There's 2 different. There will be.
One is Ifek or Ifek. Yeah, Ifek.
They're both the same. They're both the same. They are both Yoruba.
The one is Yoruba.
They are both Yoruba. Ifek.
Okay.
Is it Ifek? Do you mean IFE or EF? Ifik? EFIK, thereabout, something like that. Which one is it?
It starts with an E.
It starts with an E, so that's more like the Kalabari people, and yeah, they were really as much as like the Europeans.
Wow. Okay, so I'm still confused, but I get it. I keep hearing the background, but
you mean Ifon?
Yeah, Ifek.
Ifon.
Okay, who's that? It's you. Truth Matters. It was you. It's making some kind of noise, but that was something that I wanted to question. I'm happy you guys answered that, because I was like, weird. This is weird. Why is one Yoruba and the other one is? Because I asked them both, what tribe are you from? One is Yoruba, one is Ifek. Efik.
I think you are Efik. Is actually Efik, and I think you are partly south. Yeah, where basically I'm from too.
Okay.
Yeah, so
okay. Elijah. I want my land. Okay. I'm gonna get to the next person now. That was just something that I thought was strange, but thank you for answering it. It makes sense now. What that means to me is that all these people calling themselves different things are really the same people. It's sad. It makes me mad, but it is what it is. I get it now. That being said, we're gonna go to it is your turn. Truth Matters. Tells me what you think. Yes. What do you think about everything we talked about? I appreciate your contribution today. I hope we see you tomorrow. We're gonna touch on it. I'm looking forward to seeing all of you again. Truth Matter. What do you think about this conversation?
It's a good conversation, but one thing is Africans need to realize Africans are in denial. We like to deny a lot of stuff, and that's why we're in a messy position. Because when you look at empathy comes with sincerity. When people are not sincere, they won't have empathy for you. And that's what is going on with us today, because we're not sincere with each other. So how are we going to have empathy for other people that live across us? But we still want to maximize things like, oh, that was past. But your past determines your future. That's what life is. If you forget your past, it's like when you're coming now, you forget where you're coming from. But when you go into the front, you don't know where you're going. You got to remember where you're coming from, what happened. But Africa always forget, like, oh, that was then. But that was not then, because what happened then is going to repeat himself again, which we all see that is going on. But when we point it out, people who said, oh, you're a tribalist. It's not about tribalist. It's about reality. So because how can we confront this stuff before it comes to ethnic cleansing? Because right now, ethnic cleansing is a big time in Africa. But there's nothing different from, that's how slavery started. But when we don't come together, when we don't come and confront it, like, I'm not going to support you because I'm from this race, and you do this to other race, I will not support you. I'm not going to support you because I'm a Yoruba man, and you commit atrocity to Igbo, and I see like what you did is wrong. I will not support you. I would like, you know what? If we want to live in peace and there's no division, and there's not going to be like, oh, you are this, you are this. We have to speak for ourselves when we see our own ethnicity committing crime. But it's different in Africa now. You realize that when your own ethnicity committing crime, the people are their leaders. They are the ones support them. Like, oh, what they're doing, they will not condemn it. So that's the problem. When we do this, we're not going to go anywhere. We're going to be this way. So that's why every outsiders, they know how we roll. They know like we are not sincere people. So when we're not sincere, that's why they come in and take everything. Because when you still look at it, how come in China, corruption is offense, but Chinese can come to Africa and bribe? Because we're not sincere. So people that are not, when somebody is not sincere, they will not have empathy for you. But we have to change our thinking, our mindset. Because when you look at all this country, they will tell you they write a constitution. But you write a constitution that favors you, but it doesn't favor your neighbor. So can you imagine it? But in the constitution, you write a constitution. So who wrote the constitution? Who? There's African neighbor right, is European style, that constitution. But we still have this. But people will like, oh, we wake up. We not wake up. We still have this mentality because we believe in one thing. Like, oh, if I'm this religion, if I commit crime, or in that religion said there is forgiveness. But guess what? In African spirituality, there is a consequence. They will let you know, like, you steal money, you swear with this, there is a consequence. So that's why when Africa go back and started thinking, like, how do we get it wrong? What do we do? Because a lot of people don't want to go to past, but there's no way we have to think about our past, because our past is the future. And right now, that past is coming back again to haunt us. So that's where African can get out of this. Because if we don't deal with what happened in the past, we don't bring the history. You understand what I'm saying? If we don't tell the history of the past, like, oh, in the past, these people do this. So those who that do it, their descendants, they will know, like, oh, this is what my ancestors did. So they will have a remorse. But because we don't speak all this, we don't speak about it, we don't tell the history. So that's why we still see a lot of pocket of resistance in Africa that still generalize, materialize that all the time, because people don't speak about it. They want to maximize it. So Africa needs to change. If Africans change their mindset and be sincere with themselves, that's when we're going to move on. But when we don't be sincere, because Africa like false hope. We like people that romanticize everything and lie and said, oh, there's, and what do they call it? When we change our mentality and we'll be sincere with each other. Because I can't imagine when Africans said Africa never sold Africans. You know what? It pains me because I'm a descendant of slave. My family wasn't of slavery. I'm from Abeokuta. If you know the history of Abeokuta, you will know that they are the one that they took into the slavery. That's why there's Abeokuta in Jamaica. A lot of people from South Carolina are from Abeokuta. But when people come, like, Africans don't sell Africans. Africans sold Africans. There is traces all over Nigeria. Nigeria has the largest slave seaport in whole Africa.
I didn't know that.
Yes. Nigeria has the largest. It's in Calabar. It's in what they call it, Bonny. That's the first place they ship slave out of Africa.
That's where my cousins, the ones I found on there in Calabar and Lagos.
Exactly. In Bonny, everywhere. Wida used to be part of Badagry. Wida and Cotonou used to be part of Badagry. From Badagry to Wida, it's like transport. So all this kind of stuff, when we don't want to call it, because When you look at, because we don't speak history, even during the slavery time, a lot of slave a lot of people they enslaved, they took as a young children to New World. They trained them to come back to Africa to become a slave trader too. Because we don't tell history of ourselves, because we see ourselves like we are, oh, I'm this class, I'm better than this. When I'm this ethnicity, we are in power. So everybody has no power more than us. We understand what I'm saying? We have to change our mindset. When we change our mindset and we find ourselves, that's where Africa is going to be in a good shape.
We don't have a choice. We're running out of time. I agree.
There's no amount of technology we have, amount of technology, everything we have, education. But if you don't have a mindset and you're not sincere, everything is not going to move on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Truth Matters. I look forward to seeing you hopefully tomorrow so we can further this discussion. I'm going to go now to my brother, Amara. Amara, I know you didn't really get to speak much, but hopefully, I hope you could come in early sometime. I'll be here tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll see you early tomorrow. But tell me what you think about what you've heard so far. Mara, are you still with us? I can't hear you.
He's asleep.
Amara fell asleep.
Let me finish.
Oh my goodness. I think he is asleep. Okay, so Darth, go ahead and tell me what you think about the conversation, my brother.
I jumped out of the conversation to give Amara space. Now I'm back for my final say. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But what I gotta say is this conversation is necessary. This conversation is necessary because they still swabs a whole amount of our people, swabs of our people that have not evolved yet from thinking that slavery is normal. You understand what I mean? They still are. They have not evolved. They have not evolved from thinking that slavery is normal. You know, from thinking that it's not normal. You know. So, how I look at it is the best way to settle this for anybody that wants to evolve is to look at it from a historical point of view, to look at it from a societal point of view, and to look at it from a psychological point of view. The psychology that affects these people, and including a moral point of view. You understand? What happened to those? Why do they think that it's all right to enslave people? Why do they think it's all right to enslave people? What was the psychology behind that? What was the historical context behind that? And what was the societal context behind that? If you understand these things, then you won't be as irked or hurting in your heart as much. Me and my friends, most people around me, we've discussed this issue deeply. We've discussed it, and I've got to that point where I really understand it as well. But what I can say is there's still a huge swath of our people that still see slavery as normal. Like as I pointed out, they have not evolved it. They have not evolved from it. You understand what I mean? And that is the problem. That's why we have to keep talking about this so that they can know that this is wrong. Because like Lamin came and pointed out, because I didn't get to that point before I was cut off. It's happening in Libya. It even happened in 2014. So I don't want to be partisan in any way, but the reality is it is still happening, and so many people still think that it's normal. You understand what I mean? And you know, we can't say we're gonna move on forward. We're gonna move on forward, but yet it's still happening.
Exactly.
We here are having the conversation and we are getting over it, but they still happening in a continent. You understand what I mean? So we have to keep bringing the conversation forward, and so that those people understand that this is wrong. This is wrong. You know, like I said before, if the international system and the international order fell apart, what's to stop you thinking that these people, if they didn't know, wouldn't go around again collecting slaves? If the international system of anti-slavery movement didn't happen, if the UN said we don't care anymore, you understand? What's to stop you thinking that many black people some black people won't go around capturing other black people for slavery? You know, it's only the international order system that's keeping it away from happening. That's made it illegal. If that fell apart, some people
be right back. And I'm happy you mentioned that, Darth, because one thing I did find out was when in 18, let me just make sure I have the dates correct. I don't like to be wrong when it comes to those things. But in 1807, the Slave Trade Act went through. And when that happened, a lot of the chiefs and kings were really upset in Africa. They did not want it to end.
They continued, yes.
When Britain basically said, "Hey, okay, that's it. We're not buying any more slaves. It's illegal. It's no more ships are allowed on the ocean with slaves." They sent letters and people to Britain saying, "No, this isn't right. We